Mburu, Mburu inakaa ako kazi, maybe atatujoin baadaye, but I see he has joined with another link. I don't know. Mburu, you have got 2 links on this channel. Oh, thank you. Mburu, you need to remove this from stage, and then I had this. Okay, Mburu, maybe you can introduce yourself. People want to know who you are. Mr. Mburu, once you're ready, please introduce yourself. Mburu inaonekana either hatusikii ama ako mahali kuna kelele. So viewers, we are going to dive into the issue. Mise, karibu sana kwa Afrika. We are going to talk about this tragedy that happened in Kenya a few days ago. And I have some pictures here that I want us to share and see. Hii moto ya Embakasi. Guys, what do you think about this negligence, Mr. Mise, from your perspective of the number of people who have died so far? I think there are about 3 or 4 people who are feared dead, are dead, not even feared dead, are dead. 22 people, 222 injured by the fire, 21 in Kenyatta Hospital, 160 at Mama Lucy referral, which is in a pathetic state, as I get it from many Kenyans out there. 19 in Bagathi, 14 in Komarok Modern Hospital, and 8 in Nairobi West Hospital. This is a statement from the government spokesperson, Honorable Isaac Mwaura. What do you make about this situation, Mise? What do you think about this situation, Mr. Mise?
I think it's only fair that we let the new panelists to go first, so that I know you didn't introduce me as a resident panelist, but I would rather give the new panelists a chance so that they can give their views, and then we can wedge in as we continue.
I really wanted them to get the gist of how we do our thing here before they dive in and understand how the conversation goes. That's the reason why I started with the
So I think it's quite absurd that our country, a country such as Kenya, a progressive country, has not put measures such as access, such as response and emergency and response teams in place in cases such as this that would have enabled easy rescue of people in times of tragedies. However, that being said, it's not all lost. Tragedies happen for us to learn from that. I think the mistake is that we stay in tragedies and not learn and devise new ways of mitigating and responding and being prepared when such tragedies occur. The country is in a great shock of losing, the confirmed number of deaths and the injured, the 222 people who are very crucial in the development of our economy. So by having such numbers that are now crippled, injured, and not going by their daily businesses, I think it kind of sets us back as a country and as an economy that is emerging in East Africa as a strong economy. And I think the government needs to, in terms of the government of internal security, the government in charge of transport, and many other agencies need to come up clearly and being able to find or rather devise ways on emergency preparedness, response, mitigation and response.
Thank you very much. And the gentleman in blue, Karibu Sana Africa, and maybe this situation happened in your neighborhood. First of all, what do you make of our Kenyan response? And please tell us where you are. People are not telling us where they are watching from, and where do you come from in Kenya? In case you're a Kenyan.
As I introduced myself earlier, I go by the name The Engineer. Currently, I reside in Australia. I'm here in Toronto to visit my friend Mise for the short period I'll be here. And in Kenya, I come from Nairobi. And first, let me send my condolences to the families who lost their loved ones in this tragedy that happened. Is it yesterday or today? Today. The day before yesterday.
Yeah, the day before yesterday.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that at this time and era we can have such a tragedy to happen in Kenya. First of all, it has happened, and it's not the first, and it will not be the last, unless we put measures to prevent the same from happening in future. And we are losing Kenyans due to, let me say, negligence from both the government and the authorities and the people themselves. Because if you look at the situation, this should have been prevented if proper measures were taken. First of all, let's say like the people around the plant where the plant was, what should have been done before the tragedy? Yeah, because I'm aware that the government knew that this plant was there. Yeah. So it's unfortunate that we have lost young lives and lives of our breadwinners and lives of our beloved brothers and sisters. And unfortunately, it has happened.
All right. It is sad, and condolences as a Freak family goes to the families who are grieving at this particular moment. Those who have lost property, also, we say pole to them. And it is sad. We tell the authorities in Kenya that we need them to up their game to ensure that such things do not happen. Again, it is one too many. When losing one death in such a tragedy, you want to see some people resigning, as the president had said, that these people have to be brought to book. We want to see arrests made by close of business today or even yesterday. People would have been arrested for this tragedy. My brother, Umetulia Sana, the man in Arsenal jersey, karibu Sana, tell us what you think, tell us who you are, tell us where you reside. I've known that we now have an Australian here, the man from Kangaroo Land. Now, you also tell us who you are. Karibu Sana.
Okay, thank you very much. I said earlier, I still let me use the initial EO from UK, but I came to visit the center here in Canada. I think from the early information we had gotten from the government, I think there was a lot of negligence from the surrounding the community, because I think there was information there was a leaking gas, and I think the resident maybe they didn't take it very serious about the dangers which was there. And I think because of the corruption, and maybe because maybe we know who is who, I think it was not maybe easy for people maybe to report this issue to the authorities, because maybe they have complained for some time, maybe no action has been taken. I think the first thing we give for to the bereaved families, those people have been affected. Tunaambia pole sana, and we wish them quick recovery in various hospitals where they've been taken. So I think the country, our country, I think they need to put measures and strict measures without corruption. I think in our country there's a lot of corruption, and this one I think must be looked into it, because I don't think maybe corruption can end in one day, and it's up to now the president, because I think he said he's going to finish corruption. I'm not sure about that, but we need to wait and see. We need to wait and see what is going to happen. But at the moment, let's wait and see the action which is going to be taken, the directive which was given by the president.
All right. All right. You mentioned something that is very, very interesting, that you don't see how President William Ruto is going to end corruption. Maybe we can start from there and ask you, why do you feel that Ruto is not the right person to end corruption in Kenya? Even before I ask Mburu to comment on the fire strategy, war tragedy. Well, why do you think that Ruto is not the man, the right man for the job?
I think the strategy is using. For now, I don't think. Okay, he might succeed, but not now. But I think it came too fast. Maybe to impose some taxes on Kenyans.
Is Ruto running too fast for Kenyans?
Yes,
are
yes.
You, is running? You are used to, yeah. Is running too fast for you?
Yeah, that is not for me. For many Kenyans.
Yes.
You being one of the Kenyans.
Yes.
I think one thing I know, he could have put something on the pockets of Kenyans before maybe he start fighting corruption. Even the people surrounding him, even the advisors, actually need to start with his advisors. You need to choose the new advisors. I think from the previous regime, I think you can compare Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. I think Kenyatta, he had 10 concretes on how to govern the country. But I think this one, I think Ruto, he has a lot of cartels in the government. I think if you're my friend, then I think I can reward you. You can work. I don't care. Maybe you deliver, you don't deliver. So,
okay.
I think I think that is a serious allegation.
It's not an allegation. It's true.
No. Me say you'll have your turn to speak.
Yeah,
You'll have your turn.
Because just look at maybe even the cabinet. They're incompetent, honestly. Look at the cabinet of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. You know, most people, even they're there, they don't know what they're doing. Even William Ruto himself, he even spoke on television. He said there's some people in the ministry, they don't know what's going there. Him himself, he knows what's going there because he has cartels who gives him information. But I think for our president, he need to take everything slow. Then is the first year is too fast on Kenyans, and that is why even the Kenyans, they're frustrated a lot. I think he need to take some time. Then he need to calm down. He swallow his pride. Then he need to look for Uhuru Kenyatta. Some Uhuru Kenyatta. Then he can advise him on how to govern the country.
Yes. You see, it's very difficult to keep quiet and listen to people from the Azimio lying and making an assumption that President William Ruto is a novice. First of all, let us demystify the fact that President William Ruto has been in the government for every government that has been there since Moi. So he's not a novice when it comes to matters of governance and how the governments are run. He has been a minister. during the Moist time, the
But it's
Kenyatta,
coming out
the
as a
Kenyatta,
dictator.
the Kenyatta, Kibaki's time, and Muigai's time. So, first of all, let us demystify the fact that Ruto is inexperienced. Number two, the fact that I think Guru's mic is very disturbing.
Okay, I've
So
switched it.
yeah, so we need to help our Azimio brothers to understand the fact that they lost the last general election does not necessitate animosity. Our country comes first, be above and beyond everything. This country, when both of us go to the ballot box, we go to the ballot box to make a decision that will steer forward our country because we are patriots and because we love our country so much. The fact that my candidate did not win does not mean or does not necessitate the devising of strategies of sabotaging the current government. My Azimio partner, friend here, has mentioned that President Ruto has cartels. Those are just mere assumptions that cannot be substantiated. President Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya and gets and receives intelligence reports every day. So he's on point to say that he knows what happens in every ministry because he receives every day is briefed of intelligence reports. Every president in the world is entitled to that privilege of receiving reports and what is happening in the country. So my friend here is misleading us.
Does
that
cabinet secretary receive those?
my friend
they don't
here,
know what is happening in the ministry. Only president knows what is happening.
You
in
know,
the
you have to protect me because I'm sandwiched by Azimio people here, and they really get itchy when you're touching them. And so what I was saying is that first of all, he misled us. His assumption of or his allegations of saying that the president receives his reports and information from his cartels is misleading this public because the president, more than any other person, receives intelligence reports of what is happening in the country. So I wanted him to know because I have seen the Azimio people going to social media or all these media houses making noise. Today, I heard someone like this guy, I'm forgetting, but I'll tell you, going to social media and misleading the public that he is a legislator, and because he's a legislator, he doesn't need to go or engage in public Sifuna.
That was Lawrence Sifuna.
That was Sifuna. But he was saying that he as a legislator, he doesn't have to come to the public or participate or what. What is his work? He's supposed to enlighten the public, represent the public, oversight the government. And we saw him going to the public and wearing sufuria, maandamano, and joining the public when it was against the current government. So I wanted to tell my friends here that the truth is the tragedy has happened. We must get to the core of how it happened. What were the measures that were not taken into place? We must learn and refrain from blaming the president on every little thing. The president does not run these agencies. The president can, through his policies and manifesto, put in place mechanism that will bring safety to the people. That one is entitled, and I think that's what I wanted to respond.
Let me cut him short. Okay, not short, but
Yes.
My brother.
That's weird.
Go on. Oh, no, your mic.
Yeah, that's the work of it. Yeah. So there's
Yes.
one thing we need to understand.
Yes.
First, the Ruto government is in power. We accept that. Yeah. We as Azimio, we lost. We accept that. But if we lost square and fair, when we were saying like open the servers, they should have opened the servers, because if I win, and I'm sure that I won, and then you tell me like open the servers, why should I hide? What am I hiding? That's point number one.
Mr. Mzalendo,
Yes.
Point number two.
Can I say something, because I got a minute before I proceed going?
Oh, okay. Just a second. Let the gentleman finish. Then I'll give you your time. Go ahead.
Point number two: does the Ruto government has incompetent people? Yes, it does. It's in the public domain that the president himself came and said that he has incompetent people of whom should go home, but we have never seen him acting on the same. Yeah. Point number three: does the government, the current government, is it incompetent to handle the economy of the Kenya? Yes, it is, and it has imposed taxes to people. In economy, we say you expose people to taxes up to a point of no return. Like you are increasing the taxes, but there is no return. You are getting nothing. That's the current situation in Kenya. Yeah. Point number three. Point number three is: do we have authorities that are not working? Yes, we do. What has the government done? What has the legislature done? What has the judiciary done to address this? Nothing. We come to the people, we talk, we do nothing, we go back, continue life. The same tragedy happens, we go to the top roof, talk to people, this is what has happened, complain, we will arrest, we do this and this, that. There's nothing that will happen. It is the same cycle.
All right, hold your thought. Let me bring in Mburu, who is on the road, to say something very, very fast before I bring Alex. Alex, who was telling Mise to stop the winning and losing talk. Let us get yeah. Mise,
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo, for the opportunity. We had gone very well, but quickly we have diverted from.
Mburu, you are not audible. There's something wrong.
You are the one muting my mic.
I am not.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
So I was saying we had started very well with a very important topic about the fire. I wish we can exhaust that topic about the fire before now we enter into politics.
Yeah, you can talk something about it. I mean, I have the clip out there. You can say something about it right now, because
exactly, because
yes.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch about. First of all, I would like to say, when a tragedy or when an accident happens, sometimes as a nation, we lose an opportunity to ask ourselves questions. And the questions that we are supposed to be asking ourselves are, for example, what were we supposed to do that we did not do? How prepared were we supposed to be that we were not prepared? And what have we learned from the tragedy that has happened? Most of the time, we make popularist statements. We make defensive statements to show I am not the one, it is the other person. As the president, I should not be blamed. As the governor, I am not the one liable, it is the other person. And at the end of the day, we end up sacrificing the junior people instead of focusing on what should we do in order to prevent these things in the future. And that has been the drama from the time immemorial, from the time of Kenyatta until now. If you can take statistics and you see how many people we have lost through fire in Kenya, there are so many people. And I want to say that most people don't think about fire, and they don't see fire as a serious threat to their lives. That is why we don't even care when we are designing our houses. We don't care even when we are setting our businesses. Fire does not even come anywhere in our mind when we are doing what we are doing. So, as the government, what I would like to ask them to do, instead of saying that they are going to fire people, and I'm talking this through from a managerial perspective. You don't fire people because an accident has happened. You don't fire people because a tragedy has happened. What you do is what you sit down with also professionals. You do the analysis and investigations, and you see where are the gaps. Some of these people who are going to be fired are people who have some experience. Then we will get some other people who are fresh, very new, who have no idea where what to do when fire happens. We use a lot of money training these people instead of making the staff that we already have, instead of making them better. Every time something happens, we sacrifice the junior people who maybe they lacked the support, they lacked the goodwill, they lacked the fire engines. So it is, we will look ourselves holistically, because if we decide that people have to go, it should be the whole government. From the president, because he is vicariously liable for what is happening to the nation, to the governor, because he is the governor, to the senators, to the legislatures, because they are the ones who make laws and procedures. So therefore, it is all about preparedness. How are we prepared for the tragedies that happen? Are we prepared for fire? Are we prepared for floods in the event that they happen? Are we prepared for earthquakes? How are we prepared for disasters and tragedies? We are, in most cases, we are caught unaware, which is very unfortunate. If we say we have a former government, and this one, I'm not just blaming this new government, I am blaming the government of the Republic of Kenya. That sometimes we have engines which are operating, but if we don't have path, we don't have people have set businesses and these Juakali sectors where the fire engines are supposed to pass when they are going to fight fire. How do you expect them to go and fight fire when the roads are blocked by people? So it is all the people. We should always have that in mind. What should happen in the event that fire happens? When we are blocking those roads, when we are putting our mutumba and our small businesses on the roads, what will happen if fire happens? Because fire is a serious tragedy. Fire is a serious threat to people's lives. And sometimes I see those poverty forces people to do some things. Sometimes I see ourselves as people who don't care, people who are ignorant, that today, even after we had lost so many people through the tanker which had petroleum, even today, if a tanker have an accident, you see people going to fetch fuel there. Yet they can't even care to remember the past, the things we have gone through, the people we have lost. So it is out of greed, it is out of maybe the poverty that we are in, and also ignorance. And I want to tell the government, it is good that we also try to inform people, even at the school and primary level, about the seriousness of the fire threat, and let people be trained on firefighting skills, so that we may have many people knowing what and how they should react in case fire happens. So public awareness is very, 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 very important. The designing of our infrastructures, like now, I don't know whether in Kenya we have fire lines. I have never seen, maybe we have, but here in America, these people are so much prepared for how to fight fire in case it happens. We have fire lines where you are not even supposed to park your car. We have those pipes with water, that when the fire engines come, they just come with equipment and just fix, and they open water. I mean, I know we are economically not at the same level, but we should be seen to be doing something, because fire fire is a serious, very serious threat. So I want to discourage the president and anybody who says, oh, every time something happens, we should fire people, we should see head roll. No, it is the time for us to learn and to put down strategies and measures to ensure that tomorrow we don't have a repeat of the same. That is what I think. And yeah, that will be very, very, very important. On the same context, let us not always be politicizing everything that happens. Those in opposition, they have seen now the opportunity of saying, hey, the government has done this, has not done this. And some of them, they are already in political positions. What have they done? Even if they are not right now, yesterday they were. So if you had an opportunity to do it, to put measures, to help, to put strategies, and you did not do, then you do not have the moral authority to lecture the government when such kind of things happen. So we are all, if it is recklessness, we are all reckless. If it is ignorance, as the people of Kenya, we have to accept we have refused to do the right things as a country holistically without pointing fingers to anybody. Thank you so much. And sorry for talking like a preacher.
You are a preacher, so we know you are a preacher and you can talk much. Now, let me allow one of our regular panelists, a very renowned and a very critic of Ruto's administration, and he criticizes positively sometimes, but is an Azimio supporter. Let me invite Honorable Alex to say something on this strategy that happened in our country. Alex, karibu sana.
Thank you, Mzalendo. Thank you, Mburu. I don't even know if Misa is there, but also we have another friend of ours there. Thank you. And we have a couple of viewers and some are in the comment section. Thank you for coming to the show, even though we started late. There was a technical hitch, so we appreciate that you love this station. On the issue of Embakasi, I will start by saying the owner of the LPG filling I don't know how I can call it, filling gas plant. The owner was not approved to do the filling of the gas. He applied for a license to transport the gas cylinders, and therefore the license that he has is for gas cylinders. Now, secondly, a couple of years ago, he was found filling the gas cylinders. He was taken to court and he lost the case, and it was IPRA versus the guy, and he went to jail for 5 years. That's how much he was there. After 1 year, he left, he came back, and now he's in residential area. For a fact, he has two, one in Bakasi, one in Nyanyuki. And they raided the Nyanyuki plant yesterday and they arrested a couple of people. Now, for IPRA, for what the president issued the decree that these people should be arrested is because if you look at the newspaper today, there were 4 positions that did not exist in the government schemes of services, that they had employed 4 people, they had created positions that did not exist. And therefore, when the president realized through his intelligence that was, so he had to issue another decree that these people should do what? Should be arrested. So the arresting of these people is not because of anything. It's because they had fake positions. And they are the ones actually who gave licenses through proxies so that these people are able to get all over the country. We have such kind of plans. And these people to be arrested is to do a thorough investigation to tell the government which other places have they given licenses so that we can prevent such kind of things. Mburu, you should know that. I think you didn't read yourself very well when you came, and that's why you are in disagreement with me. What the president said is that these people must be caught because they were giving fake licenses, and therefore this kind of filling stations are all over in residential areas, and they wanted to know which areas they are to save our people before those tragedies happened. And I think most of them, I think, knowing that these fires happened, they've taken away those filling places, and actually, what have they done? They've made residential places safer. Now, there was a wrong arrest, and which has ended up in a tragedy. That day that the tragedy happened, the police came and arrested the watchman. Why do you arrest the watchman? Mimi nimepewa hapo nilinde, Mr. Moderator. Mimi, do I know anything about licensing? Do I know anything about manufacturing? Do I even know what MEMA or EPRA means? I know nothing. All I've been told is to do what? To guard the place. So they took the watchman. I don't know if they were real policemen. They arrested him. They took him wherever they took him. And today we had the news that the demise of the guy, that he was found dead. A man who was innocent, who had nothing to do with that. Now, I want
What
to.
are you? Who was found dead? The watchman.
The watchman
Really?
that was. Yeah, he was found dead. It was in the news. So, what I'm trying to say is that let us also criticize maturely and positively, and understand that those who were arrested, the four of the management, were the fake managerial positions that did not exist within IPRA. And also they found out there were also places in NEMA that they created positions that did not exist. And these were the ones who were being used by existing positions to issue licenses, which was a tragedy. So we give our people follow. Now, the second thing that I want to agree with Mburu is that there is a want within Nairobi, because the way we have set our structures, honestly, there's something called urban and regional organization. In urban and regional organization, if you look at the earliest cities and the way they were established by the colonial, you must have a cathedral, you must have a river, you must have there were a sewage. There were a couple of things that you must have in order for a city to be there, and that is simple regional and urban organization. So the regional and urban organization of Nairobi is totally messed up, and it's a high time, and that's why lands are being grabbed, and you cannot even know this was the government land. I mean, a forensic audit of honesty needs to be done, so that you can give the resident due justice, so that hata tunapata mahali nini napita fire truck, because before this fire, there was another fire about 3 days ago. Last week there was another fire. So you find out there are so many fires. Even if you have fire trucks, hakuna mahali zinapita. Instead of them using 15 minutes to be there, or less than 10 minutes as stipulated within the US, they tend to take so long. By the time they come, moto imesha kula kila kitu. That is the tragedy that we are having. Now, I want to say this. The fire in Nairobi ought not to have happened. I don't know why NEMA and IPRA allowed, because the residents, when the leaking of the gas started, they called the police, and the police asked them, which is the nearest police? They say it is what? It is Embakasi police. There was a guy narrating who had gone to the hospital and returned. And instead of those policemen coming so that they can help, they started calling Embakasi, and Embakasi was not doing what? Was not replying their calls. And this 999, I don't know if it works in some police station. The government should ensure that, especially the Minister for Interior, to make sure that 999 works in every police station. Because if it doesn't, then I think we are doomed. So had it had, they could have prevented this driver from driving that truck, making sure that even if the leak was there, it was going to mess the environment, but it was not going to burst. What made this to happen is that the driver alikuwa na kichwa ngumu, akakatashwa, don't start the engine. He started the engine, less than 500 meters, engine yake ikakufa. By that time, the leak plus the combustion of the truck combined together, because it had also reached at the garage that was open at 11 p.m. and the guy was doing welding and it caught fire. And that's how the fire got caught. And then zikalipuka sasa, the cylinder that was leaking. You know, some of these cylinders, especially not the small ones, not the K gas, there's this one that are a little bit, they have a sweet smelling sound, sweet smelling smell that, you know, you may think you are enjoying it, kumbe you are dying while you're smelling it. And yeah, it kills people like that. It's so sweet, by the way. It's so sweet. When it comes more, it's so sweet. You feel like it's so sweet. So I think many people could have been saved because of those two things. Now, there is nobody to blame for that tragedy except IPRA and NEMA, because IPRA and NEMA have been called several times that this thing is not supposed to be a residential plant. The other person who's culpable is the person who had the garage next door. He knew he was doing welding, and he knew he was doing welding in a long place, because if that place, there was what is called a gas leak, and you're doing welding using the cylinders in nitrogen, compressed cylinder, they could be a burst. So, and that is the person again that rented this place, rented the people. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni shamba yake. So these people should be asked why they did that, because it was a wrong deal. They knew that that was a wrong deal. That is all I have to say about the fire. But looking at the statistics, they are overwhelming. I want to give my condolences for those who died. We are getting different kind of statistics. There was statistic from the people of Embakasi testifying that they saw 7 dead bodies. Okay, and there are those who are saying it was only 3. Some are saying it's 4. And that is where that we also need to come right with statistics. Let's not lie with statistics, how many people have died, because it is not right. If 10 people have died, let's say 10 people have died. But in terms of the people who are injured, I think the statistics have been given here. That was the government spokesman who had written here. If we find that is not right, he's culpable, and we know where we can get him. But I think that those are the correct statistics. Heko kwa mbunge wa Embakasi, Bobo Wino, he has gone to every hospital to see all these people. And at that sign that if our MPs are working, tunapewa ongera, that when your people are in a tragedy, you must go visit them all. So I'll leave it there so that if you want us to go to another topic, then I'll comment on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex, for that comprehensive analysis of the situation in Kenya. Maybe just to add on what you have said, and this is something that people have not mentioned, and it is out there, and it is could be a solution or a remedy to the fire tragedy in our country. We have the private sector. What does the private, apart from the economy, what does the private sector do in Kenya? The Chandarias and all that, those companies that operate in Kenya. Some of these organizations, they need to partner with the county government to donate even fire trucks to mitigate certain situations. So we don't really have to rely on the government fully, but the private sector needs to step in, and we see what needs to be done. I'm yet to see an MP in a particular area donating a fire truck in his constituency, because they also get CDF. That money can be put into use by buying a fire truck that can help the residents of your constituency. So these are issues that we need to tell them out there, that they can, apart from just using the money for CDF and building schools, we need not to lose lives because the government has got no enough resources. They can chip in with that CDF and buy a fire truck that will help the people and the residents on those densely populated areas. And again, that comes to the issue of housing. We don't need so many slums in Kenya. We need roads we need areas that are accessible. People to live in areas that can be accessed by these fire trucks. So that is what the government is also doing, which is not appreciated by the other quarter. And at this juncture, let me give my friend from Australia an opportunity to say something. Um, if you have any other burning issue before we now dive into politics, because mhm.
Let me revisit what Mburu said regarding on the blames. Yeah, uh, a tragedy cannot happen and then people just keep quiet and continue their lives like nothing happened. So when we say that the government failed, and that should be acknowledged, like the government failed. Point number two is how has the government failed? The government has failed by not putting policies that each and every employer should train, should have trained employees who should, in case of an emergency, know how to handle the emergency. If there was a leaking gas, what did the employees do?
Is that the work of the government, or it's the work of the company?
That's the work of the government to come up with policies to
The
enforce
policies
that.
are very strong.
To enforce that each and every employer should train. For example, my brother, the moderator, you are working in the US. Before you start working, you should be taken through a training on how
True.
to handle materials, on how to handle, in case of an emergency, what should you do? Another thing, us as the people, we also fail because we are like, that's not my company. Why should I report? Our people have that mentality. It doesn't concern me, so it doesn't touch me. But they forget that in such a tragedy, when there's an explosion, it doesn't matter where you are. It will affect you. It will affect your family. It will affect your friend. Yeah, that's another thing that we need to take the responsibilities as Kenyans and start acting. That anything that's around you will touch you in either way. Another thing, the authorities, as my brother said, when you come and you arrest the watchman, what does the watchman has to do with the running of the operations? Nothing. Yeah, people should be, for me, people should be fired instantly, because if you start to go the root cause, who gave out the licenses? Why are they not in jail? Why are they still working?
They were
Let us take the
arrested.
responsibilities. Let us take the responsibilities. If you give out a fake license for this farm to operate, you should be jailed. That's all I can say.
Well, yeah, thank you. I see my brother up there. He wants to also say something. Karibu sana. Sema.
I can add on top of, I can revisit back of what Muru said. I think on this case, there's some big fishes in all this scandal. I think most people, I think the way the president said, they should be sacked. I think it's not the best option because there's some big fish. Maybe this big fish, these are the small fish who has been sacrificed. Because if the big fish said, you sign for this, you issue this license to this person, then they sign. But the big fish, the root cause, I think the process should be followed. Who signed? Who signed for this? Who authorized maybe their bosses to sign? Then I think everything also, we should not blame the government. Let's be honest on this. We should not be blaming all the government. Everything happens, even a disaster happens, then the president comes in. He said, now you and but maybe who was involved, you should be sacked. Let's deal first with the big fish in this case. Then once we figure the big fish, then I think we will come on ourselves, even the employees who employed, even the surrounding, the information they give to the community. If they, because I was reading on the social media, the surrounding, they heard about the smell. I think they could have acted very fast, even to call the police, even any authorities surrounding. There's a leaking gas in maybe the owner, maybe to come and see what is happening. Till the last minute, when the tragedy has happened, that is when the people wake up. Oh, something has happened. Oh, I heard about this. I heard there was a leaking gas from this. For this also, I'll be honest, we cannot blame all the government, because even maybe you never know these people who are in charge, they came when. I think I can add on top of that.
Okay, let me add a little bit there. I think I wish you listen to what I said. That, that there were people who are there that called the police. You see, I think there should be an inquiry, a commission of inquiry, so that to see the chronology of how things happen. When the smell was heard, it was early afternoon,
Oh.
and the police were called. And the guy who was narrating, he said, the first time they called the police was about 7 p.m. The police took up to 8:15 to reply the call. And then they asked them, which is the nearest police station? They say it was Embakasi. Then they say they are contacting the Embakasi, then they call them back. Then the third call came at 9. So we must know which are these policemen that took a long time when they were called, so that they did not take, a legit action. Why did they take that long when they were told, now this thing is smelling all over? Okay, so for me, this is where I will start from. This guy was jailed before for 5 years, but he stayed only 1 year and came out. Now let's go back to jail, where he was jailed. How did he get out? Who got him out? Okay, and then from there we'll start from there, that because this guy was a criminal that was jailed, because the IPRA took him to court and he was jailed. Then we go to the prison and we find the person who got him out. Because it's a chronology of things. Had this guy not gotten out, all this should not have happened, because he had done this before. Now, the third thing is that, how did he get the license? Now, if he got the license, how did he get those cylinders in that land, in an open near the road, and NEMA was not able to know? So now NEMA now should be called again. So it's a whole complex inquiry that simply nobody can do except the intelligence and the DCI, so that they can give us the right meaning. So then IPRA must be investigated, and NEMA, how many kinds of these stations are within residential areas? Okay, that is what, then we can root them off. We prevent another fire before this happens. Because I heard somebody say that IPRA, NEMA has given, and IPRA about 5,000 small stations that are next to homes. These 1-2 pumps that are next to, which are also very, very dangerous. So we want also an inquiry that we make. We root out all these things, so that we don't just look at the Embakasi, but be able to do what? To help now the whole nation. And that is why the 4 officers, by the way, they have been arrested. The moment the president issued a decree when he was in Kakamega, these people were arrested, by the way. So I thank Ruto for doing that. I'm not a Ruto supporter, but the prompt decision that he made, I think, has helped many things. That's what I could tell you. That some decisions have been made, and they have targeted these people. Yet there are some that will have to be made the next day.
I think we have really exhausted. Oh, my friend from Australia has got something to say.
Yeah, one thing when we say like we blame the government doesn't mean like we blame the presidency. We blame the organs of the government. Yeah, and like the police, when they got the report, did they evacuate the people? They did not. Yeah, police is it is part of the government. So that's one thing that I wanted us to register in our minds. Like when we blame the government, we doesn't blame the presidency. We are blaming the organs of the government.
I think your point is very, 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 very strong, because most of the time, there are structures in government. When the police officers don't respond, who is to be blamed? The head of police. Those are the people who work under him. Heads must roll, not the presidency. So we need to always understand how these structures work. When there are criminals in the country, then we need to do a reshuffle either in that particular police station, or the head of police needs to go. So that's how things should work. But we have never understood that, when there is a fire tragedy like that, people are very, very fast to blame the president, as if he was in charge of the fire. But there are people who have been given that opportunity to serve Kenyans on that capacity, but they have failed on their job. Anyway, now let me dive into matters politics.
I'm so confused, and I want to hear what my friends from Australia will say about this and what you say. The fire sector has always failed. Isn't it time that we should privatize it? Because it has totally failed through the county government and it will never work. Isn't it time we should rethink to privatize it so that they are able to be accountable to Kenyans?
Yeah, I agree with you. Like it's
There was
high
fire
time that
in
we
Kisi.
privatize it, because the county
There was
government.
fire in Kisi.
Yeah.
We had to go to Nyamira to get what? Yet the county government said in their books that we had fire trucks and fire stations.
Yeah.
We did not.
And they are bought them with millions and millions, yet they are given as donations.
The first time we had to borrow them from Migori.
Mm-hmm.
Now in the Nairobi, it has totally failed. Every county, including Mombasa, it has failed.
But let us ask ourselves, why does it fail?
Sabotage.
Because first, let's go by the facts. Let us assume that I'm the governor. I bring my brother, give him the truck, the fire truck, and he be the driver. Yeah. When there's fire, he's not at the fire station. He's somewhere sleeping, or he has taken the fire truck to go see his girlfriend. Like it's because Kenyans, we are not serious. We don't see the magnitude of something until it happens. Until the day when we start electing people based on agendas, based on their
merit, merit and record. Mm-hmm.
That's when we'll make it. But until then, the rain will still beat us.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean,
privatization is a big thing. We should look on.
We can privatize it, but the question is, if we privatize it. Me as the governor, will I not come to you if you are the tender winner? Will I not come to you and tell you like, hey brother?
Now you
give my brother a job.
It's a totally different entity.
Yeah,
I think privatization will do. I think we can
it
that
will work.
because for now.
It's interesting. I'm seeing Azimio supporters saying now that they agree with privatization.
No, but let us.
They are the same people who say that.
when it comes to the country and deaths are there, no, some UDA members died, some ODM members died. All of us were burnt. All of us as a country are affected. So should we sit here and start talking at the politics of parties? You're the one bringing it now. We are
No, no,
talking
no.
of Kenya.
Why am I bringing it? Because you've come to your senses that some of
No,
these
it's
things
not
should
coming to senses. There are
prioritized.
some things, there are areas we have reduced.
Before the strategy, before the tragedy, if we brought this topic of privatization, watu wangesema hapo ni serikali wanataka kukula pesa.
But you cannot privatize KCC.
You are privatizing KCC, you are privatizing sugar, you want to privatize the port. Why can't you privatize the fire that affects the people?
Local services first.
The local services.
First, yeah. You don't need to go then the private where you have interest. That is where you want to privatize everything. I mean, that one cannot work.
So you are saying yes, we want to privatize. We need to privatize the local authority such that the fire department can be run by a private investor. That is what you are saying in short. And if you go nationally, we also need to privatize the people who are in charge of a disaster. There is a full ministry that is in charge of disaster in Kenya, that is run by a minister who sits in the cabinet. That she should have been there as the first person, as the first respondent to this kind of strategy. But we don't see that in Ruto's government. Some of his ministers are sleeping on the job. The minister who is in charge should have been the first person to be seen at that particular site, and the government should have come up strongly to help the people who have lost their businesses and all that, to give them some new life. Or even the bills, I'm sure the government will take care of most of the bills that the families are going to incur. But now we are talking as Kenyans. Let us put politics aside and look at privatization of some of these services. What privatization brings? Privatization brings efficiency. Privatization brings service delivery, because because when Alex is running his business, he wants to do it in a proper way, in such that there will be competition, and that opens a whole market for investors to invest on that particular sector. So these are things that need not to be controlled by either the county government or the national government. It needs to be open out there for people to come out and invest. And I think there is no law in Kenya that says that, Alex, you should not buy a fire truck. Or my friend from Australia, you can just buy a fire truck and station it in your village in Nyamira, where Alex comes from. So you have that fire truck. When you station it there, it serves the purpose in saidia watu. But again, kukuwe na sheria such that when you help people, you send them a bill. You know, today, so many Kenyans don't know that ambulance ikikuja kuchukua, ambulance ya serikali, kuna ada unalipa. Even the one for AA, if it comes to your doorstep, at the end of the day, you will pay for those services. Even the fire trucks here in the US or where, if they come to your doorstep, you will pay for those services. These services are paid for. They're not for free. They're not for free. Kenyans assume that things are for free. Things you have to pay through the taxes that we are fighting so hard to deny the government opportunity to collect. Otherwise, that is my opinion, and that is not the opinion of Freak 24. It is my personal opinion that some of these issues we can tackle them ourselves, and we need not to wait for the government to come up with a solution. That is why we have the private sector. That is why we have business people. That is why we have NGO, non-governmental organization. What do they really do? it is high time we ask the right questions. What does this big NGOs do? What are these civil societies doing other than just politics? How are they involved in the community? They are getting a lot of funding, but they are not involved in the community. So these are some of the things that panelists I need us to dive into and see that we have a good country at the end of the day, governed by the rule of law, where we all participate. As we can only give suggestions on this panel as a freak, and our able panelists like Alex can give suggestions on what they have seen happening in other countries. The man from Australia has given an experience. I believe before he came to Australia, he didn't see some of these things. You only see them by experience and how they work in countries that are abroad, countries abroad. So with that, I think we have exhausted the particular issue, although we can't really exhaust it, but we have given the suggestions what the government needs to do. Alex has given his point that this sector needs to be privatized. Let us not politicize the issue. My friend from Australia has also done the same, that we need people to come in and invest in this particular area. And now sasa ndio tunaingia kwa ile mambo moto, ile mambo watu wana Azimio, Raila Odinga na chama chake cha Azimio, kati ya William Ruto na wafuasi wake wa Kenya Kwanza. So the topic today is Raila, Rutos Nightmare, the battle within the halls of justice. That is the issue that we will be talking about today. Why Raila has taken the fight in the corridors of justice, or why the people of Kenya have decided to take William Ruto to court. I want Alex to give us an opinion on what he thinks about his party's move to stop each and every government activity that is intended to benefit the people of Kenya. Alex.
See, the finance bill was very controversial. And it was so controversial to a point whereby Ruto was wise enough. I don't know if it was wise or cunning. It can depend which affiliation you are. For the Kenya Kwanza, they will say he was wise. For us, you can say he was cunning and baffling. Because when he sent the 6 memorandums to Parliament, he became cunning that the government, the national government, CDF, was inserted into those 6 memoranda. And he told the MPs that if you don't pass it as a package, you are not going to get the CDF. So it left the MPs in a quagmire. Why? Because if they refuse to vote for the finance bill, then they don't get the CDF. So it was conglomerated together. But the worst of it was the finance bill. So for the sake of their CDF, because nowadays the member of parliament is supposed to be a legislator. As one of the bloggers I saw today saying, they have been given a role called CDF, which has really destroyed the role of legislation to a point that people like Sudi, people like Arama, I will tell you, tons of people who never talk in parliament, but they go back home, they use the CDF very well in roads, in bursaries, in so and so, but they can't speak anything in parliament because they cannot match some people like Kalume, some people like Otienda Molo, and I'll give you tons of people that Milia Diambo. So you find those people, They are pegged into CDF. CDF has destroyed the legislation of our people. Why? Because when that bill came, Osoro was caught saying in Mosocho, in Kisi, that he bribed the MPs to vote for that bill. Now, when we came to see now what the finance bill was all about, I mean, we were being overtaxed, including things we shouldn't be. Now, the housing levy was the worst one. Unapata mtu ako na nyumba, he's 55 years old, he's almost retiring, you want to take him housing levy from him. You find somebody bought a house during Kibaki's time, he has a home, he hasn't finished his mortgage, you want to do again, tax him again. You find somebody bought a mortgage during Uhuru's time, he has a house, he's still paying mortgage, you want again. And then the worst part of it, when the numbers came, I mean, it was no longer affordable housing, because when the numbers came, they came that you will pay a deposit of 350, and you will do what? You will buy the house at 3.5 million. Sasa hasla gani? Let's be said, Mama Mboga Mgani can do that. That's the question we are asking. So these were contagious issues that we saw that we cannot leave it as a silver platter to Ruto to enjoy. Again, we have had members of the Senate and members of Parliament within UDA who are saying that housing levy is a scam, because these people are being given free land, free VAT. There is no way after free land, because you know land speculation in Kenya. Sasa wewe ukishapewa land for free, alafu VAT upewa for free, how again can a house cost 3.5? I thought it should have gone like almost 2/3 down, so that people, Mama Mboga, can afford. The highest these people can pay for deposit is 75,000 if we are reasonable. But 350,000, that's not affordable housing. The other thing that we had that was right was, and those are rumors, but they make sense, is that who is going to contract for steel, cement, and everything? We heard that all these things had already been budgeted for. We are not going to get contracts. They are not going to be advertised. I thought, me as Alex, as a hustler, I can give cement like maybe 2,000 or 5,000. I buy for this because there is no VAT. I bring to the site. I make almost like 1 million or 2 million. But we found out that the contractors had already been contracted. So there was no bidding of contracts. So, I mean, then we started questioning this thing. So for us to go to court, it is the sequence and events it was taking that we started looking at it deeper. Then we realized that there's something fishy about this. Then we went to court in regard to the contracts. It has many phases on which we took it to the courts. And on that grounds, they were stopped temporarily. So that in 2 months again, it's going to be reheard when what? When the government will give its respect. Now, the other thing is the new the new NHIF, which they call shift. When we heard that Amoko, the insurance that is affiliated to our president is the one that is going to issue, then we said no, it cannot be. This is a what of interest?
Conflict of interest.
Yes. So we said, no, Mr. President, it cannot be that you are the president of the Republic of Kenya. This company has been affiliated to you. Then we give it to you so that you can issue the whole country. So for us to go to court, because it's 2.7% on everybody's paycheck, you remember, it is going to be the whole country. And then there was another scheme that they said 300. Then we questioned the 300 one because we said, honestly, how can 300 be able to pay your bed, your food, madawa, na daktari, na nurse? We found out that no, that one cannot be. 300 cannot pay for that. Even if you want, the entire time you are in the, even if it's a pool, then we say that no, give us a comprehensive one that is honest. Because NHIF, as you remember, at one point was paying only for the bed. But when it was introduced by Kibaki as a reform, we thought it's going to cover pharmacy, it's going to cover the bed, it's going to cover the food, and it's going to cover what? The doctor and the nurses. Then we realized it was a scam too. So if we really wanted to reform the whole thing, it is not about just changing the names. No, we want an insurance whereby I'm paying for my grandmother. I know when I take her to the hospital, it is the copay alone I'm paying. Because honestly, our hospitals have become some of the biggest swindlers of money. You go there, they say they are not using this. And when they bill it to NHIF, there is a hospital, that's where I'm finishing. There is a hospital right here in Kibera. A small 35-bed ulisikia ilikuwa kwa gazeti. That ilikuwa inadai government 400, a 35-bed hospital ilikuwa inadai government 400 million for last year. And that's what it has been doing during what? The coalition government from 2000 and somewhere 9 there. So from Kibaki and Raila to William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru 10 years, now William Samoei Ruto 1 year, somebody has been swindling money. So that's why we are saying that if we have to reform our institution, we as the minority, when we complain, because in parliament we do not have an opportunity. Otienda Mole the other day said, when the finance bill was being debated, 3 were only given to debate it. The 4th one, after being given, it was voted for. That was something that was supposed to be debated comprehensively because it affects every constituency. So Wetangula has become a rogue speaker to a point that people are not debating in parliament. He just passes, like Baba said, 3 bills in a day, whereas the previous parliaments, you exhaust it for 3 days, 1 bill, so that every member of parliament representing constituents speaks their mind and then they vote. That is the measure. But today's legislature, the lower one, 4 bills are passed in a day. I mean, we are going rogue on that one. Everybody should be here. So we thought if you are not given an opportunity in parliament, then you are not listening to us. So we decided to go to court. Is that wrong, moderator? That was the only result, the only last resort. So I'll leave it there to my Australian brothers to dwell on, to dive on it, so I can hear their opinion about why we went to court in regard to all these things that you hear that the president is saying that we are manipulating, or the judges and the entire court is corrupt.
First of all, let us understand what is the work of the courts. The work of the courts is just to define the constitution and come in as the middle body when there's a dispute and solve the dispute unbiasedly. So let's go back to the 2022 general election Supreme Court battle. When the Supreme Court said like William Ruto won, the court were good. Now Azimio goes and say like, hey, here there are some distributed like issues that we need to discuss in court and see the court opinion regarding them. And then the courts suspends these policies, and now the courts are bad. We cannot be double standard. Courts are independent. Let them be independent. Let us not attack them. So sometimes I like going by facts. The government said that let me do the mathematics. The government said that it's going to deduct 1.5%. If hey, what's up? Sorry about that. 1.5% of the salary. I don't know if I'm right or I'm wrong. I stand.
The housing levy is 1.5.
Yeah, that's 1.5. Let me get my calculator. So if you get 100,000 as your salary times 1.5,
that's 1,500
over 100, yeah. Then you can over 100. That's like 1,500 a month. So this 1,500 times 12 months, that's 18,000. And then let's say you are newly employed at an age of let's say 18, and you're going to retire at 66. So 18 minus 66, that will be like 52. No, 50. No, 18 minus 66. Hey, what's 18 minus 66?
18 minus?
Yeah. 18 minus 66.
48.
18 minus 66.
48.
That's 48 years, yeah? Times 48. By that time, you this is my calculator. By that time,
Yeah, but the retirement age of Kenya is not 66, my friend.
let's say it's 66. Let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So you will have contributed 864,000. That's the amount of money you contribute to the housing levy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the house is costing 3.5 million. So this 864 plus 350, it comes to around 1 point something million. It doesn't make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Logically, it doesn't make sense. So the government coming and imposing levies on people who are overburdened by the taxes, it's unfair. And the only body that can come in and say enough is enough is the court, because the courts are biased. If you go to parliament, the current government seat, they took over the parliament. So there's no policies that they take to parliament and they lose. Even if as much as it makes sense, they will never lose. So going to court is the last resort. And if that fails, then I think we are doomed as the country. So let the government not see the court as the enemy, but sees as a chance to get it right. To go back to the drawing board if the court rejects, to go back to the drawing board and say, what did we not do right? How can we do it right?
Mm-hmm.
Let us go by facts. Put numbers on the table and see if they make sense. Let us not say like it's because it's Azimio, they have been used to this. They have been up and running and criticizing. Let us go by facts. My brother Munu, welcome back. Yeah. So if it's a policy, bring people on board. Let us go through the policy, scrutinize it, and see does it make sense to the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the housing levy, for me, It's just a total fail. It's a scam. It's a pyramid scheme. And let us go by the facts. The Ruto government, if it goes the full term, that's 10 years. The money that it has collected, yeah. Right now they are saying like they have started working on the housing projects. The other time Ruto was in Kisii, he said he's going to build houses at Sironga. Honorable Alex, I don't know if you heard it. Yeah. The Kisii people, do they need the houses?
Mm-hmm.
If they are going to start, if they are going to start building houses now, where did they get the funds to start the projects? For me, it's a scam.
I think I can add on top of I think of what Lex said about the housing levy and parliament. Actually, this housing levy is a scam. That's true, because from the word go, I think we had a better the other day, because this fund, this money being collected, in which kitty, I mean, who is managing this fund and who is controlling this money? For example, if they're starting the project, then why is Ruto really pushing into this housing levy? Is even ignoring about the courts. I think we should ask ourselves questions. Why? What is interest in this? I think for me, it's a scam, because I think it's looking for money for 2027 election, because I think he knows he's going to fail. I think this housing levy thing is going to fail. That is why he's really pushing for it, because he has captured actually everything, the executive, I mean, the parliament, and now the judiciary. Now, I think Moses Wetangula, I think he's acting like a comedian now, because I think is for the ruling party. He is not neutral, because everything. I think everything is being said in parliament. He supports it. I think he doesn't give an ear to the new people. Sorry.
Rudisha Mama.
I think she doesn't want to be on. She's not ready. I think Kenyan Mandamano is not ready to be on the screen. When just wave when you're ready, because we're adding her and then she's coming out.
Oh,
No, she was thrown out. When she comes,
no, she's not ready. She's just saying.
She's ready.
Nice to see you, Mama. Your smile is, it makes us happy. Nice to see you and that smile.
Okay,
nice to see
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So then I was saying, like, we're wondering why is the president pushing things very fast? It's the first year, but it's things to be done in the first year. Oh, Mama, she wants to speak.
No, just continue. Just continue. Don't worry.
And I think I think as a country we should be worried about the president and his agenda, what he really wants about things to be done on his way, the way he wants. And I think from the word go, I'd said it's even better. Maybe I think the president should look for the new advisors. I think we can advise him the correct way. I mean, how he's supposed to lead the country, because I mean the next 2-3 years, I think we will not be having Kenya. We'll be having a different Kenya.
These two go with these, and then those two go with that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mburu mute.
Mm-hmm.
So I think let's be honest. I think the government should be come out clean and maybe tell the Kenyans what really wants about this housing levy, because it's total scam. He's not going to succeed, and he knows that actually he's not going to succeed. That is why he's really pushing for it. Because you cannot have a dialogue. I mean, maybe a handshake between the judicial and executive, because he knows very well he has captured the parliament. Because the other day I saw Azimio, they gave a statement Now they want to bring in Jepukati want to be the the Chief Justice. Then who is this again? The Hassan. I think Hassan, he want to be one of the is the Supreme Court judges. I saw that statement. So I don't know why he really want to push Kenyans. Because one thing, sometimes you can impose things on Kenyans. You might not be above the law, but I think God in heaven is seeing you what we are doing. I think he's not doing the right thing. I think as Kenyans, we need to wake up. We need to wake up and stand and speak without fear. Then I think the bad thing in Kenya sometimes ukisema ukweli unapandishwa mbinguni. That's the problem now. Kenyans, they will never speak. I'm telling you, they'll never speak the truth. The moment you say the truth, TV, utaambiwa utapandishwa. Because, for example, I had I think, I don't know if it's Pamburi or I think this Safari, there's a cement company, I think they have closed down. I think the other one, I think it has moved to Tanzania. So all the investors, even that guy, the Muhindi, mwenye alitishiwa utapandishwa mbinguni, he left. He closed all the companies. Do you know how many jobs were lost? As a president, unasimama unatishia Kenyans. It's not right. I think you need to lower his temper down, then akuwe sober. We know very well ya kunyongi pombe. I don't know now, maybe siku hizi ameanza kunywa pombe ndio so that maybe anaweza fikiria vizuri. But I think then we echo Uhuru Kenyatta, hata kama alikuwa na kunya kidogo, unajua alikuwa anaongea sense.
Kunywa sana.
I love this guy. So hata kama alikuwa na kunywa, you know, hata kama angesimama akiongea hivi, you actually you hear the president is speaking. Yo, now Ruto yani is forcing everything to Kenyans. You cannot impose taxes. Anaamka asubuhi amesema express tumeongeza. Anaamka asubuhi passport tumeongeza. Everything, I mean, which law? Surely. Ujawekea this hustlers, ujawekea pesa kwa mfuko. You wake up in the morning, tumeongeza passport from this express, tumeongeza, mlikuwa mnasema ni ya Uhuru, tumeongeza rates double almost by 50%. Surely. I think the government is burdening the Kenyans. The money. I think, for avoidance of doubt, and mark my words, Ruto is going to be one-term president. Mark my words. One. Everything. Everybody is going to gang up. Forget about even the Kikuyus. The Abriana is now, everyone is begging. I mean, now they're going back to Uhuru. What he told them. And mark my words, one-term president. He will never come back again.
All right, one-term president, my friend. One-term president. My friend from Canada is saying that Ruto is a one-term president and is never going to come back. I think Alex is really echoing that. And Kenya Maandamano Kamili, this lady has been with us in politics for so many years. Loves our country, loves the people. I remember the days you'd go to all the 42 tribes and give herself a name of the 42 tribes. Unfortunately, Kenya is so tribal that the tribal giant in our lives surpasses your ambition. Everybody is very, very tribal, and I wish, just like myself, that we would not be tribal and look at Kenya as Kenyans and not from the tribal lens. Kenya Maandamano, karibu sana kwa Africa 24. We love your contribution, we love your presence, and we love your wisdom. Karibu.
I think I can tell you, Mama,
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Canada guys. Thank you, Cowboy number 2. Thank you, Jeff, Boro, and every Kenyan, wherever they are listening from. We are happy. Now, when we are here, how many tribes are we here? We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5. And we are all here conversing about one country, Kenya, nowhere else. And we are not going anywhere else. That is where once we board airplane going home, we go back home, Kenya. Now, when you land there, is that when you realize that you are Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Embu, or whatever? Is that how people start realizing that I'm this tribe?
When you are on the plane,
When you are in the plane, we can chat, all of us, but the moment we land in Kenya, is that the time you realize that I'm no longer the Kenyan I am a different tribe. But why are you then landing in Kenya, where there are those many tribes? I love my country seriously in my heart. I love my Kenyan people because me, where I have lived all my life, I have lived in several corners of the country and I have lived with different tribes. And it has been a pleasure to me to have those people close to me and even exchanging idea and laughing at each other. The way you do things, I laugh. The way I do things, they laugh. So we keep that, flourishing, going on with our lives, feeling very strong and healthy because we are all connected of our own motherland, Kenya. But when we disperse, we go to our village, whereby we practice our own culture and whatever. But it does not make me different from the other human being. We are all attached to one another as Kenyans. That's where I don't understand. How can somebody, a leader, who calls him a leader, separate all these other tribes, not even feeling ashamed of what he is doing in front of people, trying to make them feel like these are more precious than the others? Kenyans are the ones now to shame that person, that leader who want to segregate tribes, separate people, make people realize that I'm not that tribe, I'm this tribe. It doesn't make any sense. Simply because tomorrow you'll be selling ugali, and if it is, let's say a Luo is selling samaki, and I'm a Kikuyu, I want samaki. Where will I go buy samaki? Hakuna Mkikuyu anauza samaki, ni Mjaluo. So if I want samaki, I go to Mjaluo. Does that make sense that I segregate myself from such people who are selling nutritious things to me and then say that I'm Kikuyu, I'm not going to buy from them, then stay without eating fish? Those are minute things which have been created by these politicians. And if we Kenyans, we can hold ourselves hand in hand and say, no, I'm a Kenyan. In name, in birth, in everything, I'm a Kenyan. And those other illiterate thinking, forget it. Let's have one union, Kenyan. We speak all of us Swahili because we want to unite ourselves. And remember, Uhuru made something very crucial before he ended his term. And it was coming to an end. It was coming to be a realization for the country that we are Kenyans, we are not tribal. Lakini sasa imekuwa broken completely. Tumeona tumekuwa segregated. Mtu amechukua kabila lake limekuwa ati ni kama there is no other people existing in that country. It's only that tribe. I'm not going to mention because your guess is good as mine. I'll leave it that way. I'm happy on this forum. I have listened to you at the back, and people have come to realize schemes are happening in Kenya, and they are very serious because it is affecting each and everybody in Kenya. And it is not affecting a little, it is deeper. It's finishing them, making them weak all the time. Every day we are becoming weak. Where are we going? Where are we heading? There are people who feel like we are challenging this government because we don't want that Zakayo to lead the country. But what is he doing? It's all miseries every day. Miseries every day. And I wonder, when does he work for us, for Kenya. When does he work? He never in the office. He is never around a table whereby he can talk something that can make sense to Kenyans. Only pushing things that are not working and senseless. What is a house compared to a child not going to school? There are children who are going to lose school for years. And for 1 year, a child losing to go to school, it's a big deal. Honestly. And you can make that a point. Mtoto kukosa kwenda shule 1 year, it's a big loss. Either ataenda ama atakataa. Atarudi aone maana ya shule ni bure. That's one target we have lost. One talent we have lost. One child have gotten to the world with nothing. And who is the cause? Is that leader who is singing songs, singing to people every day like we are Mazizi? We can hear and we can understand. Always on the top of the car. Surely, nani hawezi kuwa bored with all these shenanigans that are going on? And there is nothing that is bearing fruit. It's just waste of time and making people listen to nonsense. Huyu mtu akae kwa ofisi, afanye kazi ile alienda kufanya. Apangie maminista wake kazi, waendelee na kazi zao. If they are not qualified, go home. Let's get people who are ready to work. These are all people we are looking with on their face. They are clueless. They know nothing. They cannot serve the country. And that is why we are going down, down, down every day. Ni nini tuna expect from this jambazi, from this government that is always talking about one thing, not even putting some things priority, things that really matters. Kwa sababu masomo ya mtoto ni very important in a country, and those are the things that promote economy of the country. Kwa sababu sisi tunazeeka, wale wako nyuma yetu lazima wasome, ndio tukiondoka nao wa take chance. How are they going to take chance? Is it only one tribe that is going to take chance of the whole country all the time? What benefits are we getting from having one tribe on the everywhere? What benefits are we getting? Everybody is complaining. Everybody feel humiliated, forgotten, discriminated for in the country where they belong. Ni wapi kwingine wataenda? Hawa watu wanaambiwa watapelekwa nje wakafanye kazi. Watoto wetu wanapelekwa nje wakafanye kazi gani? Huko ndio kazi inatakikana wafanye huko. Wafanyie watu wengine, economy yao iwe mzuri. Na Kenya itafanyiwa na nani? And you are failing youths who are the people who could be the energizing of everything in Kenya so that we can uplift our economy. I don't understand. I see everybody here now understands the problem that we are going through with this fake government, because I call it fake, and I'm sorry. Why I call it fake? What has they done since they got there? Nothing. They are doing always campaign. How do you expect a country to develop with campaign from the word go? You have been, you have taken the chair, and now you start campaign again. For when? Until when? When are you serious about the work you took over? You are never. And that is where we are failing. And we ought to call it out. Let this guy know that we are not interested with what he is doing right now. Nyumba zikuja nyuma. Mtoto asome. Wale wako na magonjwa wapate dawa. Because if those people get sick and they continue being sick, they're gonna die. We are losing people who are supposed to comply or to multiply the economy of the country. Just like that. Huyu hafikiri economy inakuja aje. And I believe we don't know what is economy. Economy, it has to work with the inhabitants of the country, how they are faring up. And when they are faring up, the country grows. And when the country grows, people are happy. And when they are happy, everything goes flourishing. kazi inakuwa mzuri na watu wanaendelea na maisha yao vizuri. When we come here, let's speak the truth. We are not hating anybody. We are talking the truth. Manyumba hatutaki kila mtu kwao. We want priority things. Let's have kelele iishe kwa vile tunaenda kule, basi tubaki sisi wema. Ni nini ingine inatakikana? Tuanze mambo ya kilimo, tuanze mambo ya kufikiria what is the other services. Nayo serikali kwa sababu iko hapo itupee services, watutengenezee namna ya vile tutafanya biashara zetu, kwa sababu biashara lazima tuwe na mazao kwa mashamba. Ni wapi tutauza? Tutapitishia wapi? Itafika wapi? How is the town that we are taking this? Are the consumers having money in their pocket so that they can buy what we are growing? And the country grows. Ikiwa pesa ni ya mtu mmoja, we are dying off and the country is going down. Pesa haiwezi kuwa ya mtu mmoja, and that is what is happening in Kenya. Everything is under control of one person. Na mkumbuke every money should pass through him. He has to know what is coming in and going out. Hiyo Kenya ni kumaliza, anamaliza. Na Kenyans hatutakubali, sababu maisha yetu tumeishi hiyo nchi yetu na tutaishi huko. Hiyo ndio nchi yetu, tupiganie nchi yetu, tumwambie the truth, and people have started to realize Uhuru works, and those are what I'm going to safeguard Kenya. Baba amesimama na sisi, anatueleza na kutuelimisha yale mambo inapangwa, tunajua in advance, which is very good and very crucial. Baba is very potential on us. He is the best guy that we would support, because one day if Baba take this government, you regret. We wish we had him earlier than before, than after, that is. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I wish you all the best. People, let's talk the truth and tell Kenyans what is going on as we get this news up front, because some of them are not accessing anywhere, but they might be able in a point watch something like this on YouTube and see what we are talking about. Asante sana Nick, everybody listening. Thank you very much.
Kenya maandamano kamili. This is the Iron Lady of Azimio. I think watu wa Azimio wanafaa kuvulia kofia, wanaopiga salute, because you have represented all their issues in one sitting. And that is the feeling of Alex and everybody, even the guy in Canada is very, very happy that he has listened to the voice of women in Kenya and the voice of the people. And this is what people feel that should happen in Kenya. I hope the Kenya Kwanza government is listening to our Freak 24 and they're getting to learn the opinions of various people. These are Kenyans who are interested in the welfare of the people. They are saying no to housing. They are saying no to President Ruto's tax regime. And they have an opinion, and they have a right to their opinion. So people of Kenya Kwanza, come into the studio, come and defend your government. I can see good year as usual on the comment section. Asili TV, karibu sana. You guys are awesome. Tell people to come in and tell us their opinion. Tell us about how we are running, how Ruto is running the country. Are we moving to the right direction, or we have decided to rob the taxes of Kenyans? Benson, if you are ready, welcome to the studio once again, Brother Ben. And Brother Ben also runs a channel. If you're out there, you want to promote a brother, Brother Benson Media is on YouTube. Get there, subscribe to his channel, and make sure that we support one of our own. Karibu sana, Brother Ben.
Habari zenyu.
Nzuri.
Alex, habari ya siku mingi.
Benson, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Glad to see you, bwana.
I'm okay. Nasikia venye watu wanazungumza hapa kukosoa serikali na vitu ambazo serikali hazifanyi sawa. Hiyo ni mzuri kwa sababu ni haki ya kila Mkenya kuzungumza yale anayofikiria, kwa sababu sisi wote kitu lazima tujue ni kila mtu anapenda hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. So ina depend unaipenda aje na unaitetea kivipi. Hiyo ndio sasa swali ambao sisi wenyewe tunafaa tujiulize. Lakini sasa tukikuja kwa hali ya siasa. Siasa unajua ni 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 ngumu sana kuelewa, kwa sababu unaangalia ni watu gani ambao wanaicheza na inachezwa vipi, unaona. Na ukikuwa na historia sana ya nchi yako, unaweza jua na ukuje upate kwamba wewe mwananchi ambao unapiga kura, unapata kwamba hauna mahali katika nchi ya Kenya. Ukiangalia kwa umakini sana sana, usiangalie tu pali uko saizi, lakini ujaribu kuangalia pali nchi yako imetoka na pahali imefika saizi, na uangalie ni watu gani ambao wamekuwa wakicheza katika siasa. Na ukishajua hivyo, alafu pia ujiangalie kama mpiga kura na ujiulize kwamba vitu ambazo we kama mpiga kura unataka zimejibiwa. Hiyo. Lakini mimi nikitaka kuzungumza katika mambo ya house levy, kuna swala ambazo mimi nimekuwa nikiuliza, kwa sababu ukikuja katika mambo ya house levy, it is usually the government should always provide housing. They should provide housing, and that's why it's called affordable. Something that is being provided by the government should be affordable, and you have to look at the definition of affordable. That is one thing. So I know there might be those who are supporting the Kenya Kwanza government, or those who are supporting Azimio. But let us look at what affects the common man. When you come to affordable housing, is that you are paying, it's a tax. Nick, I think you're the first tulishaongea hii kitu. Hiyo ni tax. Na swali yangu ya
It's not a tax.
It is a what?
It's a levy. And that is why we are having a problem, because it should have gone through parliament. For anything to be a tax, it has to go through parliament, it has to be debated, it has to be voted, it has to go through all the measures. And that is why it's called a levy. And that's why we're having a problem with the name levy.
So let me ask you, Alex. When you go to your paycheck and there's deduction, what do we call those deductions?
And that is why the Supreme Court has taken our case. Not the Supreme Court, the courts have taken our case. So we are asking, is it a tax? And if it's not, why is it being deducted? And then they are calling it a levy. Okay? That's a contradiction. If it's a levy, it's not supposed to be deducted.
But if you as an Alex, now your paycheck is being deducted, there's that percentage that is coming out of it's now. But as we speak right now on somebody on a learned kind of somebody who has somebody is intelligent, it is a tax.
We can't call it Benson a tax. It never went through parliament.
It is never.
Person will tell other people that this thing did not go through parliament. It's illegal. It can't be defined a tax, and that's why it's being called a levy.
So what is the difference between a levy and a tax?
Levy, a tax is something that has been approved by parliament, whereby you can, it's national or it's county-wide, okay? Whereby it has been approved and debated by parliament that this is necessary. Okay? If you look at something like Social Security Fund, it's a consolidated fund, or there's another name they call it. Let me just say it's a fund whereby you pull together, okay, because of agreed, like NHIF. But the housing levy, now that is where we ask, is it a tax? Is it a fund? because Social Security Fund, it is an agreed social amenity that
Yes.
helps for retirement.
Mhm.
NHIF to help for what? For this. And these are things that have been debated in Parliament, have been approved, and they were decided to be called social amenity. Now we are having a problem with the housing levy. Is it a fund? Is it a tax? Where can it be named? Because it is being imposed to us.
Alex, let me help you a bit. You see, most Azimio people you talk to, they don't know the difference between a levy and a tax. And from your explanation, it is clear that most people are not clear about what is a tax and what is a levy. A tax is something that you can abscond and not pay and pay on a later date. A levy is compulsory that you must pay it. It is a tax, but it is compulsory that you'll have to pay it, imposed by the government. You understand? That is the clear difference
No,
between a
that's
tax
not the
and a
only
levy.
definition. There is a more clear definition in terms of has it been passed through Parliament?
Uh,
That is now you are talking about the law.
Yes.
You are not talking about. We are
Legality.
talking about You are talking about the legality, but we are talking about the definition.
definition, yes.
Yeah, you are talking
You have
about
to
the
go through legality.
legality. You see, you are talking about the legality, Parliament, but we are talking about the term levy. The term levy is not defined by Parliament. All right. So that is the
Anyway,
difference.
let
Anyway,
Brother Benson
Benson,
continue.
continue.
Let
Anyway,
Brother Benson continue. We
it's
don't
it's
want
it's
him to lose that.
it's something that so many people we do not understand. But to me, there are some questions that even if somebody who is in Kenya Kwanza can come here and answer me one question. One, if you are being deducted house levy or a tax, and you remember there was the houses that were in Nakuru that were being sold at the market price. The 2-bedroom was going for 3.2, and the 3-bedroom was going for 4.2. So my question is, if I say I have that 3.2 and I buy it upfront, will I be still deducted levy or the tax? Because the main aim is for me to get a house. And if it is being deducted as a levy, why again should I pay the market price when I'm getting this house? That is one question. Second question is, because you are paying it, the house, you should be owning the house. And for you to own the house, you must to get like a documentation to show that this is going to be my house. Yeah. How will I own that documentation so that even one day, if I want to go to the bank to loan money, I can use my title deed to 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 get money as a security? Yeah. So those are the things that need to be explained. And what is the criteria that we are going to use to give these houses? You know. So if those things are answered, then we are headed in the right direction. But if they're not answered, then it tells you. Then another thing that also you have to, how they are acquiring the property, like the land that is these houses are being built on. How do they acquire them? Yeah, and who is the owner of those lands? You know. So there's so many things that it needs to be red flags, so many of them. Then if you look at the way even the president, is so adamant about the tax levy and creating about employment. If you look at the Kenyan population, how many people are graduating yearly? Yeah, is housing projects is the only priority that Kenyan we have in the country right now that can solve the employment issue? Are all Kenyans are going to be plumbers? Are all Kenyans are going to be the people on the mjengo? Yeah, all Kenyans. So like those are the things that sometimes makes me say that, okay, there's something that we are not being told. That is my submission.
Well, thank you, Brother Ben, for your view on the housing. Although I played a clip sometimes back here that answered almost all the questions that you've been asking. The issue, what I can remember, Inga saying that they are consolidating the money, and if you have 300,000 and 400,000, depending on the unit that you want, you pay the deposit upfront, and you will walk with a offer letter from his office that you'll get the house. These houses are supposed to be paid for a period of 7 years. Yeah, if you can afford, if you are a mama mboga, and there's a notion that mama mbogas are people who don't have money. That is a probably maybe a very corrupt way of looking at the mama mboga. There are many mama mbogas who are very, very rich, or people who are in the Juakali sector who are so rich and can afford these houses. So I played a clip. I'll play it again so that people can understand what the government is saying, and not look at the other view also about this housing. But Alex, I see you are saying no, 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 no. Maybe you have got a different opinion about this.
When I hear you say, Benson, can you mute? Somebody mute there. There's some noise. When I hear you say that there are some mama mbogas who are very, very rich, I just cannot comprehend that. Ni watu wanapigwa jua kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni.
Wacha nikuambie mama mboga ule yuko ana pesa hata kutushinda.
Hold on, let me finish.
Ule anatoka Kisii na lori ya mboga. Natoka Kisii na lori ya mboga. Huyu ana pesa ngapi?
We are not talking about brokers and wholesalers. When we mean mama mboga, my friend, jua ni ule mtu anaanika mboga chini. We are not talking about brokers here, man. Let's be serious. Let's not just be controversial for the sake of it. We are talking about mtu anaanika mboga chini. That's what we are talking. And then when we are talking boda, ni mtu akona pikipiki. We are not talking about mtu akona taxi ama kitu ngine. We are literally talking the people who are the least of the society. That is the definition of mama mboga. Mama mboga does not mean literally mtu anauza mboga. It's a definition for the people in the least of the society, who are women. And then boda literally is the men who also are in the least of the society. It's not a literal thing. It's a wider definition of there are people who are literally wanaenda kibarua, wanaenda wanachuna chai kama huko Kericho, wengine wanaenda kuvua samaki. I mean, it's not a literal thing, my friend. So when you say there are mama mbogas who are very rich, we are not talking brokers. We are not talking about people ambao wanaleta mboga kwa lori. We are talking about people in the least of the society. And those are the people that Ruto promised atainua maisha yao. Thank you, Nick.
Asante sana, Alex. Somebody has helped us there with the definition of a levy. Asante sana, good year for that. Yeah, that's what I said. It is something that is imposed. But just a tax that is imposed by the government, and you must pay it. But the other taxes sometimes you can avoid them and pay on a later date. But this one is imposed. But my question is, I'm trying. So, most of the time I'm on the other side debating. So I find myself in a situation whereby there are issues that I really want to talk about, but I wish somebody in Kenya Kwanza can come here and and try and tackle all these Azimio supporters who are here in the studio.
Nick,
And maybe Ben represents a neutral perspective of issues. But let me ask you, Ben.
Yeah.
let me ask you. I think this is the direction I'm going to take by asking questions that are important.
Mhm.
Do you think that there is a need for housing in Kenya, and what has informed Azimio Kenya Kwanza to start this ambitious project? Do you think it is something that is going to benefit the locals, including the Mamamboga?
Nick, that should not be the question. The question is, should we have affordable housing? That is yes, because it's not only in Kenya that is doing affordable housing, even in US where you are. And I can tell you the criteria how they work. They are houses that have been built by the government. And when you're going to rent these houses, they will look at the what you get at the end of the year. Yeah, these are government settlement. They will look at how much money do you make at the end of the year. If you pass their category, you're not going to get it. If you make like less money, yeah.
Yeah, they are called, if you are above the income bracket.
Yes, the tax bracket that they're going to look at. And what happens is that you pay this money to the government, and these buildings are owned by the government. So that one tells you it is the right of the government to provide the housing. That is what government should do to the people, because people needs it. And it's not something that started even with the government of Kenya Kwanza. Look, even when we have the municipal houses, and the municipal houses were working in what? If you're working in the municipality, you are given those houses and you pay not as somebody who is not working in the municipal housing. That is a way of affordable housing. This thing is not new. Yeah, it's a good project, but there is no way in which, even in the whole country where a citizen is funding the house that government is building, then you are buying. It doesn't work that way, Nick. Yeah.
What you are not getting is that these houses are not being built by borrowed fund. These houses are you people pulling up your resources and building the houses. It's just like binomics, trickle down economy. You have got the money. There's people who down there who don't have the affordable housing. Where you pay for them, and that has been a controversial issue here in the U.S.
No, Nick.
Why are Republicans always saying that they cannot be paying healthcare for the poor? Why are they saying that they cannot be paying all these benefits for people who are lazy? Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that people
When it comes to
are
housing,
burdening?
when it comes to
It's
housing,
the same thing.
there has never been a
No.
controversy.
They've never
When
been.
it has
They've
come
never.
to housing, remember last time
Because
when
you see, because for them they have got the housing right. For us, we have not got it right.
No, Nick.
Let me go back to the
Nick.
Kibaki
Let
era.
me tell you, Nick.
Mhm.
Let me tell you. Sometimes I've Paliniko. I've tried so much to visit even the offices, and to talk about the housing. And I've even visited those houses with few guys whom I know who are working in that sector. Yeah. The only thing that we are doing wrong is we like to copy paste without us knowing exactly what we want. Let us agree. Let us take out party politics out of this. It is not making sense, Nick. And if this thing was making sense, everybody, the reason why even that this housing, we will come to regret one time. It's a business that is there that we don't want to agree, because like even in the initial stages, it was not very easy for the government to explain for us about this. They fumbled so much with the housing from the beginning up to date. The courts, I don't think our courts are so bad that anything that is going to benefit a Kenyan citizen, the court can stop. Let us just agree and find a way that we can do it well so that Kenyan could benefit rather than doing it in a way that it's like a business.
Okay.
Yes, Alex. Yes. Before I invite the gentleman from Australia, Alex, just shikilia kidogo for 1 minute. I'll be back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me say quickly something, and then my Australian brother go. The word here is affordable. When you hear us being told that we are going to pay a deposit of 350 and the houses are going to be 3.5, does that really define the word affordable? No. I mean, for me, I feel like the affordable now bracket has gone off. So that disturbs me because you gave a classical example of municipal houses. There was a time we lived in municipal houses. In fact, it was arena estate. We used, when other people are paying 3 bedrooms in other areas, something like 1,000 in those times, we used to pay like 189 per month. Those were affordable. Okay. Now, what Ruto is calling affordable, it's a business. Now, let's go to our Australian brother. Plaza, come in.
Let me go back to the Kibaki era, the slum upgrade project. Did the Kibaki government impose any levy to finance the project? No, it did not. So these houses that Ruto went to officiate at Langata, that they are affordable housing from the project, where did he get money to build those houses? The project has been there, it has been running. But now he came in because he needs more money to do what he wants to do. He came in and said, like, you know what, guys, you need to step in and give me funds. What about those people who don't need those houses? Why should they be subjected to the levy and yet they don't need the houses? They have their own houses. And as per the calculation that I did, if you start working at 18 years and your salary is 100,000 now, and you pay 1.5, assuming like there's no increment, it's just a constant salary, you will pay by the end of your retirement age, of which I assume that it's 66, you will have contributed 1 point something million, which is not even half of a 3-bedroom house. Another question is, these houses that they are building, how many bedrooms are they? That's another thing that they don't tell the people. Unless and otherwise the government comes out and they put this project, this levy thing on the table and tell people, guys, we are going to build a 1-bedroom, or we are going to build a 2-bedroom, or we are going to build a 3-bedroom on this land. How did they acquire the land? That's another question. Because if there are people that need to be replaced, taken out of the land and given another land, there must be funds allocated to the same. Is this 1.5 part of allocation, used to allocate like take the people out and buy them another land somewhere else? So the government with this project, again, it's a pyramid scheme, and you will never hold them responsible after 10 years if in case they go a full time. Or if they don't, after that 5 years, you never hold them accountable, like, hey, where do you take the money to? So this housing thing, it's misplaced. The timing is wrong, of which there will be no good timing. But again, the government should come to parliament, pass a housing bill, and say, we as the government, we are going to allocate this amount of money for this project. Like the United States, it said, like, we are going to allocate this amount of money for infrastructure. and they pass the bill. But now in Kenya, you cannot come and say, hey, you know, guys, we are going to pass a 1.5 levy from your salaries. It's madness. That's all I can say.
Alex,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
and like if even if you look at the lands that the land that the national government is acquiring from some of those lands are not national government. These are lands that belong to municipality before, and that's why there's, I think that's the main reason why there's tussle between them and the Kiambu County and the national government. Yeah, because this land belonged to the municipality of Kiambu, maybe. I don't know whether, but now it's coming. But you don't tell people the criteria of taking that land and what are we getting in return if you're getting that land, you know, what are we getting in return? So I think the government should do something. Even like if you look at the affordable is something that um, the Kenyans, anybody can afford. Remember when there was Obamacare? Obamacare was affordable, yeah, but not everybody got it. The only people who got the affordable were the people who who could not buy other insurance, you know, that are expensive, yeah. So when government tells you it's affordable, is that the government, if it's giving you those services, it's giving you those services at a very cheaper price as that you can afford, and is usually optional. It's not a mandatory. Affordable that is provided by the government is optional in every government. There's no mandatory. When somebody, once you hear something, the affordable healthcare, affordable housing, affordable meal, affordable what, affordable, that is something that the government is giving those who cannot um get let's say the most expensive, you know, they cannot afford like the most expensive thing, or they're not working and they're earning like peanuts. Yeah, Nick is talking about that. Like the other day I went to a place whereby they do those affordable housing, and I just went as a person and I wanted to rent. They look at what I'm earning, they told me you cannot stay here, you know, because what I'm earning can take me somewhere that is a good place. Yeah. So it's good to be have that party affiliation and support your party, but sometimes let us have conscience. We still have a country, we still have family, you still, you know, it's not this government will come and go and a new government will come in place, but our country will always be there. So that is something that also we need to think.
I should be conscious about it. Now, there's an interesting something here, and I tend to find it quite true because it was being discussed on Citizen TV that affordable housing is different from affordable ownership. The government owns all the affordable housing units because
Mm,
it is also owns the land.
yes.
The land is under their title. Remember, these units are not just units on one land like 2,000 on a private land whereby you can fence it. These are flats.
Mhm.
Remember, these are flats. For affordable ownership, they should not touch my money unless they are borrowing. So we must understand that there is affordable ownership and also there's uh, affordable affordable housing. So if it's a affordable housing, you don't own the land, the VAT was free, and many other things. So basically, this is not your house. Like when you go to rent the municipality house, you may say at it, wangekuacha uishi hata 100 years. Lakini they will never, transfer the ownership to you. It's just period. It's just ownership. Yani, it's just the unit that you rent from or you lease from. But
And okay.
affordable ownership
Mhm,
is whereby you own the land, you are even given a title deed.
mhm.
Affordable housing, you are not given the title. There was a time, there was a tussle in Kenya, remember, when people bought the units. Then they were asking, we don't own the land. Which document should you give us so that when you go to the bank, you remember that debate that they had
Yeah.
even to go to court? And now they were given some documents that was called what? They had to come up with the name of a document because you are on the flat, a flat. You don't own the land. How can you prove to the bank this is your land? Because the first thing that proves this is your unit, you must own the land. They came up with something else that said that you own the unit. And the bank said, if you don't own the land, you cannot own the unit. And therefore, whoever owns the land is the one who owns the unit. And that was during Uhuru's time. And I think that thing went up to Supreme Court. I don't know how it got finished.
Okay,
Somebody who
like
is key to that can tell us about that.
I can talk on the private sector. I'm not very so much privy on the government about that. When we come to private sector, whereby somebody can build flats, yeah. When you build flats, there's what we call a sectional titles. This is something that is happening. A sectional titles, it's like around 10 flats, yeah, or a flat with a 3-family unit. They give you what we call a sectional title. So you are up there, you have your sectional title, but you both of you, so it will be a sectional title, and it can also act as a security. You can take a loan with it, but on the government, I don't know.
Did they ever, so you say they resolved that you can take it to the bank and it can be used as a collateral?
Yeah, in Kenya we have 4 different types of titles. Yeah, we have absolute titles. Absolute title is a title that is ancestral land. This is your ancestral land. It's absolute. The government does not have any say on it. Then the second one, we have the leasehold. The leasehold is where we have the municipality. You buy the land, the municipal lease that title for you for a period of 99 years, which is renewable. You pay the
They
ground rent.
removed the 99 up to 50 now.
Yes, at 99 years, you can renew it and you will own it. Your family will keep on owning it. It's a leasehold. The land belongs to municipal, but they've leased it to you, for a period of some time. You can build your house. You will pay the ground rent and all the amenities that is there. Then we have sectional title. The sectional title is where you have flats. Flats is built, but each and every unit, you can buy it, a section, and they give you title for that. You own that unit. Let's say you have 3 family units, yeah? Then they will give you, you buy the first unit, they will give you title that belongs to you, and you can go to the bank and have a loan with it. The second unit, but what you share the ground, the parking lot, you share the plot, but you have the sectional units. Then you have also what what is it called, the commercial, whereby it's only deal with the commercial. You cannot build residential. Is commercial. I think I cannot remember the
But
fourth one.
it's
So that's
zoned. It's
zoned.
zoned.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know about the one for the government. Maybe if I look, but for the private sector, I can speak about the sectional title units. So that is something that I'm very sure of. So who is here? Mr. Nick. Nick amepotea.
Oh,
No,
nani? Yeah, I'm here. I was here. Alex ndiye amepotea. I think
no, I'm here. I'm here.
ile kitu iko
Mhm.
ya hii juu ya hii affording. George from Washington DC is really giving us the insight of affordable housing and how it works. Now, this is what Uhuru did that is different from what Ruto is doing. In Uhuru's regime, it was not compulsory that you contribute towards the affordable housing.
Mhm.
It was voluntary. The units that were complete were either given to the people who had contributed to the fund, and you had to contribute over a period of time. That was around 5 years. Now, Uhuru's regime was to create a saving culture and for every Kenyan to have a home. We have brought in the issue of Mama Mboga in this affordable housing, such that for every Kenyan to believe that these houses are being built for Mama Mboga. These houses are being built for Kenyans who can't afford a decent home and have got money out there and can save and have a home eventually. Will your money be lost? This money, according to Uhuru and according to Ruto, it's like a savings. After a period of time and you've not gotten a house, you can still go back and take your money. That is what not everybody is talking about. People are just talking about that money is being taken and you will not get it back. You will get that money back.
With interest?
Yeah, Ben.
You know, now
Brother,
you're
Ben,
contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself. How,
that's correct.
if this was a levy, something that was imposed to you, and it was imposed on you, how would you then go back and say that I want you to give me back my money, and it was posted on you by force?
Because that's the term the government is using
That is
to
the
trick
term the
people.
government, it's a tax.
Thing is good.
That's the term
Yeah.
it is being
It
used at the
doesn't tell
moment.
you like you never get the money back.
Now,
So
let me
actually,
go
after
back
7
to,
years, according to Ruto, after 7 years, you can take your money back.
after
But
7 years, you
how
can
can
still
you take
take
a
it.
levy back? You can never take a levy back. It's taken from you to finance
Levy,
a project. So this project is financed with your money.
a,
You
a
can't
levy
do
is
the project and withdraw the money.
a levy is just a formal tax, but it is imposed on you. It's
Yeah,
not
but
that you can't get it.
Ruto is lying to the Kenyans that you can go and take the money back, but you will never take the money back.
Or if you
Now,
have, it will be so bureaucratic.
okay, now I want us to now look at, we don't have houses in Kenya and the government is not doing something. Alex, you want to buy a property in Kenya. Can you, and you are a civil servant, can you tell me how you're going to afford it?
I mean, if the land speculation was to be stopped, look, the problem we have with Kenya is the land speculation. I tell you, some
Exactly.
places, let me finish. There are some places that land is more expensive than the house you are going to build, which is sort of
It's always like, yeah. In some places, you are right. In rural areas, the land could be, in some places, in some rural areas, it could be different.
Yeah,
But
we are
in
saying in
most,
rural areas, but now where we are seeing, for example, they went and demolished some houses in Mombasa. That area that they demolished is not a place you can call a rural area. That's an urban area. You see, and some of these places, there's no rural areas. One, it's only in Sironga, which I heard where they are going to build, and I wonder why they should build a house in Sironga. And then, it's just so ridiculous. From Sironga to Nyamira County, it's a little bit far, unless they are planning to get the town from Nyamira County to Sironga. So that is the only rural one that I've had. But so far, all these places that Nini has been demolished, houses have been, there are a lot of houses that have been demolished in the recent past.
they're not, are they being demolished for a reason, or they're being demolished for nothing?
But at the end of the day, it's for nothing.
For nothing,
No, are they being demolished because there was a violation, or are they being demolished because the government wants to expand, or the owner needs the land?
Some of these lands had leases, still there were leases. For instance, in Mombasa, you can't have a title. You know that. I don't know why, because the Sultan was there during the independence. I don't know, because Mombasa they don't get titles. But the other places that you get ancestral title, Our friend has told us that we have 4 titles, which I think he called absolute title. So, but some areas they have leases. So, like in Mombasa, I saw them demolish houses, and the person who had the lease showed that his lease had still a couple of years because he just renewed it 5 years ago, and fortunately was given a lot of time to pay for it. For instance, now they want to take the land for War Memorial Hospital because the other side of behind State House, there's an airstrip. That land is 25 acres. If you take it all the way to the hospital, they left the annex on the other side. That's a lot of land, and they just took it from the hospital. So I mean, they are taking land forcefully from people and demolishing it, and now they start having tussles about leases and lands. So I don't know why it's being done now. People and hospitals now are being targeted. For me, I say that it's a wrong way to get land. If you don't have land in a certain county, don't force it.
If you don't have,
wait for a lease to end, but don't move people in oxygen who just came from theater and just decide to put affordable housing there. So in Nakuru, that's what they are trying to do. So in short, what I'm trying to say is that some places have had a calamity whereby they are now imposing and moving people out of places because they cannot get the land. But in some places, the government has had land there because they want to say that they must build every 47 county 2,000 houses. That's what they have said. But the houses being demolished, some of them is illegal, moderator.
yeah, I think I wouldn't say that the houses like the ones that you have seen on TV, that like the one for Kirima and all that, that is people coming back for their property.
No, that one, I'm not talking about the Kirima one.
The one for Portland Cement, the Portland Cement, that was illegal allocation.
That was an ancestral land that was given to the company, and they need to deal it, like ancestrally.
Which one?
The Portland land.
The Portland Cement, the Portland land is owned by the Portland Cement factory. It's not owned by any ancestor. That's why I need you guys each and every.
Okay, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question about the Portland land. Yeah, these people, they have been on that land for a couple of years. They were doing development. The Portland company, it's not like it just came to Kenya on that particular time. Yeah. And then they demolish houses, and then all of a sudden they are like, you know what, guys, this land is up for sale. Yeah. The question that should be asked is when this development were done, because somebody cannot come to your land, put the materials down, start construction without you asking like, hey, how are you constructing on my land? It is on the same land that the company is built on. So I think there was something that wasn't clear. Maybe it was a scheme. Maybe I'm not sure, but there must be something that was not right. Because people came, started developing the land. The company was there, seeing them developing, and then all of a sudden they are like, hey guys, you're on our land. Why did they have to wait until that period of time? And then the houses are demolished, and then they come back and they say, hey guys, you know what? We are selling this land. That's fishy. For me, it's fishy.
I think the issue of the Portland Cement was conmanship. Somebody conned so many Kenyans on idle land that you think that this land does not belong. And when they started the construction, they were warned. That issue has been in court on several occasions, but most of the time they use politicians to bulldoze and build their structures. So Portland didn't see the need or that they need that land. Wakawacha wajenge na nini. But now came a time when you now maybe management changes and say, we want back our land. These people have to go. So when that's why in Africa we have the Dr. Shamba show that comes each and every Sunday at around 9 p.m. The Dr. Shamba show by Engineer Florence. Engineer Florence will take you through each and every steps of succession and getting a new title here on Africa. So please subscribe if you're out there. Please subscribe to Africa 24. We have got very, very good shows that are lined up for you. On the issue of Shambas, you'll always get the information here on how to get a clean title. You will be educated on the Green Book, what the Green Book is saying. You'll be educated on leasehold. You'll be also taught on how to buy property and land in Kenya. Just here on Africa, tomorrow we'll run the show. It will be live. You can ask your questions here on Africa. Engineer Florence will be here telling you about how you can get that property back that has been stolen from you, from maybe squatters, maybe your brothers, maybe your uncles, how you can get that land back. So we are back to the issue of land. Land is such a serious issue. We will be unlocking the land dilemma in Kenya. So please stay tuned to Africa. Here is where we unlock and we tell you the truth about the issues that are affecting our land. And Ben is out. I think he got a phone call. We were talking about this affordable housing, and I was asking the man from Australia. Remind me your name, sir. The man from Australia, mgeni. Engineer, kesho kutakuwa na engineer mwenzako hapa. Engineer, and please subscribe to Africa. I am sure, don't forget to subscribe to Africa 24 on YouTube. You'll see this logo on YouTube. I want to see your subscription on Africa. So that when you are in Australia, you also tell your friends about Africa and you invite them to come to this particular show. We have loved your contribution on the various issues. What I wanted to ask you, in case you want to buy a property in Kenya, for example, you want to buy a house, you want to buy land, which areas as a middle class man, not as a rich man, would you be looking at?
Like the geographical area?
Yeah, like for example, I want to buy land in Nairobi. And I want to buy land that is affordable and build my house. Which area will you be looking at?
That also will depend on like is it a residential development you want to do or a commercial development? So
it's residential. I want to build my own house. Yes.
Then I recommend you go to Rongai or Utawala or along Thika Highway.
How much is that? Roughly. Roughly, why no? Why not Thika? Which Kenya maandamano would have been here?
Yeah, Thika Highway.
Yeah, you can go to Juja Farm. It's.
I am asking you this question. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Why Utawala? How much would you think land in Utawala 60 by 30 would cost?
60 by 30 will go for like the last time I checked it was around 3 million. The last time I checked.
That's 3 million. And then you want to construct maybe a 4-bedroom house. How much would that be? Roughly, if you think.
Let's say it will go like around 10, 15, depending with how fancy your house to be.
I don't want it to be fancy. I want it to be moderate. How much do you think you'll spend on that house?
7 to 10 million.
7 to 10 million. Let's give it 7. So you've already bought land for 3 million, and you want to put in another 7 million. that is 10 million. For an average Kenyan, do you think they can afford building a house?
No.
No.
They cannot afford building a house. And let me tell you, engineer, you gave a very good analysis. I have a property in Utawala. The land today in Utawala, the land that I bought two parcels of land in Utawala. One was for 230,000. Another one was for 200. When I go back to the same parcel of land, today it is 5 million. One parcel of land is 5 million. 5 million. Land that I bought 12, 14 years ago. Today it's 5 million. For you to put property in that particular land, a house, it will cost exactly what engineer said. Now, this government ambitious project, you're being told you will be deducted 15,000 when you get the property. You put a deposit of 300,000 and you're put in the list to get your house. And if you're lucky, you can move in the same day that you're put in that deposit. When the houses are ready, you can move in. And you pay 15,000 for 7 years. Now, who are you? Who is this now telling you that this is not?
You know, there's a difference.
For me,
what is the difference? No,
my problem is not
I have you have
my
given me.
problem.
Go ahead.
My problem is if the Ruto government goes for 10 years, this is how much you will have contributed. If you get 100,000 per month, you will have contributed 180,000 plus 350. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my problem is not contribution. My problem is the mathematics behind the contribution. If you get 100,000 per month, and then you contribute for 10 years, by the end of the Ruto government term, you will have contributed 180,000. For the 180,000 plus 350,000, that's 530,000. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Unless you enlighten me, like my mathematics is it's wrong. But again, tell me, like, how will this 530,000 construct a 3, or let's say construct a 1-bedroom house in Nairobi? Just I can't hear you.
Are you saying that 500,000 cannot construct a 3-bedroom house or a 2-bedroom house or a 1-bedroom house?
In Nairobi.
Now this is where you get everything wrong. Let me tell you.
Now listen to me.
Now wait. Let me try to explain. He asked a question, and I want to explain to you that these houses are not looked at like that. That your contribution, whatever your contribution, is what will afford. People are pulling their resources.
I agree with you, but
for you that house.
If I pull my resources, you pull yours, Alex pull his, we need our houses. So like your 530, my 530, and Alex 530, it will not.
Yes, you will get your house. Who says that you are not getting your house?
But the mathematics behind it, and mind you that this is after 10 years calculation.
Who tells you that after 10 years is when you get your house?
Okay, then with the facts, explain to me how a 1,500 monthly contribution when you are getting a salary of 100,000, of which it's not everybody who is getting 100,000. There are those who are getting 20,000. So you can imagine 1.5 of 20,000 is how much? Doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't make sense. unless you do the calculation, like same as I did my calculation, you do your calculation and tell me, engineer, these are the calculations. They make sense. But until then, this whole thing doesn't make sense. I don't know why we have a technical hinge on the audio.
No, I think
No, the audio is okay. The audio is okay. Sometimes we go on mute. I think mine was muted. That time we were having a conversation.
Yes,
And
please
Alex,
do the mathematics
I'm
and show
looking.
me, like,
I want to.
yeah,
I want to play for you a clip by the guy, the
let us
PS,
stop
who
that
is.
because that clip is going to redirect me from what I wanted to say.
You know very well. Alex has already watched that clip. He knows very well. This guy explained
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you something, Zalendo. You have your comparison is like a banana and a potato.
Yeah,
You
one is
cannot
sweet and
tell
one is.
me that as unit that is built kwa ghorofa, you can compare it on a unit. You have bought your own land, you have built your own unit, you have your own fence, you have your own privacy. You compare it what Ruto is building a flat, and you start saying, see the difference. I mean, you're comparing two things that do not come together. What Ruto is building is flats. When you buy your own land, which is 3 million, you have your own compound. When you go to take even a collateral as a loan in bank, you're going to get even more money. But if you get the transactional unit kwa ghorofa ya pili, and it depends ghorofa gani uko nayo. Ukikuwa chini, you get more money. Ukienda second house, you go up, the less the money it is to get a loan from the bank. So you cannot compare your own house with your own compound, with your own privacy, with your own everything, with the units that Ruto is building. Hizo ni ghorofa bwana. And then you don't have absolute title. The title is owned by the government.
Who
or
said
the
so?
private developer.
That is a big lie. You see, these are the kind
It's
of
not
propaganda.
a big lie. Who owns the title?
I wanted to play for you that PS telling you that title is given to you. That title, the Inga said, that title you will get it once you finish
give
complete.
a title where there is 4,000 units?
Because umeambiwa when there are 4,000 units on the first floor, there's a title, ownership title that you are given. On the second floor, there is.
That's a big lie.
That is a provision in government today.
Muzalendo.
What do you mean? Why would I buy? Why would I buy a house? Why would I buy a section of a flat and I don't own anything?
Muzalendo.
Stop propaganda. As a moderator, stop propaganda.
Muzalendo.
I will bring for you the facts. Just continue saying what you want to say. I will bring for you the facts.
Even if they do that, it is not logical. It's not reasonable. You can only get absolute title when you have your own piece of it. You alone. This one, they are lying to you. That is not a title.
It is what?
It's a fake title. And now you're proving.
All right, it's a fake title. Guys, in the comment section, if you are living in a flat or if you have any information of somebody, I have an information of somebody who bought the Bomayangu houses in Ngara, and they got the second floor, and they own the property, and they have a title deed for that particular section. I am telling you.
A title on
Muzalendo, you know, it amuses me that as Kenyans, we don't learn from our past mistakes. If you remember very well, during I think it was the first term of Uhuru, there was this circle. I don't want to mention name because I don't want to be taken to court. There was this circle that came and told people like, hey, you know, guys, we have this project. You contribute like less than 10,000 and then we will build a houses for you. Yeah, you'll build a houses for you, and then people went in because they know that Kenyans, we love cheap things. If I tell you like Mzalendo, you can come up with a 2 shilling, and then by the end of the year, I'll give you a car. Of course, that's what people want to hear. So people came in, contributed money, contributed, and then the guy declared himself bankruptcy. What will you do? People cried. People lost. So this housing thing, I took the 100,000 at the upper limit. Let us go with the average Kenyan person. How much does he get as a salary? It's like 20 to 25,000. So 1.5 of 25,000, that's like 250 shillings. 250 shillings times 12, you can imagine how much that is. It's less than, I think it might be less than 1,000, or slightly above 1,000 times 10 years. Then let's say that the project will mature after 10 years. That's when it will start being built.
Which 10 years? You're supposed to pay that house within 7 years.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a figure sense to Mzalendo, because for
No,
him,
just put 7,000 because it's the reality, so
yeah,
that you can understand.
and even with the 100,000 that I went to it doesn't make sense. So Mzalendo, unless you come with figures that displays opposite of what I'm saying, then I accept that this housing project, it's a valid thing. But until then, for me, it's a scam. That's all I can call it.
Well, you say it's a scam. People in Kenya Kwanza say that that was part of President Ruto's agenda and a continuation of what Uhuru, or him and Uhuru wanted to do in their term. So he has continued with the agenda. I saw him giving out the houses in Buxton, in Mombasa. Completion, it is near complete. It is completed. The houses in Buxton, Mombasa are already completed, and people are moving in. And I saw a lady being given some keys to the house. It did not. It did not.
Let me ask you a question. Those houses were built on which money?
Those houses. This is what happened between. They were voluntary. Those houses that you are seeing that that Uhuru was building. I think the one for Buxton was some of the Uhuru's projects that they were doing with William Ruto. It was a contribution between.
Don't give it as an example. We are talking as Ruto manifesto. You are giving a wrong example, and that's the
No, I'm not
propaganda.
giving. Ruto manifesto is a continuation of what they did with
It is not.
Uhuru.
We
What
were
do you
not
mean?
paying a house. We were not paying a house levy there.
Housing was part of the agenda.
Mzalendo,
We
if
were not paying housing levy. Stop propaganda.
You are contributing.
No. Stop that propaganda. Now you are going out of the.
If people voluntarily contributed and
yes,
houses and it built houses, why are you imposing levies on people?
I am telling you, the project for Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. Just let me complete. Just don't say it's propaganda because you don't have the facts. The facts are that the project. No, UN Habitat contributed money for that project. I don't know. You don't even know that. UN Habitat contributed that money for this ambitious project.
So what UN Habitat built, don't put it as part
Not
of
that
what we want. Houses that Ruto has built from bootstraps. That is the example we want to know.
Yes, I am giving you an example. Ruto has been. Oh God, Ruto has been in office for how long, Mr. Alex?
the man has denied he has never been part of Uhuru's government. He keeps on saying the last government, Uhuru left the coffers.
You,
Stop
you
it.
know
Leave Uhuru alone.
what I
Leave
like
Uhuru
with this
alone.
debate is that
You keep on saying the handshake government. That's
which
what
which which
you people
which
you people keep on saying the handshake government.
which people?
Kenya Kwanza.
Oh, Kenya Kwanza keep on saying it's the handshake government. The handshake government between Raila Odinga and so these houses were built by Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta.
You change because of your convenience or inconvenience. You're like chameleons. If something is bad,
you see, this lady is asking me, please play the clip because I wanted to play the clip, but they can't agree for me to play the clip. Good, yeah, they can't agree because the clip has got facts. You can't agree.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Allow me to introduce the PS for housing. Telling you how these houses are acquired, how you will get them, and you know how the project started. So when we want to play for you the facts, you're saying hapana, haiko hivi. Even me, I didn't know about this housing. I didn't know so much about it until I heard from the PS that this is how it is done. Let me look for the clip and play it for you. Just a second. Alex, continue as I look for the clips.
You see, let's not play double standard here because honestly, if the houses were funded by UN Habitat and the Ruto houses are being funded as a levy, which is a consolidated fund of 1.5, which is a pool, we cannot compare with that. One was built by UN Habitat, which UN Habitat, they have people who just philanthropists who give money to that organization, and that organization is owned by the former president of America, Jimmy Carter. And the work of UN Habitat is to build houses for free all over the world. And they don't have discrimination over it. And therefore, that money did not cost a dime. Go to UN Habitat website. You will realize that the UN Habitat website, it tells you that they build houses for free for people who are poorest of the poorest. They go to a neighborhood. There are so many neighborhoods here in Minneapolis, I see them. Utaona huko nje wameweka something inasema UN Habitat community area. It means watu wanaenda kuchukuliwa from the wanaitaka aje, not slums. I mean there's a projects. Wanachukuliwa from projects which are these ghorofa refu, wameweka watu huko ndani. They bring them and they live in homes. If you have children like 4 years and you know wamekuwa wakubwa, you have been living in a 2-bedroom house, they build you for free. So UN Habitat does its project all over the world. So if Buxton was built by UN Habitat, you cannot compare the Buxton with the Levy House that is being taken by Ruto, William Samoei Ruto. Those are two things that we cannot compare. So that's why I say, hiyo ni propaganda unataka kuleta. The Buxton houses are totally free, built by the government, by a non-government organization, UN Habitat of Jimmy Carter. Now, let's look at William Samoei Ruto. They say you put a pool and then you're going to put a deposit. If they told people to pay a deposit in that area, I think Human Habitat will have to sue William Samoei Ruto because it was the funder. Those houses are going to be free. Nobody's going to pay a dime. Lakini najua Wakenya watapitia nyuma, waambie watu wafanya nini? Walipie hizo nyumba. So, which will be illegal. Engineer, unaweza sema kitu kabla hajapata?
Hata yeye mwenyewe anajua ya kwamba hii yote ni ukora. He knows that. And the houses, and I asked him a question. He didn't say anything about this, because if the volunteering contribution, yeah, led to construction of these houses, why can't we go with the same project? Why are we imposing levies on people so that we can build houses? Why can't we go with the Kibaki, with the route, with the Huru way? Like, if you need the house, then contribute. Then we build the house for you, and then you continue paying until you get your house. The whole thing is, it's just, it's not clear. It's not clear, and I don't know, but I'm so, it breaks my heart when we go with the same thing, same lies, and over again. Yeah. So these houses are not there. They will never be there. Ruto will finish his term and disappear, and the houses will not be there. It was just a campaign, and now they need the funds.
Engineer, how do you feel today? Today or yesterday? No, yesterday, the senator for Trans Nzoia, Kipsang, said that the housing levy is a scam. There's a UDA senator who said it in parliament again, that it is a scam. How come UDA members are coming to say that it is a scam?
Because it is. That's the truth. It is.
So why do they keep saying that it's Azimio saying it's a scam? They are not looking at the UDA people who are saying it's a scam.
Because they are looking for sympathy. That's all they are looking for. So the only way to come out and seek sympathy is just to say, you see, we did not accomplish this because the Azimio came and they opposed us.
You think the civil servants and people who work in companies or corporate world are happy to be taking that money out, whether you are in UDA or Azimio?
No? And that's why you are seeing a lot of companies, they are just packing and leaving Kenya. Because the taxes are too much.
And also remember, also there's energy regulation right now. There are blackouts all the time. You never know when the blackouts are coming.
Mm-hmm. And you know, if you have worked in an industry, then you know that the warming up costs, it's a lot. Warming up cost, it's a lot. And with the current energy costs, it will be so difficult to run a factory in Kenya. Yeah, because for you to run that factory, that means you have to warm up your machines before you start production. That's a cost that's lost in between, and that cost has to be transferred to the final consumer. And then if you are the final consumer, you are consuming 2 units, then that means you have to cut down to 1.5. What happens to 1.5 units? The company will suffer the losses. Then the company will say, you know what, this market it's unprofitable. We just pack our things, move to a profitable market. And that's why farms are moving to Uganda and Tanzania.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
The energy ratio in Africa, it looks like Africa has Kenya has the largest per unit kilowatts. I think Kenya is the largest, followed by I think Mozambique. Why is Kenya having the highest electricity?
Let me tell you why. The private power producers, they charge almost 3 times or 3 to 5 times more than what KenGen charges KPLC. For KenGen, let's say that if Kengen charges 5 shillings per kilowatt from KPLC, the private power producers will charge 25 shillings. And
So
that
they
debate
should
was
regulate
debated. That
they
debate was
should
debated
regulatory
in
body.
Parliament some time back, and they were like, then why are we buying any power from these private distributors? Because it doesn't make sense.
So we don't have a regulatory body, or it's just weak.
It's there. It's just a showcase. That's what they call it. Just a showcase.
Another thing is the corporate tax. Kenya has the highest corporate tax, which has made companies move out. Why
Yeah.
should we have the highest corporate tax in the actually in the world?
Alex, let me ask you a question. If you want to rule people,
Mhm.
what will you do?
You make them poor.
Yeah. And that's the same thing that they are doing. You make them poor. After you make them poor, now you can rule over them. If you remember, when Ruto was campaigning, he said, like, nobody will sleep with an empty stomach. That's what he said. Nobody will sleep with an empty stomach. No child will be sent out, will stay home because of school fees. No mother will die because of poor health care. No hustler will close his business because of high cost of doing business. And when he came to power, what did he do? The second day, he increased fuel prices. After you touch fuel, you touch everything in the economy. That's what he did. And then now, he said, like, if I come to power, I will reduce the cost of hunger to 70 shillings.
Nikiweka Biblia chini.
Yeah. And it was possible. It was possible. Because if you do not support your farmers, what happens? The cost of food goes up. You saw when Ukraine, when Russia gave out fertilizer to Africa during the war, and then the government said, you know what, guys, we have cheaper fertilizer that's going for 2,500. I don't know if in Kisii you saw that. Did you receive the fertilizer?
For me, I didn't.
So everything in this government, it's based on lies. That's why the government will fail. And I'm sorry to say that it will fail. For me, I could have been happier if they could have succeeded. But the fact remains that they will fail, and they are failing.
So you agree with Sifuna while debating
Niongeze kwa show bwana.
Karibu. Yeah. So when the government fails, it fails. And that's the truth. That's the fact. Yeah. So unless the government goes back to the drawing board and the Ruto realizes that it's high time for him to work for the people and not standing and stop standing on the rooftops and telling people lies and nakutengwa. It's I mean, like, the Uhuru government is past, but they will stand on the stage and they'll say the Uhuru is behind this, Uhuru is behind that. You know.
Oh, hold on, engineer. Mburu, there is no way I can add you because I'm on the phone And oh, okay. Umeingia. Thank you, Mburu. Okay, engineer, finish.
Yes, so unless the Ruto government realizes that Uhuru doesn't have anything to do with them, and they should leave him alone and focus on developing on the development and the pledges that they made, then I think themselves they have realized that they have failed, and that's why they are trying to pass the monkey.
Before I give my friend Mburu, welcome. Take a breather. Let me ask him one more question. Now, the other question I wanted to ask you, in regard to NHIF and the shifting to SHIF, and speculation saying that Amoco is one that is going to be the underwriter. What do you make of it? And these are speculation. I mean, I haven't seen anywhere that it is written, but I've seen it. I've seen it's being floated. Do you think it will be a good idea for the president to be the underwriter in the new healthcare?
No. For the healthcare insurance system, I think they need to go back to the drawing board. For me, it's a conflict of interest, and if we go by the say, then it doesn't picture a good image of him.
And remember, that's just speculation, because let's not cast a stone on things that haven't been done. So,
because
Mburu, habari yako?
Oh, yes, Alex. Salama sana.
Hey.
Yeah, poleni nilipotea kidogo, lakini now I'm settled. I'm in the house.
I'm glad to see you, Bwana. You know, we spoke earlier and I was happy to hear about you, but now we are here trying to help our country, because that's the business of our country. Now I wanted to ask you a question. We were earlier here,
yes,
and we were talking about housing levy.
Yes.
And we needed an opinion of Kenya Kwanza. So tell us more what you know about this housing levy.
Bottom line is that houses are very, very important in the nation of Kenya. We have a problem of housing, and most of our people are living a what we can call substandard kind of life. We have, I think, the most slums in Africa. We might be number 1 or 2 in Africa when it comes to slums.
Kibera is the largest in Africa.
You can imagine Kibera is the largest in Africa. So on that basis, we can say that there is a shortage of housing in Kenya. And even those people who have houses, most of them, they don't have good houses. So when the government is saying, let us uplift the lives of people and how our people live, it is a good thing. Most of those people in those slums, they pay around 3,000 to 4,000 every month. And these are not their houses, but these are houses built by people, other people, and they have rented to them. Most of them, they don't own those slum houses. And they pay a lot of money. Do they have good toilets? Some of them don't even have toilets. Do they have the sewer system? They don't have the sewer system. So the health of those people has been put at risk. So we have to agree, all of us, that we need houses in Kenya.
So, Mburu, let me ask you, because according to the prices that have come out, including the PS figure, he said these units are going to be sold at 3.5 million. and a
Yes.
deposit of 350. Can a slum person afford a deposit of 350,000?
No, it's not possible. And that is what I was saying here. We may differ on the processes, we may differ on prices, but we have one thing in common, or one thing that we agree, that we have a problem of housing in Kenya. So,
No, but
I,
remember,
I,
it's affordable
yes,
house. So let's not say housing. We are talking about
yeah, I'm
affordable
coming there.
housing.
I am coming there.
Okay.
So on the processes and how much the houses will cost, maybe I haven't done or I have not gone into details on that in as far as as research is concerned. But last time we were here, I heard that there are two proposals. The proposal one is whereby someone can be paying between 2,500 every month for a period of time up to when you're gonna get like 125,000. Then you can be in a position to occupy that house. Then you pay for a number of years before that house can become legally your house. And then there is those who are able to deposit the bunch of money together, like 300,000 together. They are able to get the key immediately to occupy the house. Okay, I don't know. I am not privy to the processes and all that. And as we continue with the debate, I'll do my research here, because nowadays everything is there, and I'll be able to. We will be in a
As
position to
far
go
as I
into
know,
details. Yes.
as far as I know, the proposal that now is popular is
Yes.
350. The house will be 3.5. The house will be paid in a span of 7 years. And that is what we are worried about. Is this affordable? And
That's not affordable.
one of our panelists here said that affordable housing is meant for people of upper middle class, not people from the slum, because the amount of deposit that is required is a little bit high. So just do the research, because it's good to
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm doing
right.
right now.
Okay. So can you mute
Yeah,
then? So
that's
Madam
what.
Julia, how are you?
Fine, Alex. Good to see all of you.
I'm glad to see you at Afrik 24, a place we also come to rest and also try to argue with our Kenya Kwanza brothers to convince them that housing levy is a scam, and also the SHIF is a scam. But they are a little bit tough, but we are also a little bit tough. We have taken them to court, and it has been stopped for a while. And instead of them going back to court, they are threatening us that they will move without it. What do you make of the threats that they are going to move by force?
Okay. Of course, the threats. Ruto is doing so many things that are against the law. So I'll not be surprised if the projects go ahead, because I don't think he cares. I mean, he has taken captive of the judiciary, the law enforcers. So I think he'll go ahead and do that, Alex. I will not be surprised.
So will there be any repercussion in regard to that, or you think everything will be as normal and it will continue?
Okay, the repercussions are, I'm not in a situation where the law enforcers will go and stop the construction. I'm honest in a situation of a continued conflict between the judiciary, part of the judiciary, not everyone in the judiciary, part of the judiciary, and the executive concerning the houses. So I think the judiciary will continue making court orders and maybe trying to stop that. But Ruto has said even the police that were stopped from going to Haiti, he has said that he'll send them whether the judiciary likes it or not. So how far, maybe we should ask ourselves, how far can the judiciary go to stop what? Because we need, okay, the judiciary makes decisions, but then we have the law enforcers. Who are the law enforcers? I think that is Come's area. Or what do you think, Alex? Come, the
No,
police
court,
boss.
the
Come,
courts,
not. Comment the CJ, comment the police boss. Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's the comment, the police boss. Yeah. That is their area. And also Kindiki. Kindiki is the overall person because he's the interior minister of security. So I think the buck stops at Kindiki, not even Kome. Kome is just the police unit alone. We have PSU, we have many other players within the interior ministry. So okay. Let me ask you another thing. There was and then we go to Mzalendo play your clip. But let me ask you,
Yeah.
Mzalendo was giving us an example of Buxton, which was funded under Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in what we call Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity, if you know it, they totally give houses free. You don't even pay a dime. So that house was built totally free. So is it right to call it part of uh, Ruto housing projects?
No, I was actually surprised to hear Muzalendo saying that this was Uhuru and Ruto's projects. I was very surprised because I think we can even play back the clips here when Muzalendo and Tim were saying that that Ruto was not working, was not in the second term government, and they were calling it the handshake government. So I'm very surprised. Maybe we could go back and replay the clips where Mzalendo and Tim said that Ruto was not in that government and that Uhuru was working everything. It was Uhuru and Baba, which I also always disagree because I never ever had Baba being appointed as cabinet minister, cabinet secretary to anything in that government. Yet Ruto was still the deputy president. So if now they are attributing the gains of Uhuru's government in the second term to Ruto, I'm very surprised. But now my question is, Uhuru did not ask anyone to contribute to the house levy. We are even just getting surprised that Uhuru was doing some projects of housing because it didn't affect the Kenyans. We were not conscious because he wasn't asking more money from Kenyans. So we are just kind of getting impressed. Oh, he was doing some housing, some houses here and there, and now it pains us that Kenyans have to pay for Ruto's project. So I think Mzalendo should withdraw that statement. Buxton, those houses that are ready are not Ruto's projects. That is
But
Uhuru's
don't you
project.
think? But don't you think, to be honest, Ruto was part of that government? Because
Yes, Ruto, yes, to be honest, he was part of that government, but they keep saying he was not. So maybe they should tell us today where to place him. Whether it was handshake, or maybe the Buxton House are handshake projects or Ruto's projects. I think they are confusing us now. They should tell us where to place Mr. William Samoei Ruto. That is
let's
what.
say that was a strategic campaign way so that he can win. But he was still don't you think Mzalendo might be right when he say it is a continuation because he was part of the government?
Yes, legally he is right because it is a continuation, and therefore we should attribute every gain and every good and bad thing that happened in that government we should attribute to Ruto too. If he speaks about the loans, we should also ask him what they did with the loans. If he said that they found an empty coffer, we should ask him, Mr. William Ruto, what did you do with our money when you were deputy president? Okay, why did you and your boss borrow so many loans? Why did you accumulate so much loan? So if now I like the way we are going. So from now henceforth, if Buzarendo and team KKA continue to say that this is Uhuru Ruto continuation projects, that is a good thing. So now we'll be asking them to tell us what they did with the loans they borrowed. Why they borrowed so much, right? We should be asking them why they borrowed so much now, because the continuation is a continuation of the projects of the things the duo are doing together, including the housing project. And of course, the continuation, as you go on, Alex, you'll ask them why the number two of Uhuru has decided to ask Kenyans money to pay for the housing when his boss was not asking for that money. Maybe that is what I would say.
Thank you very
Alex,
much.
Thank you, thank you very
Alex,
much. I needed to play. We have been looking for this clip.
Alex, before Mzalendo plays that clip, apparently I saw something here on the Mombasa Buxton developers houses. Let me read it how it says. Here it says the government acquired the housing units from Buxton developers through the housing levy collected. And then the first question that came to my mind was like, how much was collected from the housing levy before it was stopped? Yeah, of which it doesn't make sense for me. Let me continue. And then here it says, where did it go? Here it says, through the developers' finance and the construction at higher rates, the government has an assured debt-free revenue for buying off the houses for on lending to the people cheaply at 3% interest rate. That's what the PS Charles Singer said. So for me, the question is, if they say like they bought these houses from Buxton developers, how did they how was the purchasing process done? Was it public? Did anybody know, or did they just decide like, you know what, we are buying these houses, and then they came and then they say like, these are the cheap affordable houses for you guys?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I need to play this clip. It will answer some of the questions that you are asking. One, you really dived into Buxton. You didn't get the facts right. These houses were not built by Habitat. It was built by the Levy Fund. And I need to please pay attention to this clip. It will answer so many questions that people are asking about these houses, because this houses is just a continuation of what the agenda for Uhuru. It's only that Ruto has changed a few things to introduce it as a compulsory levy. Asanteni sana.
Viewers, wherever you are, this is Africa 24 and Zalendo. I went out there to find about the facts about this housing that everybody is talking about, this housing that people don't want to hear about, this housing that people are saying they're being overtaxed. We want to look at what the PS for housing is saying. So facts are sometimes very stubborn. You know, when you want the real facts, go to the real people who are in charge of this housing. Don't listen to your politicians, because these politicians peddle a lot of lies. Once they get the microphone, they get excited. They want you. They want to ignite the masses with a lot of lies. So let us look into the facts about housing. When it started with Uhuru Kenyatta, and I have the PS for housing here, Mr. Inga, who is ready to shed the light in his previous interviews with one of the journalists that
let me tell you the truth. There is a system, and the system rules were very clear. You need to have your profile to be 100%. Okay? Then you needed to have paid 12.5%. The minute you pay your 12.5%, there is a timestamp that you get. And anybody, number 1 to 1370, that were on the timestamp 100% and they had paid, they got an offer letter. They got an offer letter. If I go to Park Road, I can tell you, there are many people I don't know that live there. All right? So we had certain ring-fenced classes. For example, 60% of all those units went to civil servants. Why? That is their land. It is their land. So initially it was 50%, but the interest in civil service was very high. Out of the 60% from civil servants, 40% went to the police. We have military living in there. I have CBK watchmen and security guards living in there. My friend, don't tell me that these houses were located based in Kimenyano. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And you know why that was important is because when you think about why was there a lot of resistance initially, one of the reasons why there is a resistance is trust. And I understand why. You know, you come in here, oh, you hear this, money has been lost. Oh, there was this one, money got lost. Oh, there was this, whatever that was supposed to be built, money got lost. Everything, every day, you just hear is money getting lost. We made a deliberate decision that we're going to disempower ourselves. Okay? There was no law that says, Hinga, you cannot allocate. No. I disempowered myself. My own mother was saying, hey, now, son of a, my mother of a PS. I said, Mama, what are the rules? Do your profile. Okay, here is your SSD. Pay your deposit. Ukitaka kuja kwangu, nenda kusaidia ulipe deposit. And she didn't even get a home. Okay, she paid some money, but she was not one of the 1,370. Why? Because we disempowered ourselves. Why? Because we wanted to bring trust. Trust with you as a member of the public. Now, there's another layer of trust that we created, and maybe we don't even talk about it. Your money, how are we going to protect it? Because you hear about all these funds, you hear pension funds, NHIF, you hear there's so many scandals. Well, some real, I don't know whether some, you know, so I am not here to say they are real. But you just hear many stories. So what did we do? We determined that money we're not even going to keep it here. We're not going to keep it here. So who did you appoint? We appointed 3 service providers. Who are they? An administrator, independent, Zamara. That is an actuarial firm. What do? They're actually the one who interact with you. They send you statements, they send you a reconciliation, they tell you you've paid these, and all that. It was not government officials, because sometimes even to send you a statement, karatasi hatuja print, siju kuna procurement, kuna nini. No, we said, why shall we give professionals to do that? Then when your money came in, it didn't even come to a government account. It went into a custodial bank, which was KCB. Now, KCB I cannot even tell them what to do with that money, because they are guided by custodial rules. Because that money, it is custodial for you, not for me. So the houses are built, they are completed. The administrator then will issue a notice, pay developer so and so. They are 5 billion. We pay developer so and so 5 billion. We start allocating based on a fair, transparent process on a first come, first serve basis. All right? And then, because this is a lot of money, 9 billion, and I'm not paying certificates every month and so on and so forth, we needed to invest it. Because now if I take your money, because I'm telling you, in 7 years, if you don't get it, come and withdraw it, plus a return. So how do I guarantee you a return? We hired Britam through a competitive process to be our fund managers. So that money they're going to invest, whether it bonds and invest in whatever, but it was going to be invested. It's not just sitting in an account. So it was going to be earning more money. That's how I was going to guarantee you that in 7 years, your 1,000 cumulatively, I'll pay you back, plus a return. So there's a lot of stuff that is about misinformation and so on and so forth. Now, if you ask me, I don't want to call it a regret. It's just one of those things that are very difficult to control. Was the people that bought those houses. Okay? Because there's a form there you fill. First, we prioritize first-time homeowners. Yes. Okay? That was one of the rules. First-time homeowners, we prioritize people living with disability. In fact, all the ground floor units, we had said, let's check how many people are living with disability. We're going to prioritize them.
Yep, I think that's it. You want from the PS himself, we want that money, how you were giving us figures, how they arrived, how would the government afford to pay your house, and you are contributing very little. That money they invested, and they will guarantee you that after the 7 years, you will still get your money. That was the PS himself, and he's still the PS
Mzalendo,
for housing. Yep.
Mzalendo, it's so unfortunate that we still get misleading information at this time and age. Yeah, these are levy. Tell me, when will the government give back a levy that it has taken from you? When will that be? Let us say black as black and white as white. When will time come that the government will say, you know what, we took a levy of 1.5 of your salary for this amount of period, get back your money? That's our dream.
You know, you're asking the right question at the wrong time. So, because this, we have not reached that point where people are missing their money. It's
But
like,
that's what he said. If I got him right, like it will come to that 7 years, and then if you want your money, we can still give you. That's what he said.
yes,
That's
yes,
why.
but
Okay, yeah. There's another fact. Yeah, the Kenya Kwanza got how many units are these? Njeru said the Kenya Kwanza administration inherited 9,935 units, and it has initiated over 38,000 units in the past year. So initiating these 38,000 units with what money? It started deducting the money last year in August and September, and then the court stopped the levy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said in that period they collected 5.6 billion Kenya shilling. If I do my mathematics correctly, and I told you I love going with numbers, if averagely we give everybody 40,000 monthly times 1.5% times the 19.1 million people are employed, yeah, we get 11 billion, 11.46 billion a month times 2, that is 22.9 billion. So let us assume that they received 22.9
yes.
accurately.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they saying that they received 5.6? The whole thing doesn't make sense, and it will never make sense.
Why are they saying that they received 5.6?
Yeah.
Because that money that they were collecting, it was voluntary. You have given us figures. You have given us figures of everybody who contribute, who is working in the civil service.
This
And money that they were collecting.
Remember, they authorized all the employers and told them, like, you have to deduct 1.5 from your employees.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In the month of August and September. And this amount, they say it amounted to 5.6 billion. With the 5.6 billion, if you do the mathematics, it's more than that. With an average, it's more than that. So
all right. We'll dive into the calculations, into the maths, and find out whether we are being robbed or it is a scam or the government is lying to us. But let me have Colonel Ochuka. I can see you are still in bed on a Sunday. Amka tujenge taifa ama uende kanisani.
Morning, guys.
Good morning, wherever you are. Here we are. Yeah, it's morning.
Morning.
Morning where I am. Yes.
Mimi nimeona tu Raila na mimi najua wewe ni mtu wa propaganda. Hata huyo PS umetuwekea hapo, huyo PS ndio mtu hata huwa ana sweat, ana explain vitu za house levy, hajawahi ingia. Hata saizi umemweka wewe, bado nasikia bado anasema uongo. Hata ukifuatilia venye anasema mama yake alijaribu kuapply even one unit, hiyo ni uongo. Watu wa UDA wote ni waongo.
Nimekuwekea mtu wako hapo, Raila
Ndio naona.
Rutos Nightmare, the battle within the halls of justice.
Let me tell you, Mzalendo. You cannot tell us that nyumba zinataka kuundwa kwa public lands, hizi manyumba, alafu niambie mimi ninunue hiyo unit na 7 million ama 4, 5, you name it, even 3, alafu ati niko safe kwa public land. The next government kikuja after 10 years za Ruto, I'm still safe. Kama watu wanabomolewa nyumba Kasarani, Utawala, Chokaa, elsewhere, Juja, you name it, na wamechukua over 25 years wakiishi kwa hizo nyumba, lakini lazima zikuze zibomolewe. Hii government itake kuibia watu sijui through Eurobond, through Goldenberg. Hii government inaibia watu through their own salary. Hii itakoska moja kubwa sana mjaiona. Hii ni uwizi. Unakatwa venye wanataka, wanafanya nayo venye wanataka. Like right now unatuambia wameinvest pesa zetu. Wameinvest pesa zetu na hata NSSF hawalipi pesa ya wazee, hawalipi. Na mzee akikuja all the time inalipwa in bits. Inalipwa in bits. Watu wanataka wapelekwe shule, hawana fee. NHIF haifanyi, hailipi. Hailipi na wewe umekatwa. Unakatwa kazini lakini huwezi tumia. Hata area ID unaombwa kwa M-Pesa before ufanye transaction, unaambiwa tusaidie your national ID. NHIF card hata ni bure kabisa. Vitu hazifanyiki Kenya. Na mzalendo sisi tunajua mtu akichukua serikali, kitu ya kwanza mtu anafanya ni wananchi wako namna gani. Sisi wacha hata mambo na development, wacha hata na hizo house slave. Weka chakula kwa tumbo ya watu. Weka watu maisha zidi. I'm telling you, saizi ukiona wanaume wamekaa 10 mahali, kuna 3 wenda wazimu hapo na wajui ni wazimu. Kuna watu 3 wako na ugonjwa wa ubongo. I promise. Kuna watu 3 wako na ugonjwa wa ubongo na wajui. You know, when there's no money in the house, hata wewe na bibi mnapigana, there's no peace. Because vitu zako kama mwanaume hazifanyiki. Right now we had people who used to hustle, who used to hizi mambo za car wash, mambo za watu wa kinyozi. Wanakuambia turnout ya watu ni kidogo. Hawafiki kwa target yao. Because ule mtu wa gari pia aleti gari, anaona tu ile nioshe kwa mlango. Mtu wa kinyozi anasema hapana, wacha ningoje. Na hizi shida zote zimeletwa na serikali na uongo. Even the president himself ana quote the wrong thing mbele ya watu na anashika microphone. He is a father, he is a grandfather, he is a husband, he is a man. Hata sasa unashangaa ni nini hizo zinafanyika Kenya. Aibu ndogo ndogo, aibu ndogo ndogo. Na mimi nasema hapa kila siku, mwanaume mwenye aski advice kwa marafiki, kwa bibi, huo si mwanaume. You cannot go to people wa Bungoma, unawathreaten huko Bungoma. Umekuja kama rais wape solution. Wewe huko unawaambia hapana, nyinyi huwa hata mnipee kura lakini mnataka niwasaidie. Na hapo watu wanalipa tax. So mzalendo saa zingine ukiongea about hii serikali yenu, ongea tu ukweli. Huyu PS ni mtu mbaya sana. Hebu angalia hizo maneno.
Haya, Konolo Chuka, umesema yako yote. Umesema serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni waongo, but kitu ile umekosa kusema ni solution gani mko nayo kama Azimio. On this, let me
Sasa sisi hatutapata solution because we don't want to think for you people. Think on your own. Msiwache sisi tuwafikirie. Napenda siku hizo mwenye Sifuna anawaambia.
Wacha ni invite Mburu, mtu wa Kenya Kwanza awaelezee vizuri. Today sitaki kuingia sana kwa siasa, nataka kujaribu kuwa neutral kwa hii maneno. But Mburu, tafadhali.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzalendo. You know, myself, I try to desist from talking things that cannot be verified, especially when, like my friend here, Ochuka, has said that the government is not paying NSSF. I don't know how we can verify such kind of information or where he got that information from. But having said that, I want to go back to what Honorable Alex had asked me to do on affordable housing. I have heard so many contradictory statements here made, different figures. And that is why I said it is good we try to gather more information. And the information I got here, which I think might help many of us, unless you may be having different information from another more credible source from than this, you will be in a position to give us. But this one is from the Buy Rent Kenya. This is a credible real estate in Kenya, which connects people with properties in Kenya. And they did their own research as part of marketing their company. And I'm not marketing for them because I'm not part of them. And this is what they have. They are saying the pricing of the affordable houses by the government of Kenya. There are three types or housing options offered by the government of Kenya. The prices for the different units have also been released as detailed in this article. Why is this information very important? Is because these houses are for Kenyans. And it's good for people to know the cost because we have different people coming up with different figures. And it's also good for people to try and do their own research because we need our people to have houses in Kenya. So, and this is what they are saying. In Kenya, citizens can now own affordable homes through President William Ruto's housing initiative. The program aims to build 250,000 units every year, that is annually, ranging from 840,000 to 5.76 million Kenya shillings. The housing options are divided into 1, social, 2, affordable, and 3, market units according to various income groups. Social housing includes 1 to 3 room, 1 to 3 room homes for slum dwellers. Affordable units consist of studios, and 2 to 3 bedroom apartments. Market-driven developments offer 2 to 3 bedroom houses. Under the initiative, half of the houses will be affordable. 30% will be market rate, and the remaining 20% will be social housing. The cost varies based on the type of housing, with social housing priced at 42,000. Affordable housing costing 48,000, and market rate houses at
per month,
72,000.
or per month.
We will continue reading. So we have seen there the social housing is priced at 42,000. That is one house, I think so. And we have another one of 48,000, and we have another one of 72,000. To make home ownership accessible, the government introduced a tenant purchased scheme, which is called TPS. For example, a 20 square meter room costs 840,000. Beneficiaries pay 10% deposit and the rest through monthly payments of 3,200 over a period of that years for you to own that house. So the moment you pay the 10% of 840, you are free to occupy the house. From there, you continue paying 3,200 every month. Despite, so anyway, I don't want to read the whole article, but you go to the to that article, Buy Rent Kenya, you see they have described everything. This is totally different from what Alex was saying, that for you to own this house, you need to put a down payment of 300,000 Kenya shillings. And if that was the case, which is not the case from different researches that I have seen, if that was the case, I would say that house would not be affordable and it was not going to achieve or to help the government achieve its objective. So, having said that, where I had stopped is that we have to agree, as much as there will be so many controversies and feelings and discussions about why the government is correcting the levy, we may differ on the processes, but we have to agree as Kenyans that the housing project is a brilliant idea, because Kenya, we have the largest slums in the whole world. And Alex confirmed that Kibera is the largest slum in Africa. You can imagine. So the government having an initiative to intervene and try to solve some of these problems, I think it's a good thing. What we can do is not just to criticize for the sake of I don't belong to that government or I did not vote for that government. Is can we try to give the options that we feel or the ideas that we feel are better than what the government is having? Because sometimes we criticize aimlessly just for the sake of talking. But do you have that better idea that you can give to the government? Like I was saying here last time, that I think instead of only collecting levy from the from the civil servants, the government can decide. Let us put it open for everybody voluntarily. Anybody who wants to be part of this project, decide how much or state how much they can afford at the end of the month, and people start giving the money, giving their contribution every month, and you see that project will attract many more people than only the civil servants. And even the government will be in a position to build more houses that they are doing now. And that will also add the controversy between the government and the courts, because I believe everybody in Kenya need a house. Because how many people own their own houses in Kenya? Their own houses, not their mothers, not their fathers' houses are in the rural areas. Very few. Almost everybody in this studio, including all of us, almost all of us would need to be part of that project if they are given opportunity. That is why I was saying, instead of only deducting the levy from the civil servants, the government can say, anybody who is willing to be part of this, let them state how much they can afford to pay every month. And you see that so many people will be in a position, and then they'll be told, after paying this much, then you can own your house. Some people will complete within 5 years, others within 10 years, others within 20 years, others, because people are blessed differently. That is what I think. And so I think the housing project is a brilliant thing. Let us not just fight it. Even the opposition, they have obligation to help in developing the country. The aim of having opposition in a country is not just to criticize. It's not just to shout. It is to give alternative ideas. It is to give better ideas and correct the government when the government goes wrong. But what happens in Kenya? We have developed a culture of saying whatever the government does, we are not part of it, we don't recognize it, but who suffers? Is it William Ruto? I don't think so. It is the citizens of Kenya. When people say, I don't recognize the government of William Ruto, what is the consequences? Does he stop from being the president of Kenya? If you say you don't recognize the government, does it stop from being the government of Kenya? The best thing we can do is to say we have a government already in place. Just like Raila Odinga, if he becomes the president today, he would not like all the other leaders who never supported him to be fighting him day and night. He would like people, if it is to criticize, they criticize objectively. Here you have done right, we support it. Here you have done wrong, we don't support it. This is what we think is best for our country. So if we are patriotic, we would change how we criticize and give those better ideas that we think we have.
Alex,
That's what I say.
Mburu, no, not Alex. Mburu.
Yes, please.
You said about numbers. There are some numbers that you gave.
Yes.
Were they per month or yearly or the whole thing? The 40%. What were they representing?
The numbers I gave?
Yeah.
The numbers I gave there, sorry, my one of my gadget here went off. Let me charge it. But the numbers I gave there, what I can remember is that there are houses of 42,000. When you are able to finish that, I don't know exactly what. I'll
get
check the gadget. Maybe.
Moro, get your
Then here is
yes.
my question. Like, you are paying this 42,000. The first question that came to my mind is this 42,000 per month? Is it 42,000 per year? Is it 42,000 for the whole project? That's one question that I need enlightenment. The second question is what is the total amount of money that you are supposed to pay? That's the second
Yes.
question. The third question is where will you be allocated this house? Because you might pay this money and then you are transferred to Northeastern and you don't want to go to Northeastern when that case comes. How is it going to be handled? The fourth question is
Yes.
in this project, yeah, in this project, who are the trustees in this project?
I think all that was explained.
Mburu, do your research. I want to
No, let me just say something. Let me just say something.
As much as you say that us people from Azimio, we want to talk. Also, we want enlightenment. You
We don't
cannot
have facts. He said we don't have facts.
And exactly, and that is why, let
me finish.
Listen.
Let me finish.
Okay. Let him finish, and then you will rebuttal. There are some people who have not spoken. They need to speak also.
You cannot drag me to a hole that I don't understand. Which hole? Is it a hiding hole or it's a hole that has alligators in it? So by the end of the day, I need explanation. If you explain to me and I see that it makes sense, I will agree with you. It doesn't mean that we disagree on everything. There are things that we agree on, but there are things that doesn't make sense, and I cannot agree on something that doesn't make sense.
You see, those are good questions. But is there anything you understood out of the article that I read? Something which was very crucial is that when you are in a position to pay 10% of the total amount you are supposed to pay for your house based on your ability, there are those who will be in a position to pay for the studio, others will be in a position to pay for those that are of two bedrooms or two houses, and others who will be in a position to pay the one for the three houses. If you are able, out of that article, if you are able to pay 10% of the total amount you are supposed to pay, then you'll be in a position to occupy your house. From there, what that article has said, from there you can be paying from 300 to 3,200 per month. That is what is supposed to be paid per month. So I stopped at a certain point because I didn't want to take more time reading the whole article. But I want to refer you to the same article, read for yourself, get those clarifications, because remember, I don't work for the government. I'm just doing the research, just like you can also go and try to read more, so that when you argue, you argue out of the point of information. What I try to desist is just to imagine things, then I discuss those things as I know about them in the media. And I tell people for sure the government, what they are doing is a pyramid. I saw that statement as outrageous. When you say it's a pyramid, you compare a whole project, and already you have read there that the government has already initiated 30,000. You yourself have said that. Is that a pyramid? Those houses, they are not in Uganda. They will not be occupied by Ugandans or outsiders. They are in Kenya. At the end of the day, the beneficiaries will be Kenyans. When those buildings are looking good there, they are beautifying our country. When those buildings are being occupied by the people of Kenya, it is our nation which is growing. So let us not just say things for the sake of it. And even when we are reading these things, if we are unwilling to pick some of this, and it's good, Mr. Muzaredo, we can proceed. Then you give me time, maybe to read the whole article for me to answer
Uh,
all the questions that
I,
you want.
I think
Yes.
yeah, you need to pick the questions that he asked and
Yes.
then research on them and let us give the general public the correct position of the issue of housing. We don't want to dwell on propaganda. We don't want to dwell on what politicians are saying. But here you get the facts. The facts, what the PS is saying, the facts are what is in the law. That is what you will get here on Africa. At this juncture, let me invite one of the ladies who has not spoken. Then I'll go to a non-script. You've not been here for a while. Julia, Uma Bench Kidogo, sio na kuonea, but you spoke some times back. Kenya Maandamano, Kamili, sema nasi.
Thank you, Nick Odembo. Julia, you were not here when I was there before. And unknown script, and I think Cornell, somebody. Nawasalimia wote. Ochuka, yes, thank you. Even Jeff was not there. First of all, I want to say this. Nick, you brought us Mr. Hinga, who was on a camera that he was swearing profusely when he was trying to explain about bottom up. And he never reached to the point of us understanding it. It was just left like that. We were left hanging. We did not understand what is bottom up. Now we go to what he said, this particular clip that you showed us. And he said that those houses, there will be military, CB Bank, I think I got it correct, and Hinga's mother, because mother went to Hinga, and Hinga gave her some money, maybe for deposit. And then he said, first come, first served. There's one big question I ask myself, because when Ruto is talking, he's using Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, they are the beneficiaries. Now, Mr. Hinga has talked about his mother, military, and everybody. What I'm seeing, first come, first served, is a problem. Because these houses, once they are built, they are complete. It's a very good idea. I don't totally disagree. It's a very good idea. But here comes my question. First come, first served. Zalendo, you'll go there. You have money. You buy 5 of them. Jeff will go there. He has money. Buy 10. Pinga will go there and buy 20. Those houses are taken by the people who are able. Where is Mama Mboga? Where is Boda Boda? When they are being used for this particular business that is being done. The problem we have here is transparency. It has to be transparent so that we can understand where we are heading. At this very time of economy of the country going down, it's not the right time to ask people for money for houses. First of all, there are priorities that need the country to be done. So I don't see why this is at the edge, at the edge of having these houses so quickly done, as if people are outside and it is raining, they need a shelter. And even if it was raining, needing shelter, it cannot be built within a fortnight. It takes some time before it is finished. Why can't the government, if it's ready to help those mama mboga, where are they located and where are they that I can help them where they are? Tumeongea habari ya the biggest slum. Kwa nini serikali, for now that they feel they want to help the poor, the people who are not able, go to those slums, know their location, their size of their plot. I don't know whether I'm correct. I stand to be corrected. Go to that slum area. Those are the needy people, really ready for shelter, who wants help from the government. The government that really sympathizes with those poor people, mama mboga, boda boda. They have their small locations. Imegawanywa, kila mtu ako na plot yake. Take your initiatives and go and construct houses for those people there, if we want them to live better. But the government has taken another way, that they want to build them in a particular location. Hawa watu wako slum, they are not going to move out of there to go and live in those houses. They are comfortable where they are because that is where they can afford. These are not affordable houses. These are expensive houses for military people, watu working in a bank, and Akina Jeff and Akina Nick, who have money. They are the ones who are going to occupy there. And also Mr. Hinga will occupy there, and his family and other relatives. So let's not use mama boga, boda boda for the sake of people going to earn or get their business going. It's bad. Nitumie kama sasa nichukue mtu ambaye ni mlemavu na mchukua na mweka kwa street ndio aombe watu pesa, kama vile ilikuwa inafanyika Nairobi. Jioni nakuja na mchukua hizo pesa ameokota, kama ni 500 nampatia 50. 450 is mine because I transported him there to go and do that work for me. That is exactly what it is. Why do you want to use poor people for your gain? If you are a proper government that really sympathizes with your poor people and you want to develop the country with the people who lives there poorly, that's the initiative you should take. Developing where those people are. If not, leave them alone. Let them live in their shanties where they are comfortable and they can afford. These houses are not for those mama mboga and boda boda. I completely disagree. And that point will never get out of me until I see.
I support you fully. Fully.
Thank you. I feel we are lost completely, the whole country. If that is the only way we are being driven to, when people have no idea how their children are going to school, why are we forgetting priorities? People have got places to live. Actually, they are not even asking for somewhere to live. They are asking money to take their children to school. That is the first thing a family always is looking for. These houses, let them come after. Why are we driven that way? And why is Ruto every day on top of the car trying to sell this idea? Why can't he let those people who are dealing with constructions sell that idea? Kwani hawa MPs, PSAs are unable to move around and sell that idea to wananchi? Why him going around telling people? And now you see a clip in Nakuru. People are saying, my children did not go to school. Where is the help from this government? They are not even talking about houses. And all those people, many of them who are standing there, they are not asking for houses. They are looking for the high cost of living. Their children not going to school. And that is where the problem emanated. That they cannot afford food, school for their young ones. They are not talking about houses. Those are far, far away ideas at this moment. The country is dying, it's going down, economy is finished, and I don't know what about houses right now. I stop there. Kenyans, we want transparency and why we should have houses before we get the economy of the country well done. That's my point. Asante.
Well, thank you, Sana, Madam, the Iron Lady from Azimio. You have been in this fight for the longest time, and I keep on repeating that. And you are a true patriot of the Republic of Kenya. Let me invite my good friend and a long time, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and there's so many birthdays that we have not enjoyed together. Non-script, welcome to Africa 24 na karibu, tutakupatia kikombe cha chai ujumuike nasi and tell us your point and what you think about this issue of housing, even before we go into the new strategy for in courts by Azimio to block Ruto from implementing the projects. Karibu sana non-script.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Is it Mzalendo?
You are,
oh, you are Nick. Huh? Oh, Nick Mzalendo.
Yes, this is Mzalendo.
Thanks God, that Mzalendo name has been misleading.
I like
confusing
them.
You don't walk the talk. You don't walk the talk. So I think Nick is okay.
Mzalendo, call me Mzalendo.
Engineer
Yes.
Jeff, Julia is here, and Kenyan Mandamano Kamili. Mandamano is being changed now.
It's been changed to what?
I think it has been changed. I'll find out what it is, because here, if you look at your title here, it implies that there's some new strategies. There's some new strategy. Maybe Mandamano is still there. Maybe Mandamano in a different way on the housing levy. Now, thanks to hear from all of you. There have been praises on this housing levy and the idea. The idea is noble and is good to everybody. But I think, as somebody said, it's a question of, sometimes a question of priorities, especially when you have a short time to deliver certain things. The question of is priority. So housing, as the saying goes, is good. But I wish, is it Mburu? We should all realize these things are not starting today, maybe with a different name, but all these things have been there. It started, I think, during the Kibaki times. There was this thing called about, is it Mburu was lamenting here about the biggest slum in Africa and blah, blah. Now, this thing, for those who care to remember, something called slum upgrading has been in the offing for I don't know how long. And also, I think it was Semburu who was talking about the Uhuru and Ruto doing something about housing. And then, of course, you are trying to say that that project was Uhuru's. I remember even the Uhuru issue was in court for quite a while. Eventually, it was left it became voluntary. And to some extent, between 20 to 30% of those projects, those initiatives actually saw the light of day. Something in the range of 20 to 30%. Now, you can call them slum upgrading or whatever it is, but all of it was about housing. But then, when you put a levy, more or less like a tax, you are now approaching the entire national Kenya as a people. Now, the issue of priority should be looked at. Housing is a responsibility of a government. The answer is yes. But then different people require different houses. And then even you have been quoting a number of other countries where some of these things have taken place. What you have forgotten is that those houses have always remained public property. What they do is to make it affordable for those who are low-income fellows to be able to access the housing, not to own them. Because remember, this is public. These are public assets. These are public assets, and a good number of people, when you want to build them using taxes, housing levy, you must make sure that it is for the common good. This idea of selling houses to some people, whether you are Mama Mboga or you are a boda mama, does not make sense for the reason that you are now making these things private. You are making private. Public property should remain public all the way. You enjoy it, you leave it there for the next public when you die. What happens when these people have owned the houses and they are dead? A public good like a road should be for infinity, indefinite. It is wrong to say that that now a boda Mama Mboga has an option to own a house. You provide housing. Providing housing does not mean owning a house. I don't know who to address with that. But remember, housing which is provided for in the Constitution is not about owning a house. I think in the Constitution they even refer to shelter. Shelter. That's the responsibility. Let me tell you, the best way to uplift the living standard or better the life of, they call it Mama Mboga or Boda Boda, is to give their children education. That is what you should do. You can't put education aside and you want to give this Boda Boda Mama a house. You are not being very bright. So somebody need to tell Zakayo, I hear people call him Zakayo, you'll allow me, that the idea of providing housing is well rooted even in the Kenyan Constitution. But it is not about owning houses. It is about housing. In other words, make it affordable for those who need it. This biggest slum that you people are talking about, make sure that these people, their day-to-day life and activity, wherever they are, they have affordable housing. When they have used it, their time is up, they leave it for the next. Because you cannot remove slums. For example, let's talk about the Kibera. There is no way you can remove slum out of Nairobi. It can't happen. It will continue to be there because it is that class of category of people in society. It will continue to be there. So what do? Make sure that those who are living that low, they have affordable access to housing, not to own a house. Because remember, the cheapest house, imagine trying to buy a bedsitter, because that's what it is. This so-called, I think it's Mburu who was talking about studios. Trying to buy a bedsitter, call it in some of these houses which are being put up. Well, the last time I checked, the so-called slum upgrading, they managed to do some in some of parts of Nairobi, for example. After some time, remember, this one was done in such a way that the people who were moved out of the area were the ones who were being given the built-up houses. But then, after the houses were given, what happened? They all vacated the houses, tried to rent them, and continued to do their mabati houses. I don't know whether somebody here would be able to explain that. Can you explain? We have a live situation where slum upgrading took place. Some of those, I think those ones were the Mudura side.
Because it was because they could not afford paying monthly payment. It was expensive for them because they're used to 500, 1,000.
Well, actually, yes, hold on. I think, thank you God, I think you are brought in a very good point. Now, those so-called slum upgrading, you find that somebody here, I think it again, Mburu was trying to say that these people are spending 3,000 shillings per month on those houses. And that going by that, it means they can enter into a TPS, is it tenant purchase arrangement, and should be able to pay the 3,000 to own the house. That is not true. I think that is a total lie. For the reason, the people who are on those Mabati houses in the slums, from day to day, the ones we are talking about, the so-called mamambogas who pick the chapatis alongside the road to earn a living and to take people to school, they pay between 500 to 1,000 in the makeshifts that where they live. The last time I checked, that is as far as sometime around October. That's what they paid. So the 3,000, I don't know where Mburu got it from.
Let me just point it out. The 3,000 is something that has been floated by the government, that they will be paying 3,000 on TPS.
Yeah, agreed. What I'm trying to say is that 3,000 is not telling us the truth. It is not affordable. For the reason, for the people they are calling Mamamboga, these fellows who sell, call them the hawkers. These people you see running around all manner of streets in Nairobi, trying to sell fruits here and mboga here to make a living. They do not pay 3,000 in where they live. No, they don't. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that even the 3,000, these people can't afford. What is going to happen is that you are going to have the NICs and the engineers, the Murus. You are the ones I know who are going to buy these things. Maybe 5 here, like somebody said, first come, first serve, isn't it? They are the ones who are going to buy these things to not the very, very bottom fellows, people who really need housing to that extent, whereby we are saying that let those who cannot call it affordable. 3,000 by all means is not affordable. It's not affordable for the people being targeted. It is not. It is not affordable. Anyway, more details will come because I think Nguru has introduced.
All right. Thank you. Let me invite Julia before
I wanted to comment about this housing levy and the order.
Okay.
Then I give her a chance.
All right.
The other thing is to do with these housing levies, and then you see the issues of the Constitution. The interpretation of the Constitution is the domain of the High Court of Kenya, not even the Court of Appeal. Now, if the Court of Appeal, through their Court of High Court, through their benches, have declared something unconstitutional, you have to deal with that unconstitutionality. You cannot say that you have put a stay for the levy to they continue deducting. If it is unconstitutional, it is unconstitutional. Now, I do not know whether that is what you refer to as whatever of the law, the lacuna in law, but you can't put a stay on something which is unconstitutional, and then you allow it to continue. Then I think Mburu was indicating that who is the implementer or the enforcer of some of these court orders. Okay, you may talk about Kome, but Kome is basically part of the executive. No, and then when Zakayo says that he's not going to follow that law, you know, when something is criminal, it does not end. There is nothing to stop even way after Zakayo has gone off office to challenge it, and the whole thing will come down crumbling. It remains illegal until otherwise ruled. So Zakayo may say that he's proceeding with his development plans, project, or whatever they are. He can continue, but it remains illegal. It remains illegal. So unless he hopes to be the president for life. Sooner or later, when he's not there, he'll still face the law about it if he continues to disobey the court orders, and he can actually be charged, taken to court for contempt, and he'll pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anon Script. Julia, I know you're burning with some issue there. Karibu.
Asante. Not much, but I know, Skip, you have answered the question that Alice asked me earlier, that what would happen to Zakayo. Si tunamwitanga Zakayo, hata kama watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanakasirika. If he continues to disobey the court order, you have answered, because he's not going to be president for life, so these things will follow him. And he may even have just to refund the money he has collected from people, because that is also illegal. So I wanted, Mburu, you tried very much kutetea Zakayo. I don't know whether to understand you or to continue getting surprised. In fact, when Uhuru was doing these projects, nobody cared. We weren't even conscious that he was doing house projects, because he was not asking people for money. Unaona, hakuwa anafinya watu, so nobody gave a damn where the houses were. We are just coming to realize that, oh, kumbe Uhuru alikuwa anajenga nyumba, because he didn't ask people to pay for them.
They were voluntary.
Yes, so the bone of contention here is why he's taking money from people's paycheck, both private and public. It's like a tax. That's where the bone of contention is. Otherwise, the president can plan his projects, just like Uhuru was doing, whether borrowing or not borrowing. Na tuone nyumba zimeinuka hapo, watu wamehamishwa Korogosho, wamepelekwa huko. Nobody would care. Nobody would even give a damn to know how he built those houses. But now we are more conscious why he's taking money from people's paycheck. That is now why we are even more conscious who is building these houses. Now, I want to say this. This is what is going to happen to this government. If he's going to build these houses to sell them, he will either sell them to his own, henchmen, who will buy them hoping to sell them at profits. And I want to warn Kenyans not to buy those houses, because somebody will go after somebody and somebody will pay. Somebody will go after someone and somebody will pay. Somebody will lose their money for investing in these houses. Even the contractors. I will not be surprised if a situation comes where hawakulipwa pesa yao na kumefika mahali serikali ikakuja ingine ikasema that was illegal and that should not even have happened. So that is the situation I see. So Mburu, we don't just criticize because we are not supporting the government. In fact, some of us, however much we may have voted for Uhuru, we were not diehards for him, and I did not like everything Uhuru did. But I was not conscious that he was doing such projects because he was not asking people to pay for them. So that is a bone of contention with the House. So if anybody can explain to me here why Zakayo is asking people for money, why he cannot run his projects the way he Mzalendo, you told us that he's just continuing with their projects with Uhuru. Why he cannot fund them the way they were funding them with Uhuru? Why suddenly Kenyans have to pay extra for that? Then why we should not conclude that he is stealing our money? That is the bone of contention. Otherwise, akiwacha kuitisha watu pesa, even those court cases will just evaporate. And because people will be like, wacha ajenge nyumba, ajenge mwenye anajengea, mwenye anataka kununua nunue, that is their own business. That is how Kenyans will handle it. But as long as he's asking people to pay for those houses, I'm telling you, Mr. Mburu, there will be a big bone of contention. And I know, Script, you have answered me. When this government goes, somebody will pay. So those who are excited that wamepata manyumba ya kununua, they should be very careful. Desist, prevent yourself from even getting close to those houses, because somebody will pay dearly. And I suspect some people even may go to jail. That's what I would like to say. So, Mburu, if you could tell me why Zakayo anatuitisha pesa sahi na Uhuru hakuwa anaitisha.
Allow me to inform you, Julia, that as things are now, it is only Zakayo who cannot face a court for contempt. All his other officers would be dragged to court for contempt.
And even
Imagine
after he leaves
that,
power,
yes, yes.
power.
It is only him who cannot be taken when he is in office. All the other people, the hingers, the PSS, the secretaries, all those people can be face the court for contempt because they are the implementers of that the illegal orders.
And once he leaves power, he can be taken to court. In fact, my job here as a teacher is more permanent than Zakayo because I don't have to vie for any political seat to continue being a teacher next year. But for Zakayo, yake inaweza tu enda saa yoyote. Even there can even be a coup. There can even be a coup and he's out of power. And the next day we hear he's in jail. So those who are tegemearing these houses, if something is declared illegal, I think it's a lesson we are learning. And it's not just Zakayo who is making these mistakes. Even Uhuru has defied court orders previously, even previous governments. I don't know much about Kibaki, but we know of governments that have defied court orders. I think it's a lesson that we should learn, that time comes when you also face the music of the things that you decided to disobey because you thought you were above, you are not, you are above the law. So those houses, Mburu, if you can explain to me why we are paying for them and why we were not paying for them when Uhuru was constructing them. Maybe Kenyans should understand why we should not think that Zakayo is not stealing our money.
Okay, Mwalimu, asante sana for that, for your point and your view that Zakayo is actually stealing our money. I've got our elder here, Ben Nyangaka, before Jeff Mburi answers all the questions that have been directed to him. Ben, Mburu is on the hot seat today and is facing a lot of attack. Can you please help Mr. Jeff Mburu? Attacks are from everywhere. Engineer, unknown script, Otuka, coming in, engineer.
Nimesikia maandamano kamili, nimesikia ndugu yangu.
I am trying to moderate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it
Adimaber, Ben Nyaga.
Okay. Sasa, what all the ladies and gentlemen have said is just to repeat what they talk on the other talk show. I mean, this is an ODM ideologue that sees Jubilee, UDA as negative, evil, that has to go. And I'm sorry Julie is there. I don't want to talk too hard when Julie is there. But they regurgitate the same message. Hiyo ndio liliwafanya wakanichukuza mtu kama mimi. Hapa Miss Maandamano, you will hear every angle of the Kenyan people. Hapa utasikia huyu ni Mkenya anapenda Raila, huyu ni Mkenya hataki Raila. Huyu ni Mkenya anapenda Ruto, huyu ni Mkenya hataki Ruto. Kwa hivyo mzalendo, ngoja nikuambie, the simplest way that Ruto was saying the bottom up economics ni ya kwamba hizi nyumba, there is a carpenter, there is somebody who is taking out the sand, there is somebody who is selling the uji. This is what you call the bottom up economics, when you set most of the people in the bottom to get most jobs. Sasa, I hear that they don't tax those guys any money towards their housing. So I don't know the ideas about that. But that's the simplest way you can explain bottom-up economics. Kwa hivyo, Ochuka, mkikuja hapa na museme as much as a million times that you say negative stuff about what is going on, it doesn't change anything. Please, can you show us, Julie? Can you show us how to follow you? Mimi nitakuta Julie huyu kama huyu mwaka kama itakwisha. Lakini can you show us how we follow you? What we go get there? No. But you see that this housing is evil. I don't want the houses. My friend, are these houses going to be sold? Are they not going to be sold? Kama watu walikuwa naishi Kibira siku hizi, that's how the houses going to be. Zile watu wengi wao ambao walinunua kama Kibira Mzalendo wamefariki wengi. So where did those houses go? They went to the kids, whatever. Kama hili shamba ya ushago, everything you be the same way. Kama Mburu atakuja hapo Jeff, unafanya mzuri sana, ngoja niseme amna Mzalendo. Let us really, I agree with openness. I agree with having everybody have their own ideas. But ngoja niwaambia kwamba you have different idea. Mimi sikuchukii mtu kama Julie. I don't have any reason to hate anybody. But understand my idea, I respect it just as much as I understand your idea and respect it. Lakini wale wanasema sisi watu wasimu my friend, you're wasting your time. Be for real. Na Julie amesema kitu mzuri sana. Most of these governments have divided the court orders. They have divided. Mzee Kenyatta changed the one law one time, only one day. For Ponge was going to be fired because he stole the Kenya corn, ya mahindi ya watu wa nyumbani, and he was going to be fired. But because they were together in Kapenguria, he changed that law in one day, and that guy continued. So we have gone through a lot of things. Let us really, kama wengi wenu mmekuja kama nchi kama hizi za America nini, please bring those ideas back home. Be open. Say that Trump is going to win, he's going to lose. You will see. I will tell you this today, Mzalendo. Trump is going to lose so bad. It ain't. Kuna wengi hapa wanasema Trump will win. But are they crazy? Or am I crazy? No. Wacha niaje hapa.
Asante sana, naona non-script amenunua mkono juu. Non-script, Mburu, put your mic on.
Yeah,
non-script.
what I want to tell Benny before he disappears, because I know he's just about to disappear in the next 2 seconds.
Penny, you're being accused like.
No. I'm here. Just ask your question. And no script. Why don't you come back with scripts we can read?
Wewe ngoja swali, wacha maneno mingi. Iko namna hii. You remember this, I did say here that this housing, wachana na maneno ya kununua. Housing as a requirement under the constitution is not a new thing. And the people who have tried it in the past, I remember Mburu was saying that Zakayo and Uhuru actually already started this, which may be true. The thing is that the difference that time, to begin with, Mburu, you did talk about this taking away the slums. As we speak now, you also told us that these houses will be sold on first come, first serve. And we have all observed that the first person who is the first come here is Nick himself here. So that Mama Mboga that Zakayo keeps singing about, what we are trying to say is that if you look at the details, they will not see these houses. They will not. For one, they cannot even erase the deposit. Remember, they can't raise even what they are going to eat the day today, leave alone raising what they are going to eat tomorrow. So to raise something like, I think you did say that the cheapest house is like 850K, isn't it? 850K. 10% for that is like almost like 90,000. So where is this person who is living hand to mouth going to raise this deposit to earn this? So that's why my reasoning is that the first come, first serve, which you are talking about, is going to be you and Nick here and Nyagaka, the Yokawa here. They are the ones who are going to have this. So in other words, the guy would be looking, kumbe Namumbia was targeting to give Mama Mboga a house. Look at the people who have ended up owning this house. Remember the slum upgrading? How was it done? The owners were identified before the houses were even constructed. So they already a waiting list. Here, Zakaya Akuna. There is no list. It is first come, first served. And then remember the KK policy of shareholder formula. I can rest assure you, it is the fellows who are calling themselves KK here who are going to have those first come, first served by design.
Two tribes.
By design. So you see, it is populist. But when you look at the small prints, you'll be surprised who are going to benefit.
We can only see you are here.
Let me finish. Can I answer that?
But you have heard the question.
You sit properly, we see you.
Buru, let me answer that question. Then unknown script.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Unknown script. What you are saying is completely true. Any product being rolled out has to have mistakes. We cannot, for me personally, I cannot stand on a corner and say that everything we have done as far as the rolling out of those building houses and all this other stuff is 100%. No. Your debate is accepted. What you are saying as to what should go, whatever, is what we welcome. I mean, that's a very good point. We cannot, just disagree to disagree. That's stupid in and of itself. Because what you are saying is very true. How did this happen to be like this? How can we get here from there? That's a good point. But the Kwanzaa, where you criticize as to how the guy who is rolling out this housing was brought from South Africa by Uhuru and Kenyatta, Raila, together. They brought this guy back, the guy who's sweating in the news media. And everything that happens when you roll out a new product, there has to be mistakes. Please, we stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Mr. Mzalendo, I think now it's my time to give the reply to so many questions that have been put across for me. And I like you people, you love my name so much because most of you have mentioned my name, even to the points that I did not raise, which is okay. But I'll try my level best to answer each one of you. And if I skip any question, you can ask me to talk about it. And I'll start with what Kenya Mandamano Kamili said, that about priority, and also the unknown scripts also talk about it, that the houses are important, but the timing is wrong. And I want to insist here, there is no wrong time or bad time to do what is right. And I want to remind you, good people, that there is what we call manifesto. Each government, before it occupies power, it comes with a manifesto, what we are going to do. Then it puts down the priority of their manifesto. So if this government does not perform as per the manifesto, we the people of Kenya will appraise them based on the manifesto that they put across. So whether the timing according to you is good or wrong, the government is under the mandate and is a government in a mission for 5 years. And they know exactly what they're supposed to do for those 5 years. And Kenya Maandamano also talked about that the economy of Kenya is crumbling, is pouring down. So the president should focus so much on that than building the houses. And I want to say this. Many people don't understand what it means to build these houses. This project, one, it will help lift the economy. Lift the economy in the sense that many people who are not employed will get jobs for these 5 years. And that is lifting the economy. Houses are part of economy development, infrastructure. giving people basic needs like a house. That is building an economy. So when you tell the government don't build houses, focus on economy, you don't know that there are so many people who will now get the business import things from outside for the houses to be built. Other people will be suppliers of them. Others will be work as merchants. Others will work as carpenters. We will have electricians. We will have now the people who will work on the ground, who will go and now build the house. So that is building the economy. And I also want to say, let people not say that the economy is falling down. This economy has not fallen down now that William Ruto is the president. This economy started falling from the time of one Uhuru Kenyatta, and everybody knows about it. And the experts, the economists, they have come out and they have told Kenyans very well that most of the projects that were undertaken by the former regime, those projects were highly inflated, that are up to 3 times the normal price of the projects that were supposed to cost. Not only that, you people have already said that the current government, and you have made my work very easy. You have said that the current government has built or has initiated 30,000 units where across the nation, not only in one place, across the nation. And I know you have that information. So we should be genuine enough to tell the people the truth. Just a minute, there is something trying to interfere here with my computer. Mr. Mzalendo, I don't know what is this. Mzalendo, you can continue as I try to fix something here.
All right. Who was the next? Engineer. Engineer, you have not spoken for a while. Can you say something?
Mburu, for the 28,000 units, those are inherited units. It's not like the Kenya Kwanza built those units. So on the fact is they were inherited from the previous regime. So let us put our facts correct, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, and Mburu, just that I've come here, if they were inherited, are they the rationale? Let me stand from this side. The rationale is to meet the need. If the 28,000 are inherited and they have met the need and they have satisfied the need, then it means there is need for us to have more units. So the whole idea, whether we should or we shouldn't have more units, shouldn't be a question where we should fight the president.
The question is, how are these 28 built? The same way they were built the others
because there was too much borrowing, and that's why the president is saying, proposing.
Engineer, can you try to face the camera this way as you ask questions so that you don't ask me?
Like there was too much borrowing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the same is happening now. Since the Kenya Kwanza came to power, they have borrowed more than 1.9 trillion in the last 1 year. So
But it's the source. Hold up. It is the source of the borrowing.
Let's do this. Let me finish the submission I was making. Then you people, you can interject after that. So this is what I wanted to say. Whether voluntary or it is a mandatory levy, what I can say is that these houses are very, very important to Kenyans. The biggest mistake we are making is to underrate and underestimate what we call the boda and mama boga people. Mimi sitaki tudharau hawa watu wenye wanafanya hizo kazi. Saying that a boda person cannot afford 3,000 to own his own house. I think that is underestimating them. Hiyo ni kudharau mama mboga, kusema ya kwamba hawezi pata 3,200 ya kusave, ya kuown her own house or his own house. Ili hali, maana sio ya kwamba sijaishi Kenya na sina watu ambao wanaishi Kenya, utakuta ya kwamba mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda, nyumba zenye wanaishi ni kutoka 3,000 kwenda mpaka 7,000, 8,000, na hizo nyumba ni za kurent. Mwenye anakomboa pesa kidogo sana, labda ni nyumba baya sana ya 1,500 na si yake, naishi kulipa. Naongea Kiswahili ili wanielewe, ni aishi kulipa na si yake. Lakini sasa tunasema, the government is saying, tuko na mpagilio, anza kupaga pesa yako kuanzia sasa. By the time tunamaliza hizi 5 years, serikali inasema tafuta at least ukuwe na at least from 84 to 120,000 ambayo unaweza deposit at once. You have 5 years to do that. You have 1 year to do that basing on your capability. Ili wakati watu watafunguliwa kuanza kupeana pesa ya kuchukua nyumba, hata wewe upate yako. I don't think it's so hard for people to start saving now, those who want to own the house. Mtu aanze kujipanga vizuri, ati by the time nyumba after 1 year or 2 years unaweza kuwa na 1,000 yako 100. Hivyo ndivyo hata watu huwa wanaweza kujipanga. Watu wa bodaboda, maana ni wengi wananisikiza. Watu wa bodaboda wakati mwingine wanategeza 500 na 600 a day. Wakati huo bodaboda sio yake. Kuna watu wa tuktuk, range is around there 600, 1,000. Na hapa serikali inasema you just need to save 100 every day. 100 every day to own your own house. Na sio ya mabati, nyumba ya mawe. What we can do as intellectuals is to enlighten these people on saving culture. Ati ya kwamba anaweza hata kuwa na save hii pesa 100 kila siku, ili wakati atataka pesa nyingi, bank inaweza top up as a loan impatie, ili aendelee tu kulipa. What I'm telling people, let us not mislead. Mlikuja hapa mkasema ati watu wanastahili kulipa 300,000 at once. I don't know where you people got that information from.
But Mburu, I asked you a question. Let me cut you short. I asked you a question.
I am coming there. I remember the question.
How much? What is the price of this?
I remember the question. I remember the question.
From there,
and
we
I'm
can
coming
talk
there.
of the percentages and the down payment that you're supposed
Great,
to make.
great.
So
I am coming there.
Without the
Yes, you asked the question. I noted down the question, and I'm coming there. So what I was saying,
that should have been the first point to tackle. So we
No,
can
no,
start
no.
from the
no.
how much
Let me finish. You
how
see,
much is the one bedroom?
you
How much
cannot
is the-
direct me where to start and where
Engineer,
to
engineer,
Please.
kindly, you asked a question
Please,
and let
you ask,
Guru
wait, I
begin
will
his
answer your
submission.
question. So, mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, kwa wale mama boga, watu wa bodaboda, msidanganywe na mtu. Kama unataka kukua na jumba, sikiza venye serikali inakuambia. Anza kusave saa hii. Usave at least your 100,000. Na uko na miaka 5 ya kufanya hivyo, because this government will be there for 5 years. And within these 5 years, the government has put it clearly that our target is to build 250,000 units every year. What does that mean? At the end of the term of William Ruto's government, we will have 1,250,000 houses in Kenya to be owned by who? By Kenyans. And everybody, mwenye ataweza kukubali kukataa propaganda, will have a chance of owning a house, whether it is 1 unit, two rooms, or 3 rooms. That is what the government is saying. Very simple. So let us not just politicize. We deny our people a chance, a golden opportunity to own houses. Maana nyinyi watu wa Azimio, mkichochewa mkatae kufanya venye serikali itawaambia, tena mtaona nyumba, wale ambao wanakubaliana na serikali mtawaona na nyumba, tena mwanze kulalamika hati walipata nyumba, sisi hatukupata. And that is a big mistake that leaders make. Then I have seen somebody ask a question, ati kwa nini saa hii Ruto kila wakati anaenda kuelezea watu mambo ya nyumba? It is because the opposition and many people from the Azimio side, what they are doing is to try to peddle just propaganda to show people that everything that the government is doing is not important, is not good, and they are being conned. So the president is going out there to try and clarify to the people of Kenya that we have a good plan for you. Na vile mnaambiwa ati hizi nyumba hamwezi kuafford, mpangilio iko na mpangilio mzuri. The other thing I can say here, kwamba nimesikia watu kila wakati wanatusi president wakimuita Zakayo. Na nyinyi watu huwa mnasahau haraka sana. And what you don't know about our president, he is a man who takes insults and abuse with a lot of grace. Mlimuita tangatanga, akaichukua, akaikubali, na hii kumkataza akuwe rais siku ya leo. Akaitwa mwizi, mkamuita mwizi, mkadhani kwa sababu hiyo watu watamkataa. Hiyo haijamkataza akuwe rais wa Kenya. Mtamuita Zakayo na mtafute majina mengine. We will desist from abusing your leaders. We will control ourselves that we will not insult your leaders, but our president, he is prepared to handle every insult with a lot of grace. So what I wanted to say, I had given an analysis from Buy Rent Kenya, which is a real estate. Sasa nataka muangalie whether the information I gave is the same information that NTV gave, because NTV most of the time, or everybody is aware, it leans on the side of who? On the side of Azimio. It was actually decampaigning the president. Kwa sababu mnaweza sema the research yenye nilifanya ya Buy Rent Kenya haikuwa accurate. Let us look at what NTV has to say about this affordable housing. And this is what NTV has come up with. That Kenyans will pay between 840. And engineer, I want you to be very keen so that I will be able to be answered your questions. So I'm coming to your question now.
Let me write it down.
Write it down. Kenyans will pay between 850 shillings and 5.76 million for low-cost homes under President William Ruto's housing program, which targets up to 250,000 units every year. A confidential government document seen by the NTV shows the houses will be categorized into socio, affordable, and market units. The same information I had given here. The fresh categorization signals a policy shift that will also open the door for workers earning more than 150,000 monthly to also own homes through the state-funded program. Units categorized as affordable will account for half of the houses to be built under the program, while market rate apartments will take 30% share, according to the policy document entitled Achieved the Housing Agenda. The remainder 20% will be social housing units. This document was prepared this month. The price of the units, which will be sold under the Tenant Purchase Scheme, TPS, is based on the estimated cost of construction plus 20% financing cost and a makeup which differ depending on the housing category. Let us go to social housing. Under the plan spearheaded by the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, social housing development will comprise one, 2, and 3 room houses targeting slum dwellers. A 20 square, and this is now, I'm trying just to put down for you, engineer and many other Kenyans who want to understand about the whole project. A 20 square meter room will cost 840,000, with the beneficiary required to deposit 10% of the price before moving in. So before you can move into the house, you need just to pay 10% of the total amount. So that is to say,
20 foot square, 20 square what?
So here you have been told a 20 square meter room will cost 840,000, which this money, before you enter to that house, you need just to deposit 10% of that, which
Okay,
I think
Mburu, just a question. A 20 meter square
room.
Do the calculation. A 20 meter square.
Mhm.
Yeah. How
Mhm.
much will it cost to build such a house of 20 meter square?
They have here the price is
But and it's not in,
840,000.
and
That
it's
is
not
the
in
selling
Nairobi.
price.
And it's not in Nairobi, in a rural area.
So
If
you know, I am not a
if you
constructor.
have built a
So
house,
some of the questions you are asking me, you should not be asking me.
because
What I am doing right
no,
now,
because
you know what I'm doing
you are
right now,
defending you are
engineer,
defending you are
engineer.
defending the idea. You are defending the idea, and I am telling you,
No, let me finish. Let me finish. We
a
agreed
20
this.
square meter, a 20 square meter house will cost more than 3 million Kenya shillings. That's something I'm telling you for free, because it's a 20
What did you say?
square.
What did you say about 3 million?
Yeah.
What did you say about 3 million?
20 meters, 20 square meter.
Mhm.
That 20 meters by 20 meters
Mhm.
cost more than 3 million for you to build that house.
It
And if
will
you are telling me that it will cost 850, my friend, no, I will not accept that.
You are saying it will cost more than
It will cost more than 3 million.
3
to build
million.
a three
But
to build a
okay.
20
So
square meter.
should we agree? Should we take your information and not take the information of the government which is building the house? Whom should we believe?
Make Google your friend. Ask
No,
Google
I'm asking.
how much will it cost
No,
you?
I'm asking. Whom should we believe?
Because
Is it
because
you
you
or the
can't
builders of the house?
you can't misinform me,
You
and
see,
then I'll keep quiet.
you
No,
see, this
never.
is okay.
Because
Okay, let me just finish. I don't want an argument right now. We will argue because that is subject to argument. If you want us to argue, we'll go there. And I'm not afraid of.
Mburu,
Buru, both of you are right. Both
where
of
are
you
you
are saying the
getting
same thing.
where are you getting your information?
No,
My information?
Mzalendo.
Yes.
Mzalendo.
My
Buru.
information is in the NTV. Check the NTV. NTV. You just say NTV. What it will cost you to buy Ruto houses. They have that in the headline. You see it in the Google. So
Buru.
let me proceed. Let me proceed. So this is a document from the government. Let me just finish. Take your questions because we have to tell Kenyans the truth. Because everybody is coming with his own figures. But now this is the figure of the government.
But that's where I wanted to give you an idea. Just 1 second, and you can continue.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that both of you are right. Is that the gentleman says that you cannot build a house in Kenya 20 centimeters by what for 3 million, but you are saying no because the land already is acquired by the government. Then when they build this house, when you're building, like the gentleman is saying, is more. But when you build it commercially and selling it commercially, it's cheaper. So there is no argument there.
And you see,
it is true that if you build it commercially, it's very expensive, like that gentleman is saying. But what you're
when you are
saying
building,
is true.
yeah, that's why I
It's true
said
that
we will come back.
Yeah.
We will come back into those minor details, and we ask ourselves, why is it that building the same house can cost 3 million under normal circumstance, but the government is building at 840? We will come and see the reason why 840,000. So we said that a 20 square meter room will cost 840,000 with the beneficiary required to deposit 10% of the price before moving in and clearing the remainder with a monthly payment of 3,200 over a period of 30 years when they will become owners of the house. A 30 square meter 2-room house will cost 1.26 million, with the prospective owners required to deposit 120 and thereafter pay 4,800 monthly for a period of 30 years. While the price of 40 square meter room, that is 3-room, unit is 1.68 million paid through 160,000 deposit, and thereafter you pay 6,400 monthly payment. Affordable housing. Let us not even go to the other market and all those other things. That is the correct information. But what have we been receiving? Misinformation that you must have 300,000 for you to own a house. That is not the truth. That is not the truth. So what I wanted to say, the question of my friend Julia. Julia asked why Zakayo. Why Zakayo? Why Zakayo is correcting the levy, whereas Uhuru Kenyatta built without asking people money. Let us look at it this way. How many houses did Uhuru Kenyatta build within 5 years? Not even 5 years. He was a president for 10 years. How many houses? Versus how many houses is the government of William Ruto targeting to build within a period of 5 years? So you cannot compare the project of William Ruto with what the previous government did, because this government is building 250,000 units annually. That is to say, within 5 years, they will have built 1,250,000 houses. There is no comparison. This is an accelerated project. And do you know why the opposition are so much afraid? It is because after the government will have accomplished this project, William Ruto will be so popular in Kenya. And that is why we say in our language that when you see boys throwing stones to a tree, go and look at what are they after. You will find that tree where they are throwing stones, it has fruits. So why are people fighting the project of William Ruto so much, of this of affordable housing? It is because they know after 1,250,000 houses have been built in Kenya, the cost of rent will go down. Most of the young people for these 5 years, they will have jobs. And they are so much afraid that William Ruto, nobody will be in a position to compete with him after 5 years. That is just my analysis. And that is what I think. Let me just add there. Maybe the questions.
Mzalendo, may I say something? Mzalendo?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Mburu, I'm so sad at your analysis. I don't know, I'm sorry to ask you whether you're in the United States, but at least one thing I'm sure is that you went to school.
Yes.
From the way you speak.
That is an insult. The way you are used to insults.
No, I'm
that
just.
Is the Azimio style.
No, I'm just trying to say that I'm very sure of that.
Yes.
Why am I saying this? Because I expect that you look at the what the economic forces, the laws of demand and supply, the ability to purchase, people's purchasing power, the effect of reducing people's purchasing power, and talking about somebody becoming popular, and the effect of people's pay going down, the cost of living increasing, and what people, I mean, just to be a bit genuine and neutral, and not just who is being popular here or not being popular. For your information, even after 5 years, we don't even know who is the next presidential candidate. So even Raila may not matter so much because we are not even sure that he's going to be a presidential candidate. So what we need to think about is what Kenyans are feeling and what they are going through. I just want I don't want to behave like I'm in the United States. Maybe if I'm Kenya right now and I'm working as a civil servant. And I don't know when last you were in Kenya, but I can tell you I was in Kenya not very long ago. That means I know what people earn and how much they pay, how their salaries are. For example, I want to give a illustration about teachers because I interact a lot of teachers. A teacher, an average high school teacher, okay, I'm saying high school because a lot of my friends are high school teachers, may not earn more than gross gross taxable income of more than 70K, that is an average. Yule mwenye amekaa kwa miaka mingi kwa shule, si mwenye ameandikwa juzi. Huyo ako kwa job group N, anaitwa principal teacher, ama ako kwa job group M. So ukianza kutoa tax, usually the tax is about 20 something K. Huyo mwenye anapewa 70,000, it goes to 27,000 and so ukisubtract you about 30K, anabaki and about 40K. And usually they have loans and all that blah blah. So before Ruto brought in the housing levy, already they have their tax. Now hao walimu walikuanga na medical allowance, walikuwa wanapewa na serikali. Hiyo medical allowance ichukua yote ikawekwa kwa insurance, leave alone and HIF. The TSC created an insurance hospital fund for the teachers and took the medical allowance away from them. Then they are also forced to pay NHIF. Now, before Ruto came, people are not being forced to pay NSSF. NSSF ilikuwa ya kujitolea. Lakini sasa right now everybody is paying a mandatory NSSF. Then plus the tax levy. So this house school teacher who went to Kenyatta University to study Bachelor of Education, eventually anaenda home with less than 20K. Then you are telling me here, you have the audacity. I'm sorry, I have to say this. You are telling me, you are coming to tell us here that Kenyans will be so happy because of what Ruto is doing if somebody's purchasing power has been reduced suddenly by over 10K. Which normal Kenyan will start celebrating? Niambie tu kweli. Which normal Kenyan? No. People don't care about you promising me to give me a house after 7,000 after 7 years when I can't buy food tomorrow for my children. I won't give a damn about that house you're promising me, because in the first place, I'm not even sure that you'll be present and I'll get that house when I am struggling to think kesho. Ningangane tu ati kufikiria kesho nitakula nini, na nimeenda kusoma, nimepata degree. Seriously, Mburu, what popularity are you talking about? Have you really, can you just take a phone tomorrow and genuinely call people? In fact, I want to say in this platform, it no longer matters whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or you are in Azimio in Kenya. It no longer matters. It no longer matters who voted for who or who did not vote for who. What matters is that Kenyans are going through the same problem right now. Is that because of William Samoei Ruto's government, their purchasing power has been reduced by a very big percentage because of a few things. First, they increased taxes. Secondly, e-house levy. Sasa wanaamuka kila kuchao, wanashangaa what not to buy and what to buy. And thirdly, now when Kenyan Mandamano was trying to explain to you why houses are not the most important thing, it is because we have order of things in our country. First, we have something called food. Now, we can talk about shelter and education. But fortunately or unfortunately, Kenya as a developing world is in a situation whereby kila mtu anakuanga tu na kabanda kake kakuishi. Na kila mtu anakuanga tu na home too. If somebody is rendered jobless in Nairobi, they have what we call the Rutos, I think we used to call it Nyarugunga, but I think we were using the wrong word, amadala. I mean, mtu tu anaweza ingia matatu ajipate kwao ama ushago yao kwa nyanya yake ama somewhere. However, there are things that matter to Kenyans right now. That is food and education. Mr. Mburu, call your friends in Kenya. Ask them right now how much they are paying to take kids to colleges. 12 months ago, Kenyans were paying, those government-sponsored students were paying only 16,000 to enter public universities. Ilihitaji tu upate C+, uitwe government-sponsored student. And when I came to the US, I discovered that the percentage of degree holders in countries like Kenya was tending to be higher than countries like the US, because Kenyan kids could access college education without having to be called wealthy. You didn't have to come from a wealthy family in Kenya to access a degree. You only needed to qualify to be called a government-sponsored student, including Ruto and all of us here. to school where you are paid for education by help, through help. Saizi ametoa help, sijui ameingiza sijui scholarship, sijui nini. Kids are struggling, kids are almost killing themselves. Now, got secondary school. Leo jana nilimwona akisema kwamba ati head teachers should not chase children away because of school fees. Ati ametuma pesa ya sijui capitation. Head teachers on the other side are complaining hawajapata hiyo pesa. Now, just 12 months ago, the government of Kenya was buying textbooks to the ratio of 1:1 for school children and notebooks. I know schools in Kirinyaga County, public schools, mtoto alikuwa anaingia form 1 anapewa 12 notebooks ziko na 200 pages na anapewa kitabu ya math, ya physics, ya chemistry, textbooks. Public schools. Because that is the policy that Kibaki had established, that Uhuru and Ruto found. Now, right now, the head teachers are about to shut down the schools. And you're here telling us that we'll be singing and dancing for Ruto because our children did not go to school, because our children slept hungry, that he was building houses for us. Nini niyo Mburu nasema hapa? Tafadhali, sasa leo atutetei mtu yoyote, mimi hata sitatetea Raila because he has never been president. So siwezi kuja hapa kumtetea, niseme this is what he'll do. But I will tell you what Ruto has done and what he has not done. And let me tell you, you're talking about popularity. If this government, I want to end up by saying, if this government completes 3 years, ni kwa bahati tu. Either itajiangusha yenyewe ama ni watu wataiangusha. Kujiangusha yenyewe ni kumaanisha gani? Saizi dola ni pesa ngapi? Let me ask you, Mburu. We are now reasoning like Kenyans and people who are reading the newspaper and watching what is happening currently. Look at the rate of the Kenya shilling. Saizi nimesikia inaendelea kuwa 170. What was the value of the Kenya shilling 12 months ago? How long did it take for it to climb where it was? Now, you people, somebody, I think it was Mise or who talked about the loans. I was looking at the amount of loans that the government borrowed. Now, the reports we are getting is that Ruto in 12 months has borrowed more money than Kibaki and Uhuru combined. Yet you people, you are telling us here at the Uhuru borrowed, that is where to Mandeni. Ruto has borrowed money in terms of trillions in 12 months. In terms of trillions in 12 months. And you are still telling us ati tutamshangilia ati baba Ruto Raila akona wivu sababu tutakuwa tukishangilia. People want to burn down that government. Whether it is no longer matters who voted for who. In fact, nobody's even talking about Raila ati tulipigia Raila kura ama hatukupigia. It is just that ukifinywa, when a hungry man is an angry man, is a mad man, can do anything right now. So call your friends, call your relatives. Ask them, munapeleka watoto shule? Jana mulikula? Je, mnataka nyumba ama mnataka kupeleka watoto shule? Ama mnataka kukula? Ask them whether they want those permanent houses or they want to take their children to school and to have food for tomorrow. Okay, kujibu, you know what we're talking. Thank you so much. I end my story there.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Mnataka kupeleka watu shule ama mnataka nyumba muzikule? Hiyo ndio parting shot ya Julia akisema hii mambo ya manyumba, parents don't really need it. What they need is some food on the table. Kenya Mandamano, you've not spoken for a while. Our Pen Yagaka, you have got something burning before I let Mandamano come in.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza tu na Julie. Unajua Julie mimi nampenda, lakini anatupiga ile mapigo mbaya. Julie, is not all that bad. The Kenyan government that is there right now, yeah, you can criticize all you want, lakini usituweke kama sisi tunataka kila mtu akufe, we are all evil, nini. No, Julie, we are not. But we support the government of the day because it is doing exactly what it asked it to do, what it said it would do. You know, like audience is that a story from them. Lakini when ile show ingine kulikuwa na mmoja hapo nilimupeti kama $1,000 na alikopotea even from the other day, lakini kusema hizi ideas tu Julie, sio kitu ya kugombana ya kusikiza mbaya. No, I don't. I do believe that this government is doing the best it could under the circumstances, in as far as getting out the begging of the dollar to be stronger than it was vis-a-vis the shilling. I mean, if you go to countries like India and China, they will pay their banks for their money to be lower than the dollar so that they can sell to America. But we don't have that value system. Yetu ni kitu ingine. So juu yangu ni kuomba tu usione sisi ni watu baya. Sisi watu baya. Mimi na Buru, maybe we agree here and there. Lakini it is where we are today. Where we are is that we are arguing two ideas. Moja yao ikishinda, ishinde. That's why I say that if Raila wins, we will be happy with him. Lakini huyu Ruto akishinda, na some of us know that he will win again in 2027. Wacha niachie hapa tu msare. Thank you very much.
Haya, Ben Nyagaka, asante sana. We have Domi, karibu sana kwa Africa 24. And viewers, if you're out there, you have not subscribed to Africa 24, please. And if you're watching our channel from whatever channel, Mtembei platform, Mtembei Facebook, please subscribe to Africa on YouTube so that when we have these wonderful shows and these wonderful people talking about their country, you can be able to listen and you cannot be able also to come in and hear your views. So subscribe to Africa. Here it's a free for all platform. The only language that we use here is civil. We don't encourage you to use abusive words on this particular platform, but you can come here and hear your views as a Kenyan. We believe in diversity. Whether you believe you are in Azimio, you are in Kenya Kwanza, you are neutral, or you don't like politics, we also have got something for you over the weekend and show and teach you a lot about acquiring property in Kenya. If you are somebody who likes matters religious, you can also log in to Mburu, Pastor Mburu, every Sunday with his team, talking about the Word of God. I mean, that is what we offer here in Africa. If you are also interested in Mapenzi show every Friday, karibu sana. There are some ladies here every Friday. They'll bring for you love stories, things that affect you in each and every day of your life. Karibu sana Kenya, maandamano kamili. Umekaa hapo kwa bench sana, utuambie. Asante.
Thank you, Nick. Again, I'm back, and I want to say something. And I say hello to those who are not there before I left. And I want to say something. And I will direct this to Jeff. Jeff, you have said that Uhuru, the Uhuru regime, that things were going on
inflated,
going on badly because he was also doing whatever it's happening now. But you are trying to forget that even Ruto was in that regime for 10 years. He was there. If anything went wrong, he was involved. Remember, Uhuru was complaining that every day they are losing 2 billion Kenya shillings. 2 billion. I won't go further than that because that one is really known. The other thing, Ruto said that dollar will within 2 months. I don't know how long. I stand to be corrected. Will be 115 within his time. How much has it gone now? Within a very short time. Where are we? You are saying that Ruto will be popular. I just don't understand where people are coming from to say even such kind of a thing. You ought not even to say it. Just leave it like that until it comes. The popularity of Ruto, even the percentage was given, is very poor. And I'm saying this because you cannot run a country with lies. You need to be you have to run away from politics and now stand for the real things after you are sitting on the chair of a leader. You get away from lies, that is get away from politics, now do the real thing so that we can understand you and we can take you seriously. So for me, I am trying to make people understand that we the people, the problem we have, it's more serious than what he is preaching. And so I want to ask kindly, let's be honest and be truthful. Let's not play politics. Me, I don't play politics. I totally talk on behalf of those poor Kenyans who want to live in this country properly and have their time in life that they enjoy. So for me, I'll let you know that Mboro, you are trying to support someone that is not ready to be defended because his time of his career of being the leader has really changed completely for Kenyans to understand that they are really suffering because of what is going on in our country. And it's just because of his time. This time round, we are talking about the problems that people are going through. About houses, I don't know where it came from, and I think those houses which were already constructed, it were better if he says that he is going to complete what has been started instead of starting new ones, because that is why we are suffering. Those people who are levying money, who are being charged this money, who are being deducted this money, some of them are almost retiring. How are they going to manage to get those money to the extent of what the money is needed for those houses? Sorry? Somebody talking?
Yeah, you keep repeating yourself. You keep repeating yourself.
No, Nyagaka, let her take her time.
Repeating myself?
No, you're fine. Proceed. You can proceed, Maandamano.
I guess I am putting a point that houses are not important right now, and I'll keep on repeating that because people, what they are going through, it's not about houses. And those houses, they have a meaning to that person who is really pushing people and torturing people with the money that they don't have to buy houses or to own houses which are not available. And they are not going to own those houses. Those houses are for other direction or other reasons, not for the poor people, not for the mama boga or boda boda. I say that because the trajectory of this government that is there, it is not to help the poor people. The poor people are suffering right now and they don't want houses. They want to take their children to school and feed them, and not what the company, that company of the government is preaching to people, which is not the reason why we are here. We are here because people are having problems. They cannot afford anything for their life. And it's not about houses. They have houses to live. Asanteni. Thank you.
Mzalendo, can we have Dominic? I don't know where Mzalendo is. Domi, you can have the floor before I can answer to some few questions after.
Mboro, you want to jump me again?
Domi has just joined. He hasn't said anything. Then we're gonna come to you. That's fine.
So, Dom, I think it is your turn to say a word or two. Karibu sana and happy Sunday. Salimia watu na utuambie uko wapi. Usianze tu na kutushambulia. ambia watu uko wapi. Leo ni siku ya maombi, na usijishike hivyo na ujihurumie, kwa sababu sisi wote ni Wakenya.
Anahurumia Kenya.
Anahurumia Kenya. And if there's one person who is so passionate about the politics,
Unajua nikiona Domi, hao watu wengine wote hawanitishi. Yule mtu ananitisha kabisa ni Domi. Najua nimeisha.
Haya, Dom, sema karibu sana. Siku mingi sana ndugu yangu.
Yes, hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
Jambo.
Mzalendo. Na je, nawasalimia sana my friends.
Yeah.
Na wengine wote kina Penny Nyagaka, Julia. I think Mkenya maandamano ni kama ameenda. And huyo juzi sina macho ine, kuna jina hapo juu imenipotea, sijaweza kuisoma, but all in all okay, umenisema mimi niko kwa nyumba sasa, niko kwa nyumba, sikuweza kwenda church, na kwa ajili hapa hata bado sijajua kanisa iko upande gani. This place is a bit complicated.
Uko wapi Dom, uko upande gani?
Mimi niko Gulf bwana.
Oh, Gulf.
Kwa Arabu.
Oh, yeah, huko hakuna church. Wewe the church iko.
Yeah, most of the time si huwa nafuata church yetu online, na service ya kwanza imeisha, ndio nimengoja the second service. Okay, I think let me illustrate something. Probably itasaidia tuelewane virahisi. Nataka kuweka, I want to put myself in several positions, and I think it will illustrate something that will make understand more easily, or our viewers will understand more easily. Nikikaa hivi vile nimekaa hivi, then ama nikae this way, yeah. In that position yenye niko, if I look at somebody who is sitting straight, the way Jeff amekaa hivyo, I'll see him as amekaa diagonal, and I'll view him as he's not sitting straight. On that, I believe we agree. We all agree. Now, there is one thing that always stands. Truth does not change. You cannot bribe truth. You cannot manipulate truth.
Network ya Dom, hii network ya Dom sasa zile is becoming dramatic in a hang.
Network inanipoteza.
Unaleta point ile muhimu, ndio hao watu wa Ruto wanakushambulia bwana. Sasa sijui.
Okay, what I was saying is, truth will always stand straight and will not change, despite of whether it is an opinion. You cannot manipulate truth. Now, and we are always told truth is always parallel. We can argue about facts, but there is something that you cannot dispute. Results cannot be you cannot argue about the results. A result will stand. There are so many things, Mr. Mzalendo. I think we have been all through with you from far back. I think it's almost 2 years. There are some things, if you can remember, there are some things that I told you that were going to happen in Kenya, and they are happening now. It is not about prophecy, it's just adding 1 to 1 to get 2. I told you that under Ruto, the shilling will fall. Now, it does not matter how you are going to take it, whether it was manipulated or not. But that is a very important indicator of whether you are doing well economically or worse. Na hivyo ndio vile iko. We cannot turn things around. We cannot manipulate it as a truth. Okay, let me talk something about this housing. I saw. I think it's somebody. I'm not remembering. Okay, he was referring to the issue about the housing in the housing project in Kibera, and he was talking of how people got into the houses and later they left. The project, this is the way the project was supposed to be. They were supposed to, that is the slum upgrading project. It was supposed to be done in phases. And it was supposed to, they build houses, people get in, and they move to another place, they build houses, they destroy the slums, build other houses, people move in. And this is the way it was set. Everybody was supposed to be given 2 houses. And you are, okay, it was being paid, I think, the rent was 2,500. 2,500 was, okay, it's high for some people, but it's not very high. But now they told these guys, you are free to rent one. You are free to live in one room and rent the other. Get the rent and pay for and pay the government. Okay, wherever. Probably people will prefer living in the slums with whichever reasons. I may not talk about today. Effectively, I will say this. If you want to deal with the slums, that is the easiest way. And let me tell you, nobody will have, Kenyans may not really have a big problem if you are going to tax them to build houses in government land and rent it as government owned. People will not have much problem about it. But imagine you deduct somebody's salary unwillingly, build houses with government money on government land, and sell it more expensive with a price that you are 100% sure, because it's 100% sure. It's not ways about it. You are 100% sure the so-called hustlers will not buy a house of 3 million. You're not expecting a hustler to buy that amount. These are people who are living from hand to mouth.
Dom, umehang hapo tena.
Hello?
Yeah, Dom, you are hanging.
Hello?
Your network, yeah. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Now you see, it will be, it just, the people concerned will just read it as a scam. You'll not explain it. The second thing, this is a housing project have been done by previous government without taxing people any extra money. And here, you want to tax people extra money. People will read it as will read as scam in it. Now the third point about the same thing. Imagine mimi kama mwalimu naishi Ushago. Yeah, you are building houses in town for somebody else to come and inherit. My friend, that's a joke. Mimi nitoe pesa yangu, ukate pesa yangu, ujenge nyumba ili mtu mwingine akuje kufaidika, na mimi pia nina watu. My friend, hakuna kitu utakuwa unaniambia bwana. That one no. That one is a big no. You know, tukubali tukatae. That is wrong. And that is now where I will tell you this. Some of us tumekaa hivi. Wakati tunaangalia ukweli, tunaiona as if it's bent. There are some things we need to put aside politics and face things as it is. This is what I usually believe. What is wrong, it does not matter. Even if you are my brother and doing a wrong thing, it is still wrong. It does not matter which divide we'll be standing on, because doing some business with the Kenyans, it is just wrong. And we should not, you know, those are things that we should not entertain. Leave alone listening to it. We should not even entertain it as Kenyans. And that is the only way we as citizens can put our leaders on a straight way. They know that when, you know, if any politician, okay, let me give an example. If people put Ruto on the spot always, and they make sure that he's not doing monkey business, the coming president will not do monkey business because he knows that he will not be spared. But if you are going to spare the person that is there now, tomorrow the person who is coming will play the same thing. Guys, we should stand straight. We are sitting bending because of our political affiliation, but we are forgetting that wakati shida inakuja, haikujagi kwa political affiliation. It is striking everybody. And you'll be surprised. Some of us, it is striking our people more than others. We are talking reality. Some of us, unajua inagonga wengine wetu zaidi ya wengine. Just because we think we are in support of some political party or some one person that feels that he owns the whole nation because he's a president. No, there is one thing that we need to put we need to put clear. The president does not own Kenya. It is not his personal property. Yeah, and that is what we should put to him, that it is not your property, and make it a very firm statement. Koti ikiamua, sit down. Last point. I want to tell you this. And this one, it will bring suspicion to everybody. You know, when you are in power, there are so many projects You are at disposal of so many things that you can do. A smart person, everybody here can agree with me that you have started a project and failed, and it is stopped because of something, probably a court action or pesa ikapotea or whatever happens. You just stop it and start something else. It is as simple as that. But insisting on one thing just tells us that you are running out of options. You don't have options, which is very dangerous. Sisi wote tunasoma kwa this guy has nothing. He's insisting on this because he does not have many options. Running out of options makes you, look like akili iko chini. People who think squarely, who sit down and think. Ukipoteza hii unafikiria, immediately you start thinking on what to do next. What other thing that you can do? You can forget about you can put aside the housing plan. Start something else. Proceed with it as you are still pursuing the housing plan. If the court has rejected, get it back to parliament, polish it, and bring it out. Sometimes, unapata, it's just one point or another that is not right. You don't insist on it. Take it back to parliament. Tell the people to polish it and bring it out again. It is as simple as that. Why create battles? Because according to me, Ruto is creating battles for himself, unnecessary battles. There is one. It's out. One of those people who are in the cabinet of Mr. Ruto. They say this is somebody who is not. Even if you are going to advise him, otherwise he will not listen. That's the most unfortunate thing with him. I wish you could advise him to listen. Now everybody is saying, including the clergy who are part of supporting him to power, they tell him that they are saying that apparently he doesn't listen. So who is this leader that does not listen? You cannot be a professor of everything. That is what brought Moi down. He wanted to be everything. You cannot be, unfortunately. Thanks, Zalendo.
Yeah, can we have someone else?
Right, yeah, sorry for that. I was on another phone call. Mr. I've got so many questions for you, Mr. Dom, and the way you agree that the housing project or plan for Ruto was hurriedly being done. Do you agree with me that it is a need that the people of Kenya need houses at this particular point? Because you seem to agree with the need. The only thing that you don't agree with is the process. And you have now given Kenya Kwanza some advice to go to parliament, make the laws that are necessary, so that the people of Kenya can get those affordable housing. This is away from your previous stand where you were saying that they don't need, people of Kenya don't need houses. So do you agree that we need those affordable houses?
Okay. Let me explain this. The reason why I was showing you this position and this position is this. As long as you have already taken a position, you'll not understand what somebody else is speaking. Nobody has said housing is not a need. Nobody has said housing is not a need. Everybody has a problem with the way it is being implemented. If anything, all other governments have been doing the housing. Kibaki government did housing. Uhuru's government did housing. So there's nobody has a problem with it. The problem is how it's being implemented. And that is how it has always been. Look at anybody speaking. Will tell you the problem is how it's being implemented. And it's suspect. It gives us a reason to question why. Why go it that way?
Was Uhuru taken to court?
No. He never raided people's taxes. He never increased taxes he never presented the so-called tax housing tax. So nobody bothered.
Anyway, I will come to that Dome, and give you the facts that Uhuru was indeed taken to court because of the housing project by Kenya.
I remember the issue about 0.5% on 1.5% and 3% whatever. But was it implemented? Nobody implemented it.
It was never.
So nobody was bothered. It was not implemented. Nobody asked about it because hakuna mtu alikatwa kwa mshahara. But now the issue is this is somebody who is anakata kwa mshahara, amekatazwa and is insisting kukata mtu kwa mshahara. Really? And let me tell you, if utakata watu kwa mshahara na ujenge nyumba belonging to government and rent it as governments, people may complain, but people will not rebel. Because imagine you build government houses and you are charging less. One thing that will happen is that you will control the way people are going to charge rents. For example, if you set build in an estate, like for example, you build houses like in an estate like let's take a place like Kaha West. You build government houses, very many flats of government houses, and charge like 6,000. One room door, one bedroom at 6,000. You are going to put other people who are other landlords. You are going to put them to check. They will not increase their rent as much. The second thing, people will know that hata ikiwa hivyo, I know that hata mtoto wangu at one point he may come to live in the city and may need a rental house, and he may rent government houses. And let me tell you, if I was government, I will ensure I build government houses to make sure that by in the end of 10 years, all houses are like almost everybody is housed in government houses, so that rent goes down. Because apparently people are just making just a deal, putting people under a lot of trouble.
You are just amusing. You know, the way you bring your points, you bring very nice points. You are supporting Ruto's projects indirectly, not knowing, and even going to as far as saying how they will affect the prices of rent economically.
Nick,
and at the same time, when you end, you will say that this project is bad. Yeah.
Nick, there's one thing you need to understand.
Let me finish what I'm saying first, because you're getting it wrong.
Nick, there's one thing you need to understand. Yeah.
Let me explain what I'm saying.
Yes.
Let me explain what I'm saying. Where there is a total departure from Ruto's plan, you build the houses purporting to be government. Then on government land, then you sell it. The issue here is underlining thing is selling. You are selling it.
Do you want it for free?
Rent it. Give it for rent. Let people rent and pay to the government.
Or you
Nobody will have a problem with that.
So you don't want people to own these houses?
Build on government land, let them rent. Because let me tell you, Nani, Mzalendo, the problem here is you are building to effectively what you are doing is you are selling government land in the name of housing. That is selling government land.
Who is the government? Who is the government? That one we were taught in the GSC. Who is the government?
Now, listen. Now, unfortunately,
you are the government.
Okay, I know you're going to tell me that I'll be the government. Listen, the issue here is this. You are selling it to individuals. In the end,
We're in the same situation.
we will not have playing grounds for children. We will not. If there be another project that the government want to do on its land, there will be not enough land because you have taken the land, sold it to public, to somebody, an individual.
Let me give engineer.
Is that what we need?
Let me give engineer a chance, and then we will get back to you, Dom, and tell you that those houses indeed they have got amenities like playground. They have a shopping mall. They have got so many things. Engineer, karibu.
Yes, Nick and Mburu, you know, I told you earlier that it's not like we disagree on everything, but the method that is used on this everything, it's what we disagree on. Firstly, we don't disagree on housing.
Perfect.
But the method that is used to raise funds for this housing is the one that we have a dispute with. And I asked you, like, you can't tell me that I will contribute, let's say 1 million, and then I get a house of 3 million, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's what I told you earlier. And Mburu, let's go by facts. Let's not go that because we support this side or that side, we go by the politics. No, politics is that we not build. Let's go by fact. If the government has failed, let's say the government has failed, this is the score we expected them to score, but they have scored this. So they're in one thing. And that's the fact. Let the truth be the truth. If we love Kenya, if we call Kenya home, let us stand by the truth. Let us hold the people responsible. Yeah? The land, the public land, is supposed to remain public land. If the government want to build houses, let it build houses, rent them. Why build houses on the public land and sell the same houses? Because this is where the cartels come in, and you find like there's somebody owning like 25% of the houses. So if they want to solve the housing crisis, let them build the houses and rent the houses. This will generate income to the government now and in future. The government has failed economically. We should accept that it has failed and hold it accountable for that. Mburu, you come from Central. Central, it's known for coffee. Before I came to Canada, I was working in a coffee company. Right now, that coffee company is closing down. Why? Because the government itself came up with the policies and said, you know what, guys, it's only the government miller, I don't want to call the name, the government miller, which is going to mill. What happened to the private millers who have invested, who have employed people? They are closing down. That's loss of jobs. Let us hold the government accountable where it has failed. Where it's one thing, let us say, hey, even if we support you, here you are one thing. Let us call the spade the spade. Let us not say that we love Ruto, we are attacking Ruto. No, we are attacking the policies of Ruto, not Ruto, but his policies. We are attacking his subordinate staffs, the people who are supposed to help him get where he wants us to be. We are asking him, Mr. President, instead of you going around and campaigning, why can't you be in the office and work? It is the first term. It is just the other day we were in elections, and right now we are in election mode. Until when will we learn that we are from elections? Let's work for the people. Let our track record speak for us. That's the problem. Until we realize that, until we realize not to put feelings when we come to the matters that affects the nation and discuss them maturely, like people, whereby you say this is the spade and not the spoon, and it remains to be the spade and not the spoon. That's when we will see a Kenya that's developing. Ask yourself, how many people are able to put a plate of food on their table in each and every day? How many people are graduates, but they cannot secure a simple job? How many people are educated, but they can't get anything to do? That's another thing that you're supposed to ask yourself. What has the government done? This Mama Mboga, this Boda guy who we talk about, the government promised them like it will give them grants to start jobs. What has the government done? It came with Hustler Fund where it gives them 500 shillings. 500 shillings, you can't even start the business of selling maize on the roadside. You can't buy the jiko, you can't buy the makaa, you can't buy the mahindi. Let us be responsible. Hold the government. That's all I can say. Let us put like I like who, I like this, and no. Let us go by facts. Let us call the policies. If the policies are wrong, let's say the policies are wrong. And that is it. It's not like development. We like development, but the methods of delivering these developments is the one that's wrong.
All right.
Then there is, if we can't realize that, we have a problem.
All right, engineer, your point is taken. There are other priorities that the government needs to take into account. All I wanted to inform most of you is that public land is government land. Yeah, that is what people don't get. Public land, that land belongs to the government, and the government can do anything with that land. It is not it's not an individual land. Who owns that land that is not occupied? That is government land that belongs to the people. So the government, when it decides to implement its projects, they will implement it. It's like when you find when the government find gold in your farm, and that is your private property. The government can buy that land and relocate you and take your gold. That is what the government does. If the government wants to expand its road network and you are within that particular road, the government will definitely watakuhamisha, and you will be compensated and you'll do nothing about it. I wanted to tell you that, Dom. That is what the government does. If it wants to expand, if it wants to do a project that it feels that is good for the people, it will go for it. That is what most governments do. Yes, you are raising your hand. Even as we wind up, you can see you raising your hand.
Okay. Okay. You see what Mgalendo? There's a point that I think we keep on not getting at par with you is that you're not dealing with what is on the table. You see, nobody disputes that public land is government land. Yeah. Everybody disputes that government should take government land, build houses, and sell them to individual private people. Hence, converting government land into personal private land. That is the issue. That is why I told you.
Oh, now I get
That
your
is why
point.
I was saying, build the houses, rent it, and let it remain as public. Yeah, nobody will have a problem with that.
Okay, so the name is, those houses should be called public housing, government public housing. So, because they are built on public land, so they are public housing.
Yeah,
so,
but now the problem is if they, because they are selling it. That's the thing. They are selling it to individuals. You pay money to own it as your personal house. Once it crosses to personal housing, then it's no more it's no more government.
What I get is that the government is doing affordable housing on public land. Affordable meaning that these houses are not at the market rate. They are not at the market rate in where most houses would be. If you are buying a house in a place like Park Road, the houses are maybe 11 million, 12 million, but the government is selling for you that house at 3 million. Those are the facts that you are not looking into, that these houses are indeed cheap.
Unfortunately, those houses are more expensive because they are going at 3 million at a place whereby other people 3.5, I think, at the place where the people are where companies are selling theirs at 2.8. Now that is that's the worst part of it.
Where companies are selling, yes, you know, the difference is, and you also don't seem to get that the companies that are doing these houses in Kitengela and like Gateway Complex and selling them at 3.2 or 2.8 million. Individuals are coming with the loans from mortgages from banks and buying these houses directly from these people, buying them. Business people are buying units. I have a friend who has bought a whole floor because he can afford. He can pay 12 million for 4 houses, 5 houses, and not so many Kenyans can do that. So these Chinese companies, they come build because there's a need for housing. They build those cheap houses, and Kenyans who can afford, they buy them. Those houses are not targeted for middle class income earners or people who want to pay 3,000 every month. These houses for government under TPS, you are paying 3,000 per month to own that house. I want to give you an example because we are getting lost in between. Houses in Jericho. Do you know Jericho where it is? Jericho in Nairobi or Jerusalem in Nairobi?
I've lived there.
You have lived in Salem. Have you? Do you know also of California estate? California. California. Let me give you a brief history of housing in Kenya. California was started by one trade minister, Tom Mboya. Those houses were when he was the trade minister. Those houses were implemented. They were built for people who are working either in the government, and they bought them under a scheme. Up to today, the families who are living in those houses, they still pay with a card to the City Council of Nairobi. Same to Jericho, same to Salem. They have been paying from generation to generation. According to engineer who was giving us a calculation here, those houses, some people have paid for a lifetime, and they never owned it. They never owned it. Unatoka unawachia grandchild, unatoka unawachia wajukuu, unatoka unawachia sijui nani, but it becomes a family house. That is why mtu akitaka kukuuzia, they sell you for you that card so that you keep on paying for that particular unit of that house for the longest time. And they are affordable. They are affordable housing. Now, this is affordable housing. In the same manner, you'll pay for the rest of your life with your generation until you own it. Yeah.
Now,
idea.
It seems you have not read the dynamics about this housing.
Mzalendo, we have
You
waited
see,
for so long to say something.
I just wanted to give Dom. This is what Kenyans will pay for the affordable housing compared to what you are saying. Look at the screen there. You can read. Kenyans will pay 840,000 and 5.7 million for low-cost homes under President William Ruto housing program. This targets blah 250,000 units every year. There's no house in Kenya that is going for 840,000 being developed by a private developer. This is a government scheme. Hey, Mburu, come in, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mzalendo. And I would request that in your projection there, you also put it down that the money you need to deposit per month is at least 3,200 to own these houses. When I listen to most people who are disputing that this project is a very prudent and a very important project, when I listen to them, I see people who don't want to deal with facts, but they keep on telling us to deal with facts. I have laid facts. Those facts I gave, I did not generate them. I researched. And I saw somebody like Julia before she left, even disputing whether I have gone to school or not. How can you gauge my education by just reading what has been written by media which largely supports your side? So I want to say this: if you dispute something, you have to tell somebody or substantiate what did Geoffrey say wrong. I gave facts, na huwa tunasema domi ukweli ukikidhiri uongo hujitenga. Most of you people who dispute what the government is doing, you dwell on what? Propaganda, emotions, and hearsay. In such a way that you only listen to your political leaders, but you don't want to go on the ground and do research. Is what they are saying the truth? Most of these leaders, they are just misleading you. So what I did today is to tell people you have been lied to for a very long time. That I have heard many people saying for you to own a house, you have to deposit up to 300,000 as a down payment for you to own that house, which is not the truth. So let us, as much as we want to say that we are dealing with facts, we have to tell people the facts. The same person who said that my analysis is not sensitive or is not accurate actually lied, and I would like her to come back here and tell us. She said that teachers and many other people, their money has or is going to be reduced 10,000 at one time. And I was asking myself, is that the truth? Mzarendo, I would like you to tell Kenyans or even to search there, how much are the civil servants are supposed to be deducted in terms of the housing levy? We have to tell Kenyans the truth. 1.5 of the gross salary. How much is it? If you are earning 10,000, I want you, Muzarendo, in a very simple way, because maybe I don't understand things, but it is there in the Finance Act, which was adopted by the Parliament of Kenya, Finance Act of 2023. And Kenyans are only supposed to pay 1.5% of the gross salary. That is to say, if you earn 10,000 per month, your deduction will be 150. But somebody comes here and tells us that people are being deducted up to 10,000. Teachers are going to lose like 10,000 at once. Is it the truth? If you earn 20,000 per month, what is 1.5% of 20,000? Domi, that is 300 per month. How much are you supposed to pay if you earn 40,000? 1.5% of 40,000. Is it not 600 per month? And I see people here becoming so emotional. And most of the people who are so emotional, none of their money has been deducted. And they will never even be deducted. But they don't want to tell people the truth. I want to tell you today, Domi, if you want to own a house, you start saving now, prudently, 3,200. By the time the government will start to disperse these houses, you have an opportunity of saying, this is the amount of money I have. And if you not have attained the down payment that is required, if the bank where you save sees that you are serious on saving, they will top up. And then you continue paying 3,200 per month. Who would not like such a project? Sincerely, because that is our parting way, where people just rely on emotions, on propaganda, and denying Kenyans to know the truth. And even when we read the facts, they pretend like they have not heard what we have said. How many times do we have to read these things for people to understand? So, we have said time and again that the President William Ruto has lied to Kenyans. He has just been a president for 1 year. He has another 4 years to continue working. So the fact that something has not been done right now does not mean it will not be done tomorrow. So those people who keep on calling the president names because they were shown by example by the previous government that this guy deserved to be abused, deserved to be insulted, it is not fair. I have even had my good friend here, Domi, who is my good friend, whom sometimes I listen and I don't have words. When Domi talks, I don't know where to start to respond or which question to respond to. Saying that the president does not have the mental capability to govern the country. Atiani akona shida ya akili. Domi, you can say that to William Samoei Ruto. And when I listen to you and the articulation of your points, I try to compare you and Dr. William Ruto. There is no comparison. The IQ of that guy is on another level. I don't see anybody, even in this panel, who can be compared with the mental capability of William Samoei Ruto. And this one, even other governments and leaders have said, we have a very sharp guy in Kenya. Every time they want William Ruto to represent them because he knows what to say, when, to whom, and how. And that is what we call wisdom. Sometimes people criticize William Ruto and showing how incapable he is. They don't know what to say. They don't know when to say it. They don't know how. They talk everything in Kenya to prove one point, that housing project is not important. So for me, I start with the truth. And the truth is the idea and the plan that the government is having. Anybody who is serious and would like to own his own house must listen to what the government is saying and don't listen to propaganda, because what will happen? The propaganda you hear from these political leaders, who, and I repeat again, they are so much afraid that the housing project is likely to succeed. And William Ruto, after people have owned these houses, after they have started occupying these houses, after people will have gotten jobs by working these houses, do you know what will happen? As I said, he is going to be so popular. Raila is so afraid of it. And other political leaders like Kalonzo, like Uhuru Kenyatta, all of them, they know this guy is very serious about what he is doing. But the good thing I love about William Ruto, he knows how to focus. When he decides he will pass somewhere, he will pass it. And I don't think there is anybody who can stop him from implementing the housing project. Yes, they can try through the courts, but remember, it is not only the levy. Other institutions, even the outsiders, they have seen the prudence on what he is doing. IMF has already released money to support the project, and even other international partners. So this is a guy who already has favor. This is a guy who is determined to achieve it. So it doesn't matter in which way, but I want to tell Kenyans it is a good idea. I want to come back to the people who are saying Uhuru Kenyatta. Domi, you have also repeated the same. Jury had also said the same, that Uhuru Kenyatta built houses minus taxing Kenyans. I want to ask you, where did he get that money from? It is your taxes. Whether he borrowed money or he used the taxes that you were giving, the bottom line is those are taxes. From who? From Kenyans. And the question I want to ask you, Domi, do you know how many units Uhuru Kenyatta completed? In a duration of 10 years, he only completed 9,000 units. How many units had he promised to Kenyans? If you were following, he had promised to complete 500,000. How many projects did he leave and complete? 340 something. Is that the kind of a person you can compare with William Ruto? Those houses that he left incomplete, it is the government of William Ruto which is completing those houses. Some of them, he dug the foundations, he never completed. Some of them were at the lintel, he never completed. Some of them, he built the foundation, he never completed. Some of them had no roof. So when you come here and try to praise Uhuru Kenyatta, ask yourself, how many units did he complete? How many units did he hand over to the people? How many units had he promised to the people of Kenya? So
All
there
right.
is nothing you are telling us. The project is good, and a prudent Kenyan should follow the instructions and what the government is saying, because I know most Kenyans, including those in diaspora, they need those houses, and it is not as costly as people are saying. Engineer here has told us that to him, he thinks it is not possible for the government to sell these houses at 840, because under normal circumstance, a house of the same measurement is supposed to cost 3 million. But now Kenyans are being told you get it at 840. And some of the factors contributing to that is the government is not building one unit for you in a separate place. These are multiple houses together. They share the same foundation. They share so many things together. They share the same roof. And nobody is selling the land to you. The land belonged to the government where these houses are being built. So many factors are contributing to the cheap price of the houses. So we have to tell people the truth. If the government has said how much you should pay, pay that. Then urudi baada ulize, na mbona uliniuzia rahisi hivi? So shida yenu hata sijui kama ni bei ya nyumba ama shida yenu. Mlikuwa kitambo mlikuwa mnasema ni bei. Tukaonyesha bei sio kali. Sasa tena mnasema shida hata sio bei. Sasa shida ni shamba mahali imejengwa. Uhuru kwani alijenga kwake? Amali, I mean, sometimes nyinyi
All
mnanifurahisha.
right, okay, Mburu,
Those
let me.
houses, before you finish, before you interject, I want to ask Domi, because Uhuru Kenyatta has already built houses, where did he build them? Why didn't you people complain that he built those houses in public land? Are they rental, as you are saying? Did he rent them to the people, or people are buying them? I mean, isikue kwa Uhuru ni sawa, lakini sasa kwa Ruto ni mbaya. Because whatever Uhuru was doing, he was doing with the handshake brother. I mean, you people, you are just, when I listen to you, sionagi mwelekeo ya mambo.
All right, all right. Mburu, let us, before Dome comes in, let us just take a small break, a small breather. Mburu, Dome, as you think of how to rebuttal on whatever Mburu has said. Viewers, please subscribe to Afrique 24. This is your #1 channel on YouTube. We have got various programs that we carry here on Afrique. We have got the land show, which is coming today at around 10. At the land show, we have Engineer Florence, who is going to give you an analysis of how to do a successful succession and get your title deed. If you've got land that is in dispute, we'll show you the procedure. Engineer will tell you the procedure on how you can go about getting that property back from the illegal people who have taken your land. So stay tuned today at 10. Engineer will take you on succession part 2 together with Pastor James. These are very learned people. They have worked in the lands ministry for over 30 years. So please stay tuned on Africa at 10 so that you can know and put your questions there if you've got a problem with the land. They will give you direction on how. And on Friday, we step up the game, and please subscribe to Africa. This is
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Owero, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
So kama umechoka na siasa ya Kenya, umechoka na mambo ya siasa ya Dom na Jeff Mburu na Engineer na Penn Nyagaka, you can unwind on Friday and listen to something different from our able ladies, Honey and Nyox. They will be presenting for you some of the love stories that happen in our country. They will also be guiding you on proper ways of knowing who to date, na pia usikae huko nje na fare yako ikulwe. So Magi na wenzingine watakuonyesha jinsi unawezaepuka kwa watu wale wanakutumia fare na wanakula. So Friday, saa 2, stay on Afrique, and you will be able to watch some of these wonderful shows here on Afrique. As I told you, we bring for you a lot of stories that are lined up on this channel. And please, kindly subscribe. I see Mise is here. Mise, you've not been on the show. I'm wondering what you've been doing on the background. Yeah, and don't tell me we are starting a show all over. I need you just to give your comment on what is going on, because you've been listening on the background. We are about to wind up.
I wasn't listening, and I'm okay winding up, but I came to say hi to my senior Penn Nyagaka. You know, it's good to see him on this show, because Penny Nyagaka and myself and yourself and Jeffrey Mburu have been very consistent, even when Domi were calling for walking to the State House and hosting the president. But when Domi was saying that illegitimate government, but I'm glad today he's been addressing William Ruto as the president of the Republic of Kenya. But I also agreed with Domi that the president doesn't own the monopoly of the Republic of Kenya. He owns it in trust of the people of the Republic of Kenya. So that being said, it's always good to see such a great panelist, people of the far west and the people of the far east coming here for a common goal, discussing the agenda and the affairs of our country. This is what unites us more than anything. And I believe that we will somehow, in the future, become prosperous because we are a prosperous nation, and the president of the Republic of Kenya is laying foundation. And usually the good work, the hard work that is always put during the foundation is not felt. People criticize, people say, I remember when I was building, a lot of people were telling me, huku nyumba haitakuwa, huku haitakuwa. And eventually today, kuna nyumba huko. And that is the same thing. I know that the president of the Republic of Kenya is laying a foundation. And when eventually this foundation is felt throughout the country, people will come to appreciate the hard work, resilience, the perseverance of criticism to the president. We also realize that Kenyans, we are our own enemies. Anything that we are doing, we are always criticizing it. There is no, here in 365 days, we are always criticizing. We are not even saying or giving credit where at least we have a milestone. If we make a step, we should appreciate that we made a step here. If our president errs, we should be ready to criticize him in terms of where he has gone wrong, so that he can know that, you know, here I did well and people appreciated that I did right. Where I go wrong, people will know that I am wrong. The moment we start trying to be honest in holding our leaders accountable, I think we will prosper as a nation. But we are used more of to look unmarked by the wrongs, but not by the rights. Are you telling me, Mzalendo, that since President William Ruto got to power, there is nothing good that he has ever done since he got to power? If there is any, have we seen the critics of William Ruto coming out and saying, look, he did something that is good for our country? It is not about Ruto, it is about the direction that our country is taking. To me, that's what I would like to see, that one time, Domi will come here and appreciate that the president has done something that we can be proud of and say, at least as much as tunampiga mawe, this one he has tried. And also mahali hajafanya kazi, tuendelee kumpiga mawe. Equal criticism, constructive criticism is what we want, not just toxicity. That we want to have a nation where we cannot appreciate and realize that the president has made a slight changes that will lead to development. I have always said something here, and I have always been stoned. When Michuki, during the Kibaki government, when Michuki transformed or revolutionized the matatu industry, people were not happy. There was a lot of criticism. But today, there is an indelible mark that he left, that even when he's not there, there is some changes you see that you see in the matatu industry. And that's all I'm saying, that if we are honest, we should be able to appreciate the little milestone that we have taken. People criticized those who did not agree with the Uhuru. They criticized Uhuru. They said this government has done nothing. But today, when you go to Nairobi or when you go to the other part of the country, where the leadership of William Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, you will see rural electrification, you will see massive infrastructure that is in the country. And we are proud of that. But when they were in power, we never gave them that credit. Sometimes people become productive when they are given credit and they are recognized that they are doing something, not just negative criticism. Thank you, Mzalendo.
I agree with you, Bonamise. You know, perhaps Azimio should change tactic and just start praising William Ruto for the things that if they think that is doing right. Maybe that would work. But this is a country that is very, very political, very, very political. From day one, after elections, we go into a political bickering. It's not good for the economy. It's not good for the country. And again, even though Mia will attest that there will be no solution. Either the solutions in Mandamano that resulted in so many deaths, that was not a real solution. Now the matters have been taken to court. I put a caption here that the battle between Raila Odinga has been taken to the corridors of justice. That is where now Azimio are fighting the government. And we look at what Azimio is doing right. The Azimio is putting the government on check. That is right. That is what the opposition should do in any civilized or democratic country.
But what is the motive, Mzalendo? What is the motive? What is the motive, or what's the drive?
I'm getting to the motive.
Yeah.
The motive is in two ways. They are looking for justice for those who are disgruntled, especially the workers who are being taxed directly through their payslip. That is justice. And they are also looking at the political score in that particular manner, because in politics, you look at every loophole of your opponent and you grab that mistake that your opponent is doing and ensure that you run with it. So they are really running crazy with the mistakes that Ruto is doing to get political mileage. And that is what Azimio is doing perfectly. In each and every step that William Ruto is doing a mistake, they are capitalizing on that. Perhaps the advisors of the presidents, like Ms. Elemia, you would advise President William Ruto to try very much and avoid the legal hurdles in the things that he wants to implement, such that the opposition will have nothing to say about the projects that he's trying to do. But if the courts find those projects illegal, those projects unconstitutional, that is now the law. That is now the law. But the good part about what the courts are saying in Ruto's ambitious projects is that he needs to follow the due process and come back to court. And when he comes back to court, they'll be allowed to go on with their projects. So Dom and the rest and every other panelist, each and every government, when they're elected, they have an agenda. Their agenda is what they were selling to the people. Kenya Kwanza cannot run on Azimio agenda. They run on their agenda. So they will push as much as Azimio wouldn't like the projects to go on. It is ambitious. No president in Africa has ever tried to do such an ambitious project. If these things happen, Mr. Dome, the trickle effect in the economy of Kenya will be so great that I can assure you 100% that housing, just as you said, housing will go down. And the people who you wouldn't imagine would have a home, you'll be told Nani kwa Nani is owning a home somewhere in Embakasi. Nani kwa Nani is owning a home. People who didn't have the money to buy a piece of land of 4 million will now be able to get a house for 850. That is something good that each and every upright thinking Kenyan should embrace. This is something that we should support in a bipartisan way. This is not a topic for debate. Yeah, it is not a topic for debate. The issue of housing is a need. If you have been homeless in Kenya, you would not be talking like it is not a need. If you have lived in the slums in Madare, if you have lived in Katokwera, in Kibra, then you will not be talking about the problems, but you'll be saying we need those houses as soon as they are available. Hata utaingia, watu wale wanaishi kwa slum wataingia hata kabla madirisha ziishe, kwa sababu wanaishi kwa manyumba yale yana madirisha, wanaishi kwa manyumba yale wajawahi ona choo inaflashiwa. Domu, wewe huko kwa choo unaenda unakaa vizuri, unasoma gazeti, unaangalia simu yako, ukimaliza unachukua tishu, una flash, unaenda. Mtu wa Kibra anachukua karatasi anaenda na tupa huko nje. Kwa bafu ajui hata bafu inakaa namna gani. Wewe uko na luxury ya bafu ya kuchagua maji moto na maji baridi. Yeye hata hiyo maji ajui hiyo maji itatoka wapi. So these housing projects, they come with water, they come with infrastructure, they come with so many things. On that note, I want us to give you guys every panelist here a minute or two. Don't exceed 2 minutes. Dom, I start with you. 2 minutes only. I'll cut you short.
I think it's unfair to give me 2 minutes because I think at least everybody has touched on me, and I had a right to respond.
Okay, respond, but you are.
I'll start with Jeff. Jeff, what I will tell you is this: I wish you are here to hear this.
Jeff, Muru, are you there? Muru, I hope you're not
listening. I listen to you.
Yes.
Okay. I'll tell you this. I agree. You may call Ruto the brightest person, but what I'll tell you is this: I can remind you what I told you before. You can dispute facts, but you can dispute results. I think results to Ruto that Ruto has brought up does not show a bright person. What you're saying is, if what I'll tell you is, it gives this is the picture you're bringing. If you can celebrate a 3 feet tall man that he is tall, then I don't know what your height will be. Mister, you have been my friend. Hello, hata nimekosa kukusalimia pole. Jambo mingi. I wish you could also remember that everything that I told you, every failure that I told you that was going to happen baada ya Ruto could take power, they are happening now. Okay. You have talked a lot of things here about whether how cheap the project, whatever that is. Mzalendo, that 3,500 you're talking about. That 350 you're talking about. 3,500 that you're talking about. Not very many employed people can foot now as we are talking. I'm not talking about a hustler. The story was about hustler. Saizi watu, I told you, I was at home. I have friends who are picky. They can tell you for free. People are footing These border people are hardly making 500 shillings in a day. Hardly. In fact, they are hardly making 400. You know how expensive food is now. Everything is now. So that project is not for hustlers. It is not. That is the reality. Take it or leave it, is the reality. Uliza mtu mwenye ako Kenya sahi, he will tell you that. I know you'll dispute, but I can tell you this. I was there a few days ago. When you are talking of Mr. talked about we should appreciate. I wish you could point out one thing. Because practically, I wish we could point out one thing, because practically, I can't see. I can't see. What Ruto has done is cause misery to Kenyans. Misery. High prices and yet low salaries, low income. On that low income, that low income of 15,000 a watchman is earning, piga hesabu na unga, piga hesabu na chakula chenye na mafuta ya kupika, piga hesabu na mafuta ya that is kerosene, piga hesabu na skima. Then you tell me how much is going to remain in his pocket. People are in misery. And I'll tell you this, guys, all of us. It depends on, it's like somebody can set very low goals and achieve them. You are earning 100,000 shillings per month. Then unaamua utaenda kujenga nyumba ya mabati. And that is your project. That is, I'm talking of ya mabati all throughout, nje na ndani. After like working for 20 years, that is the only house that you have. And because that was your target, you expect us to celebrate you as a great man. Give me a break. That is what I told you some years ago, last year but one. I told you that is the greatest explanation of mediocrity. You set very low goals and achieve them and expect us to clap for you. That's nonsense. That is what Ruto is doing. My friend, people are doing things here in the world. Presidents are turning lives of people around. Immediately, this Niger guy took power. Is it Gabon or so? He turned the country around. People are celebrating as we are talking now, to the extent that people were ready to defend the army. People were ready to defend the army. What is happening in Kenya? The president is being heckled everywhere. Everywhere, practically everywhere. Now, I know Jeff will come conveniently trying to say that he's on the photoshops. Let me tell you. Take it or leave it. He has been heckled almost everywhere because of, one, mediocrity thinking. Two, oppressing Kenyans. What Ruto is doing is oppressing Kenyans. And we will not celebrate for that. We'll just appreciate. There is one that I'll appreciate for Ruto. The government, the Kenya has a president, somebody who is sitting in power. It's not like Somali. We are not like Somali. That is what we thank God for. Okay. Have a nice day.
Oh, thank you, Dom, and I hope you left us your contacts there. You asked for our contacts. Thank you, Kabisa. We have Penny, kama umelala. Your last word, Amburu.
Yes.
Mburu, you have a minute to say your last
No,
word.
you said 2 minutes, Mr. Mzalendo.
Yeah,
Don't
2
you?
minutes. And put your camera on. And
Yeah,
yeah, 2
yeah.
minutes.
I'm going.
2 minutes, please.
I'm going to do that, Mr. Mzarendo.
Mhm.
And thank you so much for letting us air our views. And I want to tell the people of Kenya that the government of William Ruto is doing a commendable job, and I commend the government for what they are doing, be it the Hasura funds. And even before I go ahead, I just want to show people, because I heard Dom here say that Ruto is giving 500 to the people of Kenya. So I want to encourage the people. The fact that the government is not talking about the Hasra funds, people are already borrowing the money. The project, the funds are continuing to be dispersed to various people. And mostly, especially women are benefiting, because women are very organized, especially in Kenya, in chamas and all that. They are able to borrow money. And I ask even the men to try and to organize themselves so that they can get more money. And I just want to read an article here, just very briefly. It is saying the Hustle Fund has effectively fulfilled its primary objective by ensuring Kenyans have access to affordable credit. To affordable credit. 1 year later, the fund has disbursed 39.7 billion Kenya shillings. To how many people? To 21.8 million people, and mobilized 2 billion in savings. Total repayment stood at 28.75 billion. That is not a project which has failed. It is a successful project. Going forward, the president said Kenyans will now be able to borrow more as the fund increased, as the fund increases borrowing limits by up to 100%. That is what I want people to know. Ukiendelea kusikiza kuchochewa, hutaenda kutafuta pesa na hutajipanga. Kama hupati, wengine wanapata. The other thing I want to talk about is the affordable housing. At least 40,000 housing units are ready for construction. Under which government? Under Kenya Kwanza government. The construction of 46,792 units is already underway, and another 40,000 units are ready to commence construction. That is under the new government. So the president is very serious about the affordable housing. So start preparing your money. Start saving your 3,200, and let nobody tell you that it is not possible. That is very little money. If the government has promised you're going to get the house, prepare your money. Maybe in the future you complain that I had the money, I paid the money, but I did not get the house. But at this level, please prepare, because just as people were doubting the Hasra funds, there are people who are benefiting out of it. There are people who have come out of the poverty because they were able to follow the advice from the government. The other thing, very important, is digitization of government operations. What will that do? I think this is the most brilliant idea that the government of Kenya Kwanza have come up with. In Kenya, a lot of corruption happens because of physical handling of money by government officials. That means right now, most of the taxes will be collected digitally. You don't have to pay anybody no money. So what will be happening? The government will be in a position to collect more money, and corruption will be reduced greatly in the nation of Kenya. That is not somebody who is not wise. The other thing that has happened in Kenya is county industrial parks. Many people don't understand what that is meant to do. In Kenya, in most cases, we sell raw materials. We sell our products before we have manufactured them to finished product. But now with the industrial parks, we will do what we call value addition to our products so that we may be in a position to export finished products. Not only that, many people will get jobs in these industrial parks. Very brilliant ideas. The other thing which is very important for Kenyans to know, and this is what is causing, there is what we call resistance to change. There is a difference between how the government of William Ruto is operating compared to how the previous government was operating. The previous government borrowed heavily to subsidize what we call consumption. Why? Because the government wanted to remain popular amongst the people. But that is not prudent utilization of borrowed money. You don't borrow money to eat. You borrow money to invest or to build infrastructures that will attract more money. But now when you borrow money to subsidize unga, you borrow money to give to people, that money, there is no way you can recover that money. And that is how we entered into this very serious debt. You remember when the term of the president, William Ruto, was coming to an end, unga was going at 100 shilling. Why? They had an arrangement with the millers that sell your unga at this price. We are going to give you subsidies. Did he do that? No. The only thing which was there was agreement. And they released their product to the market. But were they paid? They were not paid. It is the government of William Ruto that was left with heavy burden of clearing the debts that they were not supposed to be there in the first place. You don't borrow money to give people for consumption. You borrow money for investment. You borrow money for production, like what the government is doing. Subsidize production of farmers so that we can have more yield in our farms. And that is why the government was able to disperse over 4 million bags of fertilizer in Kenya. That is to me, that is very, very prudent. And nobody can convince me otherwise. And finally, I wanted to say, yes, there is a lot of noise happening in Kenya, a lot of criticism, a lot of insults to the president and the government. But I want the people to know that the government is doing a good job. Na makelele haitamaliza shida zetu, kushautia government haitamaliza shida zetu, but giving brilliant ideas and alternative ideas will solve the problems that Kenyans are going through. So I support what the government is doing, and I'll continue to support if the government will continue doing the right things. And where they go wrong, we will not shy to say that this is wrong. And that is how it's supposed to be, because we don't have another country. Kenya is our country, and we love Kenya. And it's not the government of Kenya Kwanza, it is the government of the Republic of Kenya, which is supposed to serve all people. If the government fails, we all fail. So let us support the government. Let us start with the government, because that is what we are supposed to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Mzarendo. Thank you so much, Mise, and all other panelists, because of being together with you in the show. Thank you.
Mise, 2 minutes. And, Pastor, and look at Black is coming in the studio right now. I mean, this is crazy. Mr. Black, we don't want you here.
I don't think Mzalendo, that is being fair to Mr. Black. Because
if you want to continue with this show right now, you can continue, Mr.
No, just what I was saying. Mr. Black has been a supporter of this cause.
Oh my God, Mr. Black, you know the sad part about it. I kept on seeing Black on the comment section, and for a very long time he didn't come on the studio.
Yeah, because of the nature of the job that he's doing, we must give a benefit of doubt. But you have seen that Mr. Black has been consistent from the time when we were at Mtembei, and even the time we were kicked out. He was among the people who were being kicked out. We were labeled as prophets of doom by a few people. And I'm glad that today the very same people are coming to this platform where they get fair discussion and balanced discussion, where we have fair criticism,
Oh yeah.
receiving criticism of the president. At the same time, people are also giving and recognizing the effort of the president in restoring our country back to normalcy. But it's only unfair for me as a junior of Mr. Black to even speak before Mr. Black speaks. So I would yield
Oh yeah.
my time for Mr. Black to speak before I speak.
Mr. Black, can you go ahead and please tell us? We want to give you maybe to conclude and just to summarize and tell us where you've been. We'll give you 5 minutes to tell us exactly what you think.
Thank you, my brother Mise. I appreciate the good gesture. And yes, I think Zalendo, that was a bit harsh. The way you said it.
Mr. Black,
How can you say? How can you say you don't want me here? I mean, how? Of all the people.
Of all the people, Black, I don't want you that you took it literally that I don't want you here. Seriously. I told you, you're coming and look at my eyes. You're coming at 7 hours of broadcasting.
It is fine. Anyway, I'll not dwell into that. I think my brother Mise has said it all. So I won't repeat what I would have said about that, because I think Mise has gotten it out of my mouth. So just to proceed, I want to say again, thank you for this opportunity to be here to share this platform again with you after a very long time, but not so very long time, but a long time it is still. About what is happening right now in our country, well, there are plus and minuses, because hakuna kitu inakuanga rosy all through. Even a rose itself, a rose flower, has thorns, isn't it? As sweet looking and as nice as it is, but inakuanga na miba pia, ama sivyo? So as it is right now, serikali yetu, things may not look so good, but does not mean that kila kitu ni mbaya, no. Because when you look about the housing, because nimekuwa nikiwasikia kuhusu nyumba, I think out of the 4 agendas that Uhuru had, it was affordable housing, affordable healthcare, manufacturing, and what was it? Affordable housing, affordable healthcare, manufacturing, and something else, food security, isn't it? Uhuru already kutoka kwa ile pati yake alijaribu as much as possible kushughulikia infrastructure, which right now tunaisherekea kusema vile ametutengenezea barabara nyingi, which is good. At the time tulikuwa tukisema we don't need the roads, we wanted the food, isn't it? But as it is right now, we are enjoying the. But at the time people were saying how we don't need the roads, we needed food. So just as it was then, people right now are saying they don't need houses, they need food. But in the near future, they will see the fruits and they will enjoy the having those houses, right? It was economic, social, and political. Those are the 3 pillars that Kibaki's government had put in the 2030 vision, isn't it? Now, in the social, isn't it? So, what is wrong in having this housing units? I don't see anything wrong with that. In terms of how they want it to be achieved, now that's a debate we can have. But I don't feel it proper that people would come in and say, "Ati, we don't need these houses right now. We just need food. These houses are not so important." That is entirely wrong. And that is very selfish of anybody who can come up with such words and utter such things. We do
Mise, I think we can't hear Black. You can go ahead and give your submission.
Yeah, I just want to support what I mean. This is, and I think Mzalendo and Mr. Jeff, these are some of the things that we have been talking about. Balanced debate, balanced criticism, where there is credit, please give credit where it's due. You know, a lot of people try to separate William Ruto and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Some people say, oh, someone should, we should have Uhuru advising Ruto. I mean, these people worked together for 10 years, 10 years, and they did very well. And it was William Ruto articulating the agenda of the government and how the projection of the government. And so we cannot, these people are inseparable, just like Gachagua and William Ruto are inseparable. Just like Kibaki and Kibaki, Raila Amolo Odinga, and Kalonzo Musyoka are inseparable during their government, during their period. So whatever development that was done at the time, they take responsibility. It was a success, we applaud all of them. It was a failure, we hold them accountable. So to me, that's what I want to tell the people of Azimio, to stop. It is good to, you know, Jeff, it's good to correct you. And the Bible says you correct someone in love. You know, there are two ways. You either harsh on this person or you correct this person in love. Okay? Now, if we want to look at the failure of the government, we also hold the opposition accountable. You thrive, and this is the kind of this is the discussion that we were having the other day. You say that, oh, you know what, the prime minister was not did not have power, but the prime minister ilikuwa serikali ya nusu mkate. So whatever decisions that were made, he was also consulted. Whether it was 10% consultation, whether it was 1%, the whole idea was he was consulted. Now, in the previous government, we had a handshake. So whatever decisions that were made and arrived at, he was part of them, because despite the fact that he was not in the government, he was compromised by the government. And therefore, we have to agree that this person equally has been working together with the government. So whatever failures that we have, he is also affiliated to those failures. So Mr. Jeff and Mr. Mzalendo, one thing I want us to appreciate is that our country is moving, the trajectory is taking, is good. Now, what I want to see, and I keep arguing this all the time, I want to see massful mobilization of from the massful mobilization from the Azimio, telling us how we can fight corruption. Corruption doesn't have to be fought by the government itself. The corruption can be fought from the public. That's why they say power is vested in the people. So we have not seen civilians, Azimio civilians, and as Azimio, those who are privileged to be elected on the ticket of Azimio to the legislative assembly, coming up with bills, you know, making attempts to be able to try and bring resolutions to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Where is your goodwill? You cannot tell us, or we want to criticize, but there's no goodwill. We don't see that goodwill from you. All we see is shooting down everything. Any effort the government is making, you are criticizing it. You are using every opportunity and ammunition available to you to pull down the efforts of the government. Where is your patriotism? Where is your goodwill for this country to prosper? You cannot tell us, you can't keep us and thrive and tell us, oh, you know, this government has made this government has made the investors to move to Tanzania. What have you done to stop this government from having the investors move to Tanzania? What have you done through the legislative assemblies? You know, that's why I don't like people like Sifuna. They are the people who are double-sided. You know, Mzalendo, we were talking about this the other day, and we said we have governors who have good relationship with the president. Okay, we have, even though they are from Azimio, and they have invited the president to their respective counties, and they have worked, and the president has, you know, commissioned projects that are actually visible and are rolling. Why don't we see that positive appreciation of the work and the willingness of the president to work with people who never voted for him as well? You know, even by influencing development, to go there, even when any human being would want not to take development there. So to me, that's the kind of conversation that I want us to have. Forget about mtu wangu hakushinda, and look our country as patriots, and develop our country as patriots, and forget about thinking of 2027. We live at the moment that we want now is the projection of the dispensation of the government manifesto or policies within the time that are elected. The time that we are assured that they are elected is now to 2027. If they are lucky to come back to the government, to government in the next cycle, so be it. We will be happy again to support the government. But these all issues, this whole trend, or people are shifting into the campaigning mode by shooting down and sabotaging the efforts of the government as soon as the election has been done. I think it's a bad precedent for our country. And the president, and if the opposition or whatever the Azimio are pushing and sabotaging the efforts of the president so that they can be given a slot, or so that they can be heard, I think it's wrong. And Raila Amolo Odinga should stop. That doesn't make him a statesperson. That doesn't make him a good leader. That makes him a selfish person. We would like to see, and you know, I think Nick, I think I don't like the title. I want to see Raila being Ruto's nightmare in fighting corruption. That's what I want to hear. Everything that has crippled our country is corruption. The issue of collecting taxes is not a bad thing. We all pay taxes wherever we are. And there's this kind of stupid approach that I hear people, you know, people always criticize people who are abroad, and they tell them, you don't live in this country. You don't know what we are going through in this country. So you cannot criticize, or you cannot talk about anything or governance of this country. I find that very retrogressive and barbaric, because, you know, the people who are in diaspora remit a lot of resources to our country. And if they remit the resources to our country, then they have a say. And who told you that we don't know what is happening in the country? Who told you that people in diaspora don't know what is happening in the country? Do you know that people who are in diaspora have relatives, families, children, parents that they support, that they eat? They have to work, meet their bill where they live abroad, and support respective families everywhere throughout the country. So we want to say, just like I think Black, you are beginning to talk about the issue of export processing zones that are going to go throughout the counties. That will bring down the jobs. And these jobs, when people get hired from their respective counties, we will decongest the city, Nairobi, where we always think that jobs are only found in Nairobi. And that will bring down the trickle down and development from the grassroots. And that is the spirit and vision of the devolution, whereby I don't want, I mean, I'll tell you, I don't want, nowadays people live and work from their backyard, which means the issue of housing in the city has been resolved. If you're coming from your backyard, you are not going to put shanty houses because now there's congestion in the city. It will give the government ample time to do proper housing and provide the housing solution. And one more last thing, Nick, people are criticizing the government for the government to try and addressing one of its mandates. One of the mandates of the government is housing. The other one is healthcare. The other one is good infrastructure. The other one is security. So when the government is trying to address the issue of housing, we shouldn't just criticize him just because we don't like him. Let us criticize him. And by the way, let me ask you, if the government or if the president is going to reward the contractors who are his friends, what is wrong with that? The question should be, did when bidding was done, is it bidding when you are
tendering?
When tendering is done, were proper measures put in place? Did everyone go through the process of tendering? So this is where we want people like Azimio to make sure that they have come up with a proper way of tendering government services. They have the numbers, they have the knowledge. This is what we want to hear. So that if we realize that the president overlooked the process that is there, that is accountable, verifiable, and awarded directly his friends with tenders, then we will have a problem. And I mean, Mzalendo, right now we had a problem of a possibility of impeaching the president of the Republic of, the president of the United States, where his son used the influence of his father in, procuring certain services and benefiting and enriching himself. So if that happens in huge economies and where we would think there is oversight, where we think there is no corruption, what about a country like Kenya? And in policy, we have always said this thing. I don't know if people don't understand or it's difficult for people to understand. In policy, there's something called symbiotic relationship. Those people who financed your campaign, those people who supported you during the campaign, they will always find a soft spot for you as long as they meet the threshold of what they are applying for. There is nothing wrong for Ruto to say he's appointing Mise for having supported him throughout the campaign. He has a right to do that. Whatever job that he feels that he can appoint, whoever, if it's Mzalendo, he has a right to do that. And so there is nothing wrong for Azimio to feel bad about it and criticize that because they never supported him if one of their own was not appointed. So if the president has chosen not to go with technocrats and go with quacks, then we should also look for a way to go to the Legislative Assembly, because there are a lot of Azimio member of parliament and senators and MCAs, and they have a forum and a platform where they can go in and challenge the president's action, because there is separation of power in the arms of government through the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. So why are they not using those arms? And they're using social media and using media houses to criticize while they have a forum where they can address these things legally. That tells you the insincerity of Azimio in terms of developing our country. They are sheep, they are wolves who are hiding in the in the face of a sheep. So that's my contribution tonight.
All right, Mise, thank you. Thank you very much for that elaborate contribution on the issues and affecting our country. Blake, if you misunderstood me, Paul Sana, it's only that
It's okay.
you've been away for quite some time, and
It's okay.
we need you in this panel. We need your
No,
wisdom.
it's okay.
We need your
No, it's okay.
wisdom.
It's okay.
I know. We need your wisdom in this panel, and usipotee sana, sijui unapoteaga wapi.
But I usually follow. Bado naangalia.
Unaangaliaga mara moja
Yes,
moja
I watch.
nakupataga.
I do watch. By not
Okay.
being the studio, does not mean that I'm away. I'm just there on the sideline watching, and nikifurahia, appreciate the good job that you guys are doing, and appreciate some.
All right.
I do watch Mise and Buru, the other show with those two ladies wakiongea kuhusu relation ya Kenya vile ilivyo. I follow. I usually watch. I watch. I do. You know,
thank you for
yes, I do watch. I even watch the shows like earlier on. I was watching Kina Alex when they were here. Kina Dominic. I was watching.
I saw you from you know that's why I saw you from a long time on the show. And then I'm seeing you at the last minute when we have done 7 hours.
I do watch.
Where have you been? Anyway, thank you very much.
Sometimes saa ingine ukiona mtu anafanya tu vizuri unaangalia, you don't have, si lazima uingie na yeye, maana already you are saying exactly what ambayo ningesema mimi mwenyewe, no, so hata hakuna haja, sielewa, na enjoy sivyo? So as I was trying to say, my brother Mise has also put it across. Affordable housing ilikuwa part of Uhuru's agenda. Unakumbuka zile 4? Food security. Unakumbuka? Sasa if already Uhuru had been trying so hard na akajenga mpaka zile barabara
network yako ni mbaya ama ni nini? Anyway, tumepoteza Mr. Black. I think he has got a network issue. Guys, I think we need to wind up. We need to wind up the show. And I want to thank everybody who has been watching. I want to thank one particular person who has been part of this show. I want to thank everybody. There were so many people in this show tonight. And thank you for being part of the show. Good year. I don't know what I would do without you. I salute you. Keep on encouraging people on the comment section to subscribe to our freak. I sent today a special link there that you can put your contacts, your name, so that we can personally know who you are, where you are watching us from, so that if you have something that is nice coming from a freak, we'll be able to reach you or send it to you directly as a token of appreciation for what you are doing in this particular channel. Otherwise, I want to thank you very much. We lost Black sometimes back. I want to thank you guys so much for being part of this family. And with that, we have done almost 7 hours and 30 minutes. That's a long time sitting down as one of the panelists here. So for me, ni kwaheri na tuonane, and make sure you watch some of these lovely programs that we have for you, especially.
May I?
Join us every Friday from 8.
May I just put in a word?
Yeah, put in a word. Now you're back. Yes.
Just a word.
Yes.
Watu wakisema eti kwamba eti Uhuru alitengeneza pesa na nini bila kukataa watu pesa. They should realize that wakati unakumbuka ile wakati wa COVID. Kulikuwa na pesa ambayo ilikuwa inatolewa ya kumitigate hizo measures za COVID kwa watu kimfuko through ile kazi ya mtaani. Unaelewa? Now as we progressed, wenye kupatia fedha wakaamua it is also best now to move away from that. Ndio ile pesa iliposimamishwa ya huo msaada wa COVID ikapelekwa sasa kwa ujenzi wa nyumba. So people should understand that hiyo pesa ambayo Uhuru alijenga nayo ni pesa ambayo ilikuwa ikitolewa na wale wafadhili wakati wa COVID kwa ile kazi mtaani, ikasongeshwa sasa kutoka kwa kazi mtaani ndio ikasimamishwa ikapelekwa kwa ujenzi wa nyumba kwa watu wa nyumba, ku upgrade standards za watu za kuishi. Sijui kama unaelewa makazi yao. So watu wanafaa kupata, na hiyo ndio kitu, na hicho ndio kitu ambacho none of these people on the other side they talk about. So akiuliza eti Uhuru alitoa wapi hiyo pesa bila kukataa watu pesa, that is mahali ambapo hiyo pesa ilitokea. Thank you.
All right.
Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka 5 ikisha. Wengine hawakuamini kwa sababu wanaamini power katika kontinenti la Afrika kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuacha power ya urais. Power iko kwa wananchi, na sisi tu ni wadhamini yao.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Africa 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie.